I might have a diarrhea. Not sure.
Nearly 4,000
Hey, Wandering Mason, Pin, Predator, what's up? AVG, saw you in politics earlier. Can you sum of the debate? We were debating whether or not it's okay to use the insult retard when you're insulting somebody who's being stupid. And I think I made a much stronger case for my view that it is okay to use the word retard. Basically, their point of view is there's a person you want to target for an insult, and then there's a referent group that you're referring them to. In this case, it would be retard. So you are like a retard. And when you're using retard as an insult, you're also insulting the referent group, which is bad if you only want to insult, one particular person. So my position is there's differing social standards for different categories of people or different groups. So the most obvious example is you're weak like a girl. There's different social standards for strength between men and women. So telling a man they're weak like a girl is not an insult to girls, it's an insult to men due to the differing social standard. Just like if you call somebody retard, you're insulting their intelligence because they're not adhering to a social standard that they should be smarter than what they're being, but retards or mentally disabled people don't have that expectation. So that was my position, and I think I won the argument, even though we didn't come to a consensus.
years ago, in the Mesopotamian city of Mari, a scribe produced a receipt for 1 gur of dates and 10 sila of pistachios for making mersu, meal of the king. So using this receipt and other ancient tablets, I am recreating mersu, history's oldest recorded dessert. So thank you to Wildgrain for sponsoring this video as we make mersu for the king of Mari, this time on Tasting History. Mersu is the oldest dessert that we have any written record of, but it remains almost a complete mystery, partly because there are many different varieties of mersu, and partly because the information that we do have is absolutely incomplete. Take that receipt. Many people have recreated this dish based only on that receipt of pistachios and dates. They're usually ground up and then formed into a ball. And that could be the way that some mersu was made. Anyone who can confirm or deny it died well over 3,000 years ago. But I think it's only part of the recipe.
Smartin, Tony Teller's little dude. Have you seen this yet? This guy seems like an alternate version of Low Tier God.
How old are you?
I'm 42.
What's the biggest issue you run into with dating women in Miami?
Man, I say the two B's, man, beautiful and broke. These women think because they bad, that give them access to a top-level individual like me. They should be banished and thrown in the moat with the crocodiles.
That's a lot.
He doesn't remind me of Low Tier God yet.
Bro, I have a hard time taking this guy seriously because he looks like a One Piece character. But still, let's keep going.
What do you have to offer a woman?
Everything she could want and need and dream of. You gotta understand, sir. I'm 6'6", 230, right? 10-inch or long, stiff, girth, veins in it. No homo sapien, no diddy, whatever you want to call it. And on that top of that, no kids, never drunk alcohol. So they gotta come with something that's gonna shock my core to make me be like, damn, she's the one. Because I'm dropping big dog dick in that pussy.
Oh, hold on.
Dude. No.
No what?
I'm not commenting on that. There's nothing to comment on.
Oh, I'm not asking you to comment on his veiny big dog.
I didn't even. Whoa.
All right, then let's keep watching.
Oh, hold on. How would a woman know that you're gonna drop a 10-incher on her if she hasn't even...
What is... Whoa, I'm getting anxiety just... Why is this guy so excited?
Hold on there. How she know? Yeah, if he bring the big cocky, stiff cocky on her. Sit down pon it, twisted pon it. Boom flick pon your dick, you hear? How she know? You're about to give the pum pum rub.
Preach is so fucking annoying, dude. I can't stand listening to this idiot.
How would a woman know that you're gonna drop a 10-incher on her if she hasn't even gotten to the bedroom with you?
I mean, in the day, you're gonna see the way I walk, you're gonna see the way I talk. She know I'm coming with that BDE. That's that best dick ever. She ain't gonna never get nothing bigger and better than this. And she...
But why not let me see what the...
I can't be fucking watching them. He just acts like a monkey for 2 minutes, and then they play like a short 10-second clip, act like a fucking monkey, 10-second clip, act like a monkey. Fuck Preach especially, but Ab and Preach are just lame.
Because this is a receipt. And so it's like if you were going to make a German chocolate cake and you had most of the main ingredients for a cake at home, but to make it a German chocolate cake, you needed to go to the store to get coconut and chocolate. Well, 3,000 years into the future, somebody finds that receipt and says, oh, German chocolate cake. It's made out of chocolate and coconut. Well, no, not exactly, and I kind of think that's what's going on here. See, there are other sources from the period that refer to mersu as ninda mersu, ninda meaning bread. So was this some sort of bread or pastry or cake? There are also other sources that talk about it being made with flour and a sort of liquid, either water or milk or beer or some sort of melted fat, like clarified butter. Then there are others that mention flavorings like apples, figs, raisins, cumin, coriander, or even onion and garlic. Finally, I think that the dish had to have been more complex than just pistachios and dates because the king that it was being made for, Zimri Lim, employed 8 shamersim, or specialists in the art of making mersu. So were these people more like confectioners or even pastry chefs? It's really hard to know, but the fact that there were 8 of them working in the city makes me think that it was definitely complex work. But making pastry today does not need to be complex work when you get a delivery from today's sponsor, Wild Grain. Wild Grain is the first Bake from Frozen subscription box that delivers sour terrified buttons on that cuneiform tab. Less than excellent. But even so, here is one possible version of Zimri Lim's mersu, for which you will need 2/3 cup or 150 grams of ghee or clarified butter that's been allowed to solidify.
Well, there you go. Some nice artery clogging horse shit.
1.5 teaspoons of ground coriander seed, 2.5 cups or 300 grams of emmer flour. Now you can use regular bread flour, it'll actually make the process a lot easier for you, but emmer or barley would have been what was used at the time, so that's what I'm using. And that dough is going to make something like a pie crust today. It's not going to be particularly sweet, but the filling is sweet. But if you do want the outside to be sweet as well, you can add some date syrup or honey, about 1/2 cup. For the filling, you'll need 1 cup or 150 grams of pitted dates and 1/2 cup or 75 grams of shelled pistachios. So first prepare the dough by mixing the coriander into the flour and then adding the ghee and working it in until every...
Thanks for the donation, Splunge, or Splungel. Appreciate it.
Everything comes together. If you find that it's not coming together, then add a bit of cold water until it does. It's really going to vary depending on what kind of flour you use. Since I'm using stone ground emmer, it really does not want to absorb the ghee and kind of work together. So it took me about 5 minutes of working the dough to really make it come together, and I didn't need any water. But if you're using bread flour, it'll probably only take about a minute to get it to come together, and you might need a little bit of water. You can also add the date syrup or the honey here if you're going to use it. Once the dough has come together, let it sit for an hour to several hours so the flour can really absorb the ghee or the clarified butter. And if you don't want to use clarified butter, then one of the other fats that was very popular at this time was the fat from a fat-tailed sheep. I wish I could get my hands on some of that fat-tailed sheep fat, but I haven't been able to. But one of these days.
Thank fuck you can't. Imagine an animal dying for this horse shit. Sadie N-word donated $2. Let me see. Yeah, that is an interesting observation. Yeah.
J'en peux plus et tout.
Alright, thanks for the donation, Sadie.
Knight, shut your ass up. You act like a monkey for 10, 15, and then $50, then play a clip of a video too. You the same motherfucker. The same motherfucking same. Only difference is they make a good joke here and there. You just yell.
No, thanks for the donation, I am a hypocrite.
I'm going to use that fat. But regardless of whatever fat you use, while the dough rests, you can prepare your filling. So grind the pistachios in a mortar, not so much that they're pulverized, but enough that there are just bits of nuts left. Then mash the dates in a mortar as well. It is a very sticky business, so you can also use a food processor if you like, but essentially what you want in the end is a date paste that will easily combine with the nuts. And in a bowl, you're going to do just that. Mash the dates and the nuts together until the nuts are all well incorporated into the dates. Then divide the paste into 18 pieces and roll them into little balls or patties. And essentially what you have is that form of mersu that you would get if you just used the ingredients in the receipt from Zimri's palace. And they're very simple. They are quite delicious, a little sticky, but very, very good. And there is something today made in the region called medguka, which is similar, very, very similar to these. But I think that the mersu that was popular at the time was a little bit more complicated, so we got a few steps left. So take the rested dough and divide it also into 18 pieces and form each piece into a flattened patty in your hand, and then set one piece of the date and pistachio mixture into the center and wrap the dough around it. Now, unlike the dough of a pie crust, this does not stretch in the same way, especially if you're using emmer, which has very little gluten. So it's more of like a patchwork, like you're plastering it around the center of the filling. Then you flatten the mersu a bit and set them on a baking sheet and decorate, if you'd like, with a few pistachios on top. Then set them in the oven at 350 degrees Fahrenheit, 175 Celsius, and bake for 15 to 18 minutes.
I think there was a Roman emperor who was obsessed with pistachios. And he had some vault. Like this massive vault of pistachios so that he'd never run out.
Minutes or until they're browned on top. Also, a huge thank you to my friend Arim, who helped me with a lot of the research for this video, and he actually has another slightly different version of this recipe in his upcoming book, which he's working on, called Table of Gods. I'll put a link to that in the description. His research is excellent. And like I said, the one that I'm making today is just one possible version of this dish, though there is a modern equivalent, sort of. It's called ma'amul, and it's essentially a butter cookie made with a semolina that is filled with different things like dates and pistachios. But honestly, it could be something absolutely completely different. It could be a layered cake or some sort of even more complex pastry. It could even be like a porridge. We really don't know. Anyone who does know has been dead for a very long time. What we do know is that they were very well liked during the period. They were around for a long time, and one of the people who really loved them was the king of Mari, a man named Zimri Lim. The city of Mari, founded around the year 2900 BC, was situated along the waterways of the Euphrates, allowing it to control the major trade route between the cities of Sumer to the south and those of the Levant to the north. And for the next 1,000 years, it passed through the hands of numerous civilizations, but eventually ended up being controlled by the Amorites under the Lim dynasty, where it flourished. And by the time Zimri Lim was born in the 18th century BC, Mari was the commercial hub of the region, a walled city with a massive palace along the river. And Zimri Lim grew up at that palace because he was the son, or the grandson, or the nephew, nobody really knows for sure, of the then king of Mari, Yadumlim. But Zimri Lim had to flee the palace and go into exile when he was relatively young because Yadumlim was killed in a palace coup, possibly by another one of his sons, who then 2 years later was assassinated. And after that, the city of Mari was taken over by the powerful king of Assur, Shamshi-Adad, who styled himself the king of the universe and pacifier of the land between Tigris and Euphrates. Now, Shamshi-Adad had two sons. There was the elder son, Ishme-Dagan, who was the gold.
Big Lenny's final message to the maniacs in his last stream on YouTube.
Long live the Misfits. Prince Andrew reached out to me. Big Brad Wolf reached out to me. Big J reached out to me. Dale Chance reached out to me. You name it. Adam McLeod. Relax and breathe. For the first time in my entire life, I actually have an appointment with a cardiologist. So I will definitely keep you informed on that. What do I think about egg prices, Big Daddy Z? They need to go down. Sam Sulek, I believe what I know. I would say Sam is just a basic test DECA type of guy. I don't necessarily think he's either doing growth or insulin at this point. They're attacked in the commercials, the pop culture, the television shows, through the media, the legal system, the justice system. They're the ones sent to war. Men are the ones that die early with heart attacks and other health problems. Remember, what is the most productive thing you could be doing right now? The short list should be eating, sleeping, learning, praying, meditating, conversing with others, loved ones, setting the example, and never forget that. Misfit maniacs forever. Good.
Well, he's dead. He died. He's dead. He's dead. Died. He's died. He died. He's dead now. Thanks for the donation, Metonator.
Golden child, and the younger son, Yazma-Adad, who was the screw-up of the family. Yet both sons received a city in their father's burgeoning empire. Ishme-Dagan got the city of Ekalatum, and Yazma-Adad, the screw-up, got Mari. And what I love about this period was they wrote everything down, and they wrote it down on clay tablets which have survived the ages. So we actually have a lot of correspondence from this period from Shamshi-Adad to his sons. And he doesn't seem to have thought very highly of his youngest son, the screw-up. See, shortly after he became king of Mari, Yazma-Adad decided that he wanted to build 6 statues to numerous gods. But he wanted to build them out of gold and silver, which was not in the budget. And they would need a lot of sacrifices to keep them happy, also not in the budget. So his father wrote to him, "These gods that you plan to make require 1 month of festival sacrifices." What? Where are the oxen and sheep that you must keep providing for sacrifices at festivals? Here you keep writing to me, saying, "I have no sheep or lambs." Yet you would still fill the town with gods here, when however many sheep now available hardly suffice for a sacrifice to them. On top of his financial immaturity, Yazma Adad didn't seem to actually care for the major work that a king needs to do, like settling local disputes, handling the administration of the city, or leading armies. He much preferred the fun parts of being a king, like drinking and eating too much, carousing and dancing, that sort of thing. So his father sent another letter. "How long shall we govern you? Are you truly a child? Are you not an adult? Is there no beard on your chin? How long will you neglect the administration of your house? Don't you see that your brother is leading vast armies? So as for you, lead your palace and your house. Why can't you be more like your brother? I swear, 4,000 years, and parents really haven't changed. Nothing's really changed." But turns out that this golden child, the elder brother, was maybe not so much of a golden child, because he left the whole empire to that eldest son, Ishme-Dagan, who almost immediately let the empire start falling apart. And one of the first things to go was the city of Mari.
What's your favorite dessert?
Probably donuts. Yeah, donuts would probably be top tier, maybe cupcakes. Thanks for the donation, Aquix Beheyush.
See, Zimri Lim this entire time had been in exile at the court of the king of Yamad, another of the Lim dynasty, Yarim Lim I. And as soon as Shamshi-Adad had died, Yarim was like, "Hey, Zimri, let's go get your father's city back, the one that had been taken from your family so many years before." And with his army, that's exactly what they did. They either killed or at least kicked out the ne'er-do-well son. We don't really hear about him ever again. And Zimri was finally put on the throne. And it was during his reign that Mari was really at its height. He expanded the palace to over 260 rooms, which included a grand throne room that was 82 feet long, a treasury, a temple, an expansive residence, as well as a complex for bathing, numerous kitchens and food storage rooms, and there was also the palace archives, filled with...
It's funny how back then, if you were super wealthy, you'd still just have a mud hut to live in. Might be a big mud hut, but they literally just all lived in mud huts, even if you're rich.
Cuneiform tablets documenting the goings-on of the kings of Mari. And it's because of these archives that we know so much about this period in this part of the world. And one of the clay tablets found is the one that we're working from today. A receipt which said 1 gur of dates and 10 sila of pistachios for making mersu.
That reaction reminded me of this Monty clip.
Sorry that Rich Piana died. Rich Piana's dead. He died yesterday, the day before. Rich Piana is dead. He died. My thought on Rich Piana's death is that a lot of people don't like him at expos and stuff like that. And Rich Piana died from his brain damage. He didn't make it in the hospital. He died. My thoughts, he never collabed with me again, so he deserves what he gets. Rich Piana deserves what he gets. He died from brain damage. But he deserves what he gets because he never collabed with me. All right, peace out.
Jason Genova is such a selfish asshole. Thanks for the donation, Mentinator.
Of the king. And it was even dated, the 14th of the month of Kiskisu of the year that followed the seizing of Ashlaka by the king Zimri Lim. Other tablets from...
Skip to 124.
Seni götürmeyeyim mi Rıçtı abi?
Valla çekmeyeceğim.
Dayanamıyorum.
Rıçtı abi Ayşe'yi niye bırakmayasın sen?
Vay ben ödeyim. Kelebek. Abi güler. Kelebek şimdi lan. Kelebek.
Tanıyorum aşkım.
Ayşe'yi ne yaptınız Ayşe'yi? Anlaştınız mı şimdi? Kim alıyor Ayşe'yi?
Ayşe'yi ben arıyorum.
Kelebek ha.
Ayşe'ye ben...
Ayşe Köksal'ın.
Ya bırak ya bir kelime gelin. Bir
Ya
kelime gelin.
şarabını
Ne?
sikimin hamali abi. Yanmayın mısın abi?
Üşüyün kendini.
Ananın amına basarım sana.
Yol yer ki sana.
Hoşuna gitti değil mi aşkım?
Ayşe işi ne oldu şimdi Ayşe işi?
Ya dudaklarından yaladım onu.
Ya bıraksana beni.
Ayşe nerede?
Ya bıraksana beni.
Bahadır gel atla arabaya hadi.
O neyden mi? Buradan aradan... Burada süreceğim lan.
I guess they're having a disagreement. Thanks for the donation break.
From the archives tell of foods like lentils, chickpeas, breads, and porridges being received, meats of pig, fish, and fowl from small birds to ostriches. In the kitchens were found numerous molds for cakes or breads that were in the shapes of different animals and gods. There are records of many different fruits and vegetables and dairy products being served, as well as a drink called alap anu, which was a beer made from fermented pomegranate. Something I would love to make one day here on the channel. What's really cool though is that this drink, as well as the beer and wine being served, was often served chilled with ice. Now you don't usually think of Mesopotamia having a lot of ice, but at this period, in this location, they did. It was documented that Zimri Lim, son of Yadun Lim, son of Mari, Tutul and the land of nomads, maker of a storehouse for ice that no king since time immemorial had built on the banks of the Euphrates, to which I had ice transported, building a storehouse in Turka. Ice from the mountains to the north would actually be brought down and then kept cold for months at a time in these storehouses that Zimri Lim made. He actually made 3 of them. But unfortunately, Zimri Lim did not get to often enjoy the chilled wine and the mersu and the other molded cakes that were being had at the palace, because while he was there, at times, he was often out on campaign. He was out fighting Ishme Dagan, trying to get back all of the lands which Shamshi Adad had taken from his family. And like I said, Ishme Dagan, who was the golden child to his father, was finding it hard to hold on to his father's lands, and Zimri Lim was finding it quite easy to take them back. There is a wonderful letter by
Make
Hammurabi.
the fucking food.
King should have been for Zimri Lim's because we don't palace feet tall. The history disappeared. Can I tell you, the entire time that I was filming this episode, all I could think of was that line from Aladdin. So it's interesting because the textures are so very different. The outside is like a very crumbly pie dough. You want to get it as thin as possible because this is too thick at the bottom, because it's just like eating pie crust, unsweetened pie crust in this version. But then the center is like chewy and rich and really sweet, with bits of the nuts left that kind of give it some nice texture. The center is wonderful. Together, they're really, really great. Like I said, I wish that I had pistachios.
Tesla mints.
Is dead. And the only signs left of life are the twitching toes after the guillotine has fallen.
So it's ultra hard, cold rolled stainless steel alloy that we've developed. We're going to be using the same alloy in the Starship rocket and in the Cybertruck.
And it's going to be held on with glue.
At this point, I think I know more about manufacturing than anyone currently alive on Earth.
Yeah, that's why the Cybertruck falls apart.
And one thing I am confident of saying is that it's an incredible product. It's a Hall of Famer, I think.
Yeah. Massive body panels are literally just glued on.
Product.
Look at this piece of shit. Just retarded.
It's a Hall of Famer, I think.
Cybertrucks later this year, and I think the product, if anything, is better than expectations.
It really is the most I think it's our best product.
Sorry, what's that? Tesla had to stop making Cybertrucks after they worked out that gluing on the panels wasn't going to work.
At this point, I think I know more about manufacturing.
So we actually had to come up with a special, ultra-strong, Tesla-designed steel alloy.
Than anyone currently alive on Earth.
And in the dumbest possible dimension, they said, hey, we should put this guy's unquestionable genius in charge of making our government more efficient.
Turns off!
Yeah, best hit those like and subscribe
That is
buttons
embarrassing.
early this time. This one's going to be biblical. Where were we? Oh, that's right. Tesla is dead. The only signs left of life are the twitching toes after the guillotine has fallen. In Germany, some 94% of people said they wouldn't buy a Tesla. Yeah, this is Germany, the most important car market in Europe, and home of the factory that makes all of the Teslas in Europe. And it's not just a survey. The sales are down by 75%.
Quarterback is toast.
With sales in Germany being largely representative of those in Europe by dropping about 70%, whilst overall EV sales have been increasing. Yes, thanks to the big-brained rebranding from Musk.
Good. Use your aggressive feelings, boy. Let the hate flow through you.
Yeah, we know exactly what he was trying to do there. Genius move. You're broke now.
We seek peaceful coexistence.
Tesla's now about as popular as cancer. Just as was...
Fuzz Donny Tiller's thoughts on Avi explaining why he voted for Trump while knowing all the stuff was going to happen.
Listen, I'm very...
Ooh. Ooh. Yeah, this is gonna be a big oof. Thanks for the donation, Fuzz.
I think I want the truth. What about you? Okay. What would you want?
Yeah, I probably would want the truth too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who'd you vote for?
Oh, I voted for Trump.
You, dude. What's wrong with you? Don't you love this country?
And I voted for him knowing like all of these crazy things were going to happen, by the way.
And you stand by it.
Yeah.
I mean, how dare you? What the?
I know. Terrible.
What's the rationale?
Well, the rationale is we can have that conversation. I don't know if we have 12:30 a.m. and I have work in the morning.
Yeah. Okay. So I won't challenge you on it, but I just want to hear it.
Yeah. No. The rationale. Okay. So the biggest thing.
Green Knight Donate Tellers, lol, do you approve this order? He has a Shrek TV.
I am signing an executive order making it legal to call your friends fags and retards if they are doing something faggy or retarded. Fags and retards, ladies and gentlemen.
Cancel them! Cancel them!
Today.
I mean, it's better than his other executive orders. Thanks for the donation, Grey Knight. I want that Shrek TV.
For me was the treatment of Israel. By extension to that, our treatment of how we relate to terrorism broadly. My view on terrorism broadly is I think they need to get nothing but the full same treatment. I don't actually like the way Trump is engaging with terrorism as well, because I think he actually is negotiating with it. But I do think he's closer to my position on the treatment of terrorism, the existential threat of terrorism, than what Biden was. I think that Biden has royally cucked Israel, maybe not to the degree that Trump is cucking Ukraine, but...
oh, yeah, Trump is cucking Ukraine hard, dude.
I do think that Ukraine has allies, at least in Europe, that Israel does not. And I think Biden has very much set a standard compared to. I'm not saying that Trump hasn't done many of these things as well, but Biden has set a humanitarian cuck standard that rewards terrorists in a way that just seems incredibly dangerous to me. And that at least Trump, while he is not shaping up to exactly what I wanted him to be, at least he has had.
So he knew? Wasn't he vegan? Doesn't make sense to me why someone would buy fine with destroying next generation's BC of the education system and hurting trans people, effectively killing some of them BC they can't get treatment anymore. Cool dude this guy.
Well, again, he explained this to me. He thinks America can survive those problems, but it wouldn't be able to survive, like, issues when it comes to dealing with terrorism and stuff. Thanks for the donation, though, David. Thoughts on ephilism? There's literally no argument for ephilism. Would you stop a world-destroying asteroid from colliding into Earth? I think I would deflect it. Or break it up into little pieces and have some of those pieces hit places or people I don't like. I think that's what I'd do.
Imagine a little 2-month-old Joey as a kitten. Sigh.
Yes, he would be a very special little kitten. Joey's a nice, handsome boy, and I'm sure he was a nice, handsome little kitty. Thanks for the donation, even though.
Some fresh air of the type of at least rhetoric that I'd like to see a single president have, any president have for terrorists, which is the full SAM treatment, which is, and we can go into why I think that is like a very crucial thing for the survival of civilization in the long run. And this is, go ahead.
You go first. Sorry.
Yeah, and just to be clear, this is like I had no doubts that I was voting for a madman. Like there were no. The one thing that I did hope for, and I do think is happening to some degree, is that we have enough institutions in our system that although crazy things would happen, we have enough things in our institution that there is some sort of reining in for the madman that happened last Trump administration and are to some degree are happening this Trump administration. So, for example, you will see a lot of rhetoric about tariffs, but then when you actually get to the nitty-gritty of what the tariffs are actually covering, a lot of it is a virtue signal. And then you'll see rhetorics about, these H-1B, eventually it's like H-1B visa stuff. But then when you realize, when he gets to the point where you realize his administration saying, okay, well, actually, we can't destroy the economy, all of a sudden you get the rhetoric about, I was for H-1B visas all along. So there's this...
Prophesized.
And Thunderfoot's prophecy is the one that they can't beat. The feet of thunder are shaking the ground as the world is waking up to the truth that's being found. Elon's empire's crumbling, and the people are starting to see the feet of thunder are the ones that will set him free. So listen to the thunder and the prophecy that's being told.
Yeah, a quick reminder of...
He was actually accurate with that prediction.
How it started.
If you've been under a couple rocks and you don't know why, this video will explain it to you.
Elon Musk multitasks better than you. Very few people have influenced more global industries all at once.
And how it's going now.
Yeah, I mean, we dug our own grave with Cybertruck. Nobody, in general, I think nobody digs a grave better than themselves.
And when the dust settles and the truth is finally unsealed.
Tesla goes bankrupt, your $100,000 Cybertruck can be made completely worthless in an instant because it has a software glitch. That's it. It's dead forever. And it's not just your car. Tesla is going to be seriously dead. In the last 3 months, it's lost just under $1 trillion of market cap. That's a staggering $10 billion per day, every day for the last 100 days.
Then there are the protests, not just in the US, but worldwide demonstrations and boycotts of Tesla to oppose Musk's one-man war on the federal government.
Hell, remember when Musk said he was going to cut $2 trillion of the US budget?
How much do you think we can rip out of this wasted $6.5 trillion Harris-Biden budget?
Well, I think we can do at least 2 trillion.
Yeah!
Yes.
2 trillion! Well, he's not that crazy after all. He managed to lose that much money from the value of Tesla in just 3 months. You don't want to know how much of a genius Musk is at losing value for Tesla. The company only sells some $100 billion worth of cars every year. So in a quarter, they only sell about $25 billion worth of cars. That's not profits, by the way. Profits would optimistically be some 10% of that. This is just total sales. Musk somehow managed to turn $25 billion of car sales into $1,000 billion of losses for the company. And if you're thinking, that's not possible, you're kind of right. Because it turns out Tesla doesn't really make any money from making or selling cars. So how is Tesla stock worth so much money? Because it's not. Tesla stock is a $1 million note printed on an inkjet printer, along with a caption that says, this $1 million bill was issued by tech genius Elon Musk, who invented the Hyperloop, the tunnel, and the robot. If you value Tesla based on what it actually sells as a company, it's still probably somewhere between 5 to 10 times overvalued. Factor in Musk's rebranding, and no, the whole thing is worthless. This is why people like the head of Tesla sells her stock like crazy, because the price that it sells for is fiscally irrational. Elon Musk's brother, who knows nothing about cars but is somehow still on the Tesla board, also is selling his stock like crazy. When the top management is selling everything they can from the company, this is a sign that it's time to get off the ship. And when a direct endorsement from the president telling the people who elected him because they wanted cheaper eggs that they should buy a $50,000 electric car. You know, not because they need it or anything, just to show they support Musk. And the Commerce Secretary telling people they should buy Tesla now because it's a really good deal.
Buy Tesla. It's unbelievable that this guy's stock is this cheap. It'll never be this cheap again. When people understand the things he's building, the robots he's building, the technology he's building.
Yeah, amazing technology.
Red donators, you should have asked Avi if he'd still vote for Trump if he was Ukrainian and not Jewish. That may have changed his interests. I don't know. How is he going to cuck all of Europe and force 20 countries to start developing nukes now? I think U.S. could have easily dealt with terrorism under any president. Biden was not doing a good job when it came to dealing with terrorism. Neither is Trump. He also has a pretty bad track record, but he's better. Like, again, the pushback against that would be, well, Ukraine still has European support, where Israel has no European support, and they rely on the U.S. So if you vote for a president who isn't really going to give them the support they need, they're really fucked. But if you vote in a president who won't give Ukraine support, they still have a lot of European countries who's willing to help them. Thanks for the donation, Red.
What do you like? Cars held together with glue.
People are going to be dreaming of today and Jesse Waters and thinking, gosh, I should have bought Elon Musk's stock. I mean, who wouldn't invest in Elon Musk? You got to be kidding.
Yeah, when all of that and a presidential endorsement doesn't even result in the smallest blip in the downward spiral of Tesla stock. Tesla's reputation is dead. It's never coming back.
At an end, your rule is. And not short enough it was.
And if you want to know how truly desperate it is for Musk, he's just had an all-hands meeting where he basically begs his employees to not sell their stock.
Kathy Wood at ARK Invest do see the future. What I'm saying is hang on to your stock. So,
curiously, advice he didn't give to his brother. You know, the one on the board of Tesla.
Yep.
But get this, okay? In the past 3 months, top officials in Tesla, people at the top of the company, they have sold more than 745,000 shares in the company. In that same period, they have bought 0 shares of the company they work for.
That is, the top management has sold hundreds of millions of dollars of Tesla stock. They can't get rid of it fast enough, while simultaneously recommending that the employees hold on to their stock. You want the quick version? Musk was going bankrupt all along. He just needs an excuse to blame it on for what will likely be the biggest loss of capital in human history. Yeah, Musk's place in history is assured. Remember, he used to be about saving the planet, right?
Are you sincerely trying to save the world?
well, I'm trying to do good things, yeah. I mean, saving the world is not
But you're trying to do good.
So why did he suddenly lose interest in this whole Messiah complex stuff to focus on how the government handles inventory control on software?
We found entire situations of software licenses or media subscriptions where there were 0 logins. So it had that,
and yet we were paying for it.
Yes, so the government was paying for it.
Yeah, Musk's gone from saving the world to not understanding basic concepts like inventory management. Mentally, what you're looking at here is a man who wants to get as far away from the train wrecks of Tesla and SpaceX, so he can pretend that finding a piece of software that someone wasn't using in the government was really important.
Triage the things that I do at each company, and constantly think about what is the most useful thing that I could do.
Yeah, because you know what makes government really efficient is just randomly firing 25,000 people on a whim, causing massive disruption, then having a court rule that, that was all massively illegal. And now they have to go through the bureaucracy and cost of rehiring those 25,000 people. Musk is literally like the 4-year-old with no idea what he's doing, thinking he's making mommy's cooking so much more efficient.
I triage the tasks and try to do the things that are most useful or where I most need it.
What is that horrible fucking haircut, dude?
Reality, his thoughts are as profound as, well, why do we need a disaster relief fund if there isn't a disaster now? It's literally as stupid as Musk coming along and saying, I was stunned as the leader of Doge to find out that we have all of these soldiers employed, and yet none of them are actually fighting in a war today. That is, we're paying them to do literally nothing. And the US Army is 75% logistics. That is, for every soldier just sitting around and doing absolutely no combat, there are 3 logistics people standing around doing absolutely nothing to support someone not doing any combat. Clearly, this is peak government inefficiency. I mean, we're not even fighting a war. Why do we need soldiers if we're not even fighting a war? Clearly waste, fraud, and abuse. And if you think this is too hyperbolic, too stupid, I'd like to remind you that Musk saw fit to fire all of the people who maintained the nuclear weapons stockpile, and then decided, oh no, we need those people, we should rehire them, only to find out they deleted all the data and couldn't even contact them. Now, shock and horror, he's found a license of a software that wasn't being used. Was this done as part of an optimal strategy of inventory management? Well, you can't tell because Musk never actually bothered working that out. Yeah, Musk is more qualified to be a professional video games player than he is to find inefficiencies in government, which is probably why the king of hypocrisy has a video.
We live in the timeline we need, not the timeline we want.
Gazan clan leaders are calling for an intifada against Hamas. Some have already scheduled protests for tomorrow. That is hilarious. I guess they've had enough. Don't know why they couldn't have done that before. Thanks for the donation, retard.
Games playing set up in his office so he can fire other people for not working hard enough. I'll tell you exactly what happens next. Musk is going to blame Tesla going bankrupt on all of those mean people not buying his cars.
I mean, if the company fails because of an advertised boycott, it will fail because of an advertised boycott, and that will be what bankrupted the company, and that's what everyone on Earth will know.
Yeah, that was Musk getting ahead of the story that the failure of Twitter wasn't because of his disastrous leadership.
GFY.
I understand that, but there's a reality too.
That is quite interesting.
Red Donatillers, yeah, well, now even Taiwan, South Korea, and Japan is considering developing nukes because Trump said that he won't lift his ass if China or North Korea invades them, and if war breaks there, it's going to be really bad for world economy, much worse than Russia. Yeah, he's also pro-nuclear proliferation, which is really fucking stupid because one, if we ever in the future end up having bad relations with any of these countries and we end up going to war, that creates a huge logistical issue. And two, with increased nuclear proliferation, you're going to end up having states that you don't want to have nukes getting nukes, And especially with unstable governments, you may end up having terror groups getting nukes. Trump's just a fucking retard, dude. If only his mother swallowed him. Thanks for the donation, Red.
Watching Musk so amused by his great sense of humour until the interviewer points out you just kind of loaded up your business into a burlap sack with a concrete weight and thrown it into the bay.
Right? Yes, no.
I mean, Linda Yaccarino's right here, and she's got to sell advertising.
Absolutely. So, totally. No, actually, what?
I can stress this wasn't some great setup gotcha question. This is just like the most obvious question, which shifts Musk from this.
What do you do?
Why?
I understand that, but there's a reality too.
To this.
Sell advertising.
Absolutely. So, totally. No, actually, what?
It's basically this.
What do you do?
Godspeed, Spider-Man. I understand that, but there's a reality too.
Oh.
Leading to the most obvious conclusion ever.
What this advertising boycott is going to do is it's going to kill the company.
Musk later shifted his strategy from telling his advertisers to GFY to he would sue them if they didn't advertise on Twitter. And about 2 years after Musk claimed he would make Twitter the everything app and delivered nothing, in a leaked email, Musk says that Twitter is barely break-even amid stagnant user growth and unimpressive revenue. Likewise, Tesla, despite its meme stock valuation, has financially been on the rocks for years. In 2017, they took 1,000 pre-orders of a $250,000 for a sports car Musk said he was building now.
Dude, I hate Patrick Bet David. This is what happens when a magatard meets an actual scientist who knows facts.
We don't even know if the vaccine worked or not at the...
Patrick Bet David is a scammer. He basically ran a pyramid scheme. Legally speaking, it's technically not a pyramid scheme, but it was one of these MLM things that are literally a pyramid scheme. There's just a legal loophole with MLMs. So he basically just stole money from people. And that's how he got rich. He didn't actually make anything that's actually good or useful or productive. He just stole money. And you would imagine somebody like that whose interest in politics is just a grifting, lying retard. We've already watched this, so I'm not going to bother watching it again. We saw this on stream months ago. Thanks for the donation break.
And his supporters have the fucking nerve to say he is not like Hitler.
That is just pure cope. He, if he was alive during Nazi Germany, he'd literally be like Goebbels or something. He would absolutely be in the Nazi party. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
The foundation of the whole company was the Tesla Roadster. People have asked us for a long time, when are you going to make a new Roadster?
He'd be like Goring. The fat retard, Hermann Goring. Yeah, the rich guy who gave Hitler money. He literally would have been Goring.
Roadster. We are making it now. Be the fastest to 100 miles an hour. 4.2 seconds to 100 miles an hour. These are all world records.
Yep, everything Musk said there was complete bullshit. He took $250,000 off 1,000 or so people and just ghosted them. Leading to one previously avid Tesla fan, one Marquez Brownlee, posting that this aged like milk next to his almost decade-old reservation for a car that will never exist. A point that's emphasized by someone else who replied to this tweet saying that I got one of those too, but the post was made in 2017 when the reservation was, saying that 2020, when the car was meant to be delivered, is going to be a good year. It's now 2025 and they've not even made a single car. And the response to Marquez's post is predictably full of Tesla fans, saying things like, wow, unfollow, just like your channel. Oh boy, unsubscribed, you'll need to stay out of politics. And why? See.
What? Complaining that Musk lied about the fucking Roadster is a political position?
Seems like a badass car. Is it too expensive? Or Mark Robber, showing the most obvious...
He's saying that to Mark, these people are just fucking deranged, dude.
perfectly robust test results that Tesla's full self-driving can't distinguish the difference between an open road and a Wile E. Coyote-style open road drawn on a brick wall. You know, because it relies on cameras rather than LiDAR. All to the whales of a million Tesla fans claiming that it was all irrelevant because he edited the video. And it's like, no, this is one of the most solid, robust results ever. Tesla full self-driving will always plow straight into a wall with a convincing road drawn on it because cameras can't distinguish between the two. And lastly, there's another old Tesla fan in the form of jerry-rig everything.
But the Cybertruck's aluminum castings being glued together is not something I had on my 2025 bingo card.
How tough is your truck?
A cast aluminum frame with 3/16 wall thickness is just a slap in the face to anyone who bought one of these Cybertrucks.
How tough is your truck?
Thinly cast aluminum is not enough to hold an 11,000-pound trailer in all conditions.
So it's ultra hard, cold rolled stainless steel alloy that we've developed. We're going to be using the same alloy in the Starship rocket and in the Cybertruck.
The Cybertruck is not a rigid stainless steel exoskeleton supertruck like it was advertised. It's a soft, supple, porous Mohs 3-level cast aluminum with the towing ability of a pop can.
Jerry has now firmly joined the club of people hated by Musk fans. Welcome to the club, Jerry. Now, a position I've now been in for basically the last 10 years. We don't care about your facts and reasoned arguments. You just hate Musk because he's more successful than you. How many $250,000 pre-orders for sports cars have you sold today? Now, if most normal people had just run a $250 million scam like this, they would be in jail.
Told me, you said if any company kept its books the way the federal government does, they'd arrest the officers and put them in jail.
Yes.
For Musk, it was Tuesday. And maybe just to drive the point home, regular car companies in good financial health don't usually end up running $250 million scams like this. They did the exact same thing with the Tesla Semi. You know, this didn't just start with his computer gaming antics. Musk was a fraud long before his hair was. Sorry, that needs more of a hammer drop. Musk was a fraud long before his hair was. Damn! And many thanks to those over the years who have supported this channel on Patreon, calling out Musk's bullshit while he was being exalted as a tech genius by, well, basically everyone else. Now, Canada is just about to end some subsidies for electric cars. And boom, a single Tesla dealership reports selling several thousand cars in a day or so. That's like selling a car every 10 seconds or something. So they could claim millions of dollars of government subsidy. And then you remember all that stuff that Musk did with the Roadster, and it's like, yeah, ripping people off is just kind of in his DNA. With an ethical history like Musk, I wouldn't put it past him to torch a few of his vast unsold lots of Teslas and blame it on protesters. You know, because it's a damn sight easier to fill in a fraudulent insurance claim than to sell a Tesla these days. On top of that, since Tesla lost its master of coin last year, all of a sudden, over $1 billion is just randomly unaccounted for. Then I'm just getting really strong Sam Bankman-Fried vibes off this guy. You know, the guy who embezzled about $1.5 billion and used it to try and buy political influence to keep him out of jail. Didn't go so well. You know, you don't just casually lose $1.5 billion of money. And this is real money, by the way. It's not like value of Tesla stock or something. Seems like the ketamine-fueled rebranding might not have been the brilliant masterstroke that Musk said it would be in a master plan Third Reich. Gosh, seems like actively promoting Russian propaganda, like saying the US should withdraw from NATO, you know, basically undermining the security of the West, doesn't go down very well with people who live in the West. But Tesla was dead long before this. You see, back in 2018, Tesla had a brand new, shiny electric car. It was expensive, it was exclusive, and it was the only thing on the market.
So let's talk about the Tesla. I have a Tesla. Yeah. Okay, and I love it. You've got a new thing.
And it's easy to be competitive when you're the only thing on the market. Roll the clock forward the best part of 10 years, and every large car manufacturer out there has a fleet of newer, shinier, fancier models than Tesla has on the market. They're cheaper, they're better made, they're not held together with glue. Yeah, Tesla were first to market with a super expensive, high profit margin cult product, whilst the rest of the market has now filled up all of the extra spaces with affordable options. Tesla's attempt to salvage this was the Cybertruck, a car that it turns out is about 10 times more likely to burn you to death than the famously flamey Ford Pinto.
We're learning more about the truck's design and how difficult it can be for people inside to escape when seconds count. Piedmont's police chief said that when emergency crews arrived, the truck was fully engulfed in flames when that vehicle crashed. People who drive or ride in Teslas may not realize they could have a hard time getting out of their vehicle if it catches fire. That's because when the battery power is lost, people have to use a manual release.
Oh, that is... How does that get approved by DOT? Like, what the fuck is going on?
To open those doors.
Say two men were inside when they noticed smoke coming out of the front of their Tesla 3. They say they pulled over but could not open the doors. They were trapped inside. We're told one of them broke a window and both were able to get out without any injuries.
But in the Cybertruck, Tesla's website shows the front door release is in front of the window switches. The back door release is in the side door.
See, Trunk Stony Tillers is how dudes need to start treating their wives / significant others.
And
if I don't know you, then
please stop interrupting me. The thing is, when I got down on one knee again, I got interrupted, and I wouldn't have done.
Reality TV is for, like, actual fucking chimpanzees, dude. Thanks for the donation, Trunks.
A lot of young conservatives have realized Jordan Peterson is an actual retard downy who is just grifting. He was shitting on Harris, hyping Trump up, the usual conservative Christian grift. Now he is backpaddling all the way to New Zealand, dude, lol.
Yeah, and he has no way of justifying why he was, like, a big Trump fan. Like, everybody warned him, everyone told him, even Trump told you himself that he was a jackass. It's so stupid. Like, yeah. Whatever sells, whatever grift works, money and attention, that's all he's about. Thanks for the donation, broski.
And mind you, there were Christians who did in fact support Hitler.
Yep, there definitely were. Yep. Well, that's what Christians are taught to do, right? Obey, don't question anything, just be a little bitch, don't fight back, so... Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Or pocket underneath a panel. Michael Brooks of the Center for Auto Safety in Washington, D.C. told us there are currently no federal standards for where those emergency releases have to be located.
The crash of a Tesla Cybertruck in Piedmont last month that killed 3 young people is raising new questions about the safety features of the vehicle.
Yeah, I mean, it's true.
Retard donated $3. Oh, yeah. This hearing was hilarious.
Director Gabbard, were you overseas during any parts of these discussions?
Yes, Senator, I was.
Were you using your private phone or a public phone for the signal discussions?
I won't speak to this because it's under review by the National Security Council. Once that review is complete, I'm sure we'll share the results with the committee.
What is under review? It's a very simple question. Are you your private phone or an officially issued phone? What could be under review?
National Security Council is reviewing all aspects of how this came to be, how the journalist was inadvertently added to the group chat, and what occurred within that chat across the board.
But so you were not going to disclose anything about whether you use the phone.
Yeah, well, that's an admission, if I've ever heard one.
Director Radcliffe, this was a huge mistake, correct?
No.
A national political...
Hold on.
No, you
Let me
hold
answer.
on. No,
The
Director
answer- the
Radcliffe,
reason
I
I
asked
say
you a yes
no-
or no question, and now you hold on. A national political reporter
You can characterize it how you want.
Was made privy
The White
to
House has
sensitive
made
information
clear
about
that there
imminent
was an
military
inadvertent
operations against a
mistake,
foreign terrorist
an inadvertent
organization.
mistake of adding a reporter.
And that wasn't a huge
to a
mistake?
seal.
That wasn't a huge mistake?
Well, I think they characterized
This is
it as
an
a mistake.
embarrassment. This is utterly unprofessional. There's been no apology. There has been no recognition of the gravity of this error. And by the way, we will get the full transcript of this chain, and your testimony will be measured carefully against its content.
They're all DEI hires. After complaining about DEI woke policies, all of these people are DEI hires.
Certainly think that the White House is going to get to the bottom of this issue to understand how Goldberg got into this chat.
Yeah, I can tell you who will is Elon Musk. He's going to get to the bottom of it.
Correct.
Byron and Ned, thank you so much.
Fox News is not a news organization, dude. There's fucking TikTokers who have better political commentary. Thanks for the donation, retard. Afternoon Tiller's Thunderfoot is the OG that's been hating him this whole time, and he was always right, lol. Didn't Musk call him a pedo like 8 years ago? How salty of him. There was a bunch of shitty Musk fan channels not too long ago. I think they're all dissolved now. Yeah, there's some dumbass who had like $1 million in savings and he put it all in Tesla stock. Wonder if he sold it off before the collapse. But yeah, it's been pretty obvious for a while. Musk is a fucktard. Thanks for the donation, F.
Musk didn't think they would need door handles, but did make sure the doors would be bulletproof.
Really absurd to expect humans in situations where there's a fire and seconds matter to be able to look in their owner's manual and figure out how they're going to open a manual door release.
Door pocket underneath a panel. Michael Brooks of the Center for Auto Safety in Washington.
Musk did
manual and figure out how they're going to open a manual door release that's hidden.
The art of failure of the Cybertruck can be best summed up in they claim they had some 2 million pre-orders.
So it's really the demand is off the charts. We have over 1 million people who reserved the car. So it's not a demand issue.
Which turned out to be fulfilled in less than a year after they'd made 30,000 trucks. That is the unlimited demand that Musk was saying there was a million units that people wanted. It turns out it wasn't 1 million units. It was approximately 3% of what they said it was. A net production, they claim they could be making between 250,000 and 500,000 trucks per year.
I think we'll end up with roughly 250,000 Cybertrucks a year.
Yeah, in reality, their first year, their strongest year, their year with unlimited demand was about 30,000. That's 10% of where they expected to be. You know, this was before people knew they were held together with glue.
Turns off!
Tesla is so beyond dead. And people might be looking thinking, wow, look, Musk is trying to enrich himself by getting $400 million of Cybertrucks sold to the US government, which at some, $100,000 a piece is some 4,000 Cybertrucks. Oh, great, a quarter of a year's worth of Cybertruck sales. Yeah, remind me again what the rate of Tesla's market cap decline was. Ah, yes, $10 billion a day for 100 days straight. $500 million would prop up its stock for about an hour. But SpaceX will save him, right? No, SpaceX's valuation makes Tesla's valuation look sane. In reality, SpaceX is just a giant furnace that burns venture capital and government money. In fact, SpaceX isn't so much a space launch company as it's that Starlink is a satellite company that uses its rockets to occasionally launch other people's stuff. And those Starlink satellites are now falling out of the sky at the rate of about 100 per month. That is, SpaceX literally accounts for some 90% of the space junk.
Imagine how advanced we could have been as a species if everyone was vegan. Leaders and politicians would act rational and would work together to fight poverty and climate change worldwide, etc. Instead, we are fighting fictional book versus green-haired lesbian.
I don't think everybody being vegan would lead to that kind of world. It would only mean people wouldn't kill and eat animals. That's all it would mean. People would still be stupid and do stupid shit. Just because you're vegan, it doesn't mean you're perfectly sensible. Thanks for the donation, though, broski.
I sadly saw someone driving one of these recently. It's sad they are becoming popular.
They are not becoming popular. They're hardly selling any. So just a bunch of people have them, but they are not becoming popular. There's a guy who lives near me who has a Cybertruck, and even if I was hyped for the Cybertruck and everything, if I had to take delivery of that piece of shit and I saw it in person, I wouldn't accept delivery. It looks totally fucking different in person compared to, like, the promotional photos and everything. Looks like absolute dog shit. And yeah, lo and behold, it is built like absolute dog shit. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
Falling to Earth. Now, Starlink's goal was, of course, to provide internet coverage to isolated places where landlines or similar things weren't an option for high-speed internet. And sure, Musk was pretty quick to try and cancel a contract of Viacom to run airport stuff, and to give it to Starlink, which makes no sense whatsoever. You know, in that airports aren't remote and have access to fast landlines. Starlink has literally nothing to add to that contract. As for Starship, well, that's now up to Flight 9? And is still trying to achieve the goals of Flight 1. You know, go to not orbit and get to the other side of the world safely. Yeah, that's not what it was meant to do. It was meant to make a lunar lander that should have landed on the moon, last year, in 2024. Optimistically, SpaceX has completed 1% of the work for 99% of the money. You know, because it was run by Mr. Efficiency. Yeah, those 8 rockets that you saw blowing up was Elon Musk blowing the best part of $3 billion of taxpayer money. Now, there'll be some people who say, yes, but Tesla didn't lose $10 billion a day. It's just because Tesla's got a meme stock valuation, which, yes, pretty much makes the valuation of Elon Musk a meme. A meme that is now this. And this might shock you, but not a lot of people want to own the Salute stock. Yeah, people are finally waking up to the fact that Musk is only one of the best video game players in the world if you believe what Elon Musk says. Likewise, Musk is only a mega-rich tech billionaire if you believe him. You know, because the truth is that Tesla as a car company is finished. It's over. It could run a car company while there was no competition and it was making expensive electric cars and raking in billions of dollars of government subsidies all over the world and selling off billions of dollars of carbon credits. Every single advantage that Musk ever had in the market is gone, and it's never coming back. The only thing that he's got left to fall back on are his brilliant skills as a video game player. Oh, sorry, and his brilliant tech visionary dreams. And, of course, his brand image. But what I can say is when the guy's first move in government was to cancel programs that included the HIV treatment that had kept some 20 million people alive. That is, the US government had been supplying the treatment to keep millions of people from developing AIDS and dying. Cost of that treatment, less than $1 per day. And one of the first things that Musk, one of the richest men on the planet, did was cancel all those lives. He just casually gave the orders for millions of people to effectively die. He then literally went on to tweet that Hitler didn't actually kill anyone, it was the people he ordered who did the killing. You know, just like Musk, only gave the orders. Yeah.
Does Canadian law allow for cars like this on roads? I live in Europe. Cars like this are forbidden on public roads. What a bummer. I would love to ride this.
Yeah, there's a guy in Ontario who has like replica Batmobile. So you can get something like this in Canada and drive it on the road. It is possible. There is one guy I know who's done it. Oh. Gum Gum. Come here, Gum Gum. How's my little handsome? How's my little handsome? Look how beautiful Gum Gum is. Look at his stripes. So beautiful. Just so handsome. You are such a handsome kitty. Oh, that's a good boy. Yes. That's a good Gum Gum. Love my Gum Gum so much. He's just so handsome. Yeah, that's a good baby. Such a good baby. Love my little baby Gum Gum. Yeah, I love my baby Gum Gum. You know you're a good baby? Yeah, you're a good baby. Gum Gum is a baby, and he's my baby. Thanks for the donation, Unga Bunga.
History won't just remember Musk as the guy who lost the most capital in history. Millions of people will have their cause of death listed as Elon.
No, I wouldn't get a Rivian. They're better than Tesla, but I wouldn't trust their like part support and shit. Those cars are also very difficult and expensive to insure. If they even get into a mild fender bender, it's practically a write-off. The way the body is constructed, the truck bed is directly connected to the rest of the frame. So it's not like a traditional truck where you have a frame and then the bed is slapped on top and then the like cabin is slapped on top. It's designed, it has like this fucked up retarded unibody design. So if you get into even a little fender bender, you could be looking at like half the car's value in repairs. So like 40 grand. So they're hard to insure, and even if you do get them insured, you may still have like ridiculous repair costs, and that's if you can even get it repaired. So I wouldn't bother getting one. Just get a normal ass fucking truck like any sane, rational fucking human being.
There's a ton of Cybertrucks here. I see them on the highway every other day. They all look like shit. The metal looks all worn or they have some gay paint job. I feel like they all got a Batman complex.
Let me see this stupid shit.
People living in the West have the most power over anyone else in the world to stop the genocide. We are living in the belly of the beast. We have direct geographical, physical access to the politicians, the propagandists, the weapons companies, and the supply chains that are facilitating this genocide. Protesting is great. We should keep doing that. But also, I feel...
So to answer this question, why are you telling your audience that, protest divestment doesn't work and it's time to escalate, but not elaborate on what that escalation involves? Well, again, we know what he means. Kill Jews, overthrow the government, commit, Nazi rule. That's what he means. But he can't say it, obviously. But we all know what he means. He's a fucking Nazi.
Feel like we have to be honest with ourselves. 17 months in, and what is protesting actually accomplished? Raising awareness, sure. Divestment, yeah, in some places. But really, politically, materially, nothing. Israel just killed the most children in its history in a single night with total impunity, with a deafening silence among the Western media. If we want this genocide to stop, it's time to escalate. That's all I'm saying. So anyways, yes.
See, you can lay it out very easily, one sentence at a time. It's quite clear. We in the West have direct physical access to a bunch of people, including the propagandists, after just labeling a bunch of people creators, propagandists. What does protesting achieve? Well, some things, but overall, basically nothing. If we want this to stop, we need to escalate. That's all I'm saying. I'm sorry. If you had a clear vision for what needs to be done to stop the genocide, you would say it because you want to direct your audience into something fruitful. Unless the thing you want your audience to do is against TOS, criminal, violent, etc. He's calling for people to do something that he is too cowardly to say himself. He's calling for people to do dirty work for him. That's what this is. It is unambiguously a call for violence, okay? I'm sorry. And he doesn't want to spoil his cute little life. He doesn't want to fuck his income and ruin the little cushy career that he's got a hold of. He doesn't want to do that. He wants other people to fuck up their lives and get thrown in jail or whatever else for him. He wants other people to be Luigi or fucking, what's his face, Aaron Bushnell or whoever else. And it's interesting that he said propagandists because that might actually encompass the people that he's just spent the entire video calling genocide defenders. I'm sorry, if you can understand how January 6th was an incitement to violence, Trump, despite him saying peacefully, patriotically, if you can understand how that whole speech in all its context is a call to violence, then you understand how this is as well.
Yep. Base take. This guy's a Nazi scumbag. Cowardly fucking scumbag piece of shit. Thanks for the donation, retard.
Did Imeshan my neighborhood also has a sign that says anti-Semitism shall NTBito traded here good someone has brains for once.
That's nice. Sounds like you live in a decent neighborhood. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Musk. Now, is this murder or manslaughter? Well, this is kind of like debating if Mao killed people when technically they died of starvation. But ultimately, it was Musk's orders that will have caused the deaths of millions of people.
Yeah, Elon Musk is going broke. It's good to see.
What do you really know about testosterone?
The major effect of testosterone is to make effort feel good.
The sex hormone has a role in sexual health, motivation, and confidence, and according to the internet, testosterone levels are plummeting across the globe.
So testosterone levels today are lower now than they were pre-World War II.
10 signs your testosterone levels may be too low, putting you at future risk.
And men today, we're pretty much all running headlong off a testosterone cliff.
Testosterone in most men peaks at the age of 19, and then shortly after, your total testosterone drops by roughly 1.6% every year.
So really, it's just a matter of time before it affects us all.
Which is why millions of men are turning to testosterone replacement therapy, also known as TRT, to stave off the inevitable decline of aging.
All that matters is that you have it in your system. If you don't have it in your system, you're not going to feel as good. It's real simple.
I did start TRT, so I do a baby dose of testosterone. 46, so 46. It's about time. I started that like 3 years ago.
It's hard to overstate the...
Bruh. I have a very hard time believing this guy does a baby dose.
like 3 years ago.
It's hard to
Are you
overstate the
kidding me?
constant deluge of internet messaging that pushes just about every man to be concerned about their own testosterone numbers, because it seems to be a solution to just about everything. Companies everywhere sell custom formulas to bring your hormones into optimal male balance, to transform you from an underperforming, low-motivation, sex-starved geezer back into the vitality of your teenage years.
It's Project Rejuvenating Johnson's Johnson.
With every great promise, of course, there is a dark side. While testosterone treatments can be transformative and life-saving for people with diagnosable clinical deficiencies, a series of news stories and academic papers over the last few years indicate that a lot more men are on testosterone now than there should be. If anything, we are in an overprescription epidemic.
But it kind of blows my mind that these TRT clinics are up all over the place, given how bad. I mean, I see the results because I have patients that come from them, and I don't understand why they're so incompetent.
I actually think it's worse than that. I think that they simply don't understand and don't care, because it's a pill mill and it's a money mill.
Testosterone is the kind of business that starts off by making a patient feel better, but ultimately destroys their ability to produce testosterone naturally, hooking them on an expensive hormone regimen for the rest of their lives.
Testosterone's pretty inexpensive. I think in the United States, like literally all medications are more expensive because, you know, your superior healthcare. You're paying 2 to 4 times the cost of the same drug, and that's just because it's better in the United States, you know. But testosterone's pretty inexpensive. It's not particularly expensive.
I never thought about it, but that sounds that sounds about like a pretty good business strategy for these predatory practices. Yeah.
When I started researching the story, I wanted to understand how the massive influx of sex hormone supplementation has altered the way that Americans talk about masculinity. It was going to be an investigation into how top influencers and podcasters in the manosphere directly profit off of affiliate marketing deals with testosterone companies. And while that is indeed the case, something as obvious as just watching the end credits of almost any YouTube video pumping TRT.
Channel, you can check out anything I'm associated with in the video description below, including my TRT clinic.
No, there's a new 12-week full gym program inside the Swole app. Get after it.
There actually appears to be something much stranger and insidious going on here, because testosterone doesn't only initiate physical changes. Studies on humans and animals show that it also alters a person's personality in a way that affects all of their social interactions. And this research really blew my mind, because if a substantial portion of the top influencers in the manosphere are taking testosterone, then it is reasonable to assume that this hormonal filter actually changes the way they talk about, well, just about everything. They're running an experiment where they are effectively giving a voice to a hormone. But before I get into that, we first need to talk about the actual well-studied benefits of testosterone replacement therapy. Here's endocrinologist Karl Nadolsky.
Testosterone replacement therapy is absolutely appropriate and indicated and generally beneficial and safe for those who have diseases causing hypogonadism, which is hypothalamic pituitary or testicular disease of a variety of causes.
For clinical cases, testosterone can be completely revolutionary, a huge positive for people who are severely deficient. But therein lies the rub. For people who don't actually have critically low levels, initial administration of testosterone often feels pretty darn good. Supplement takers often report that they feel the boost that they have been primed to expect from podcast commercials and influencers. They perceive themselves as improving across all axes of life. This is a somewhat similar effect to a drug dealer offering the first dose for free, knowing that they're going to hook a customer for life once the euphoria transforms into addiction. The problem, of course, is that artificially high levels start a cascade of changes in the body where a person stops being able to produce testosterone endogenously, and without the supplement leading to a situation where a person might become physically dependent on T in just a few months. In time, those changes become permanent.
Testosterone therapy, if you don't need it, causes you to then have hypogonadism. It shrinks your testicles, right?
And it's not just shrunken balls. High testosterone is linked to infertility, blood clots, heart problems, depression, anxiety, and mania. From the honest clinician's point of view, this is a nightmare scenario where patients taking too much testosterone end up with a whole suite of problems that mask the underlying symptoms that brought them.
Typically, when people get anxiety issues from testosterone, it's because they're using an AI, an aromatase inhibitor. So if you don't get a concordant increase with estrogen, that's usually what triggers anxiety. Dodo, donate $2. Let me see. Take 2.5 milligrams Cialis daily, not for erections, but for longevity. Here's what the science says about Cialis lifespan extension. He says that, but Cialis does improve his erections. So, why it's not the reason by my 3-hour long, yeah, so that's not true. That is certainly contributing. It lowers your blood pressure, I know that. Yeah, so it has a blood pressure lowering effect. But, like, to claim this is not doing anything to improve his erections, that's just bullshit. It's a very powerful drug. Like, if you're on it, you notice a difference. I was taking it when I was depressed, and the depression was causing erectile dysfunction. It makes a huge noticeable fucking difference. And if I was sexually active, I'd start taking it again just because it just makes sex more fun. Like, you just have bigger erections, period. So if it doesn't have any negative downsides, why wouldn't you take a drug that makes sex more pleasurable? So he's kind of full of shit here. And again, this is all shit related to it improving blood flow.
He gave us cars that drive so fast, made rockets built to blast. Oh, thank you, Elon Musk.
Wow, that is pathetic.
Eliminating woke pain.
I can't even watch that. That's cringe as fuck, dude. What a bootlicker.
Human brain size has been declining for the last 10,000 years, so we've actually been getting dumber.
Why has brain size been declining?
The collective brain argument suggests that at a certain size, you'll begin farming off specialists. So there's a store of knowledge in the society, and we can all be generalists and learn how to do all the different skills. But at some point, it makes efficiency sense for us to specialize in different skills. In order for that to be the case, though, we have to have social agreements of some sort that allow us to trade or exchange things like that. But then once we're specializing, we don't necessarily need as large a brain as we distribute the overall brain power amongst the society. So it could be that we're becoming more of a superorganism. And you see the same thing in ants. When ants get specialized occupational casts, their individual brains shrink.
That's an interesting theory. It's really hard to... There's other reasons for the shrinking in brain size. It may also be due to us becoming less violent. There is a correlation between brain size and violence. So just certain behaviors, like antisocial tendencies, may be being weeded out over time, and that might be responsible for the reduction in brain size. It also might just be an efficiency thing. The brain just doesn't need to be that size, and it's just shrinking over time, but the efficiency is improving. Because average IQ is increasing. That said, we're very well aware of just retarded dumbasses, but, you know, if you were to go back in time, you know, you'd be talking to, like, dumbass tribes people, and... you know, they're all into mutilating genitals and sacrificing a goat so that it'll rain or something. So, I don't know. Who knows?
Human brains.
So I understand that DoD policy prohibits discussion of even what is called controlled unclassified information, or CUI, on unsecured devices. Are both of you aware of that DoD policy?
I haven't read that policy.
Not familiar with the DoD policy, but I would say that the Secretary of
Neither of us know how to do our job.
Defense is the original classification authority for DoD in deciding what would be classified information.
Ms. Gabbard.
Wow. Again, DEI hire. They're Trump loyalists, so hire them. DEI initiatives. Yeah, we really need to get rid of DEI. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
I take to Dalafil. Shit's awesome. Did you watch Manchurian Candidate yet, nigga Richard?
No, I have not. I have been busy, and by nighttime, I'm just too tired to watch a movie. Thanks for the donation, though, retard.
If only the Iron Giant was here to eat those cars Elon made.
Yeah, that'd be pretty dope. I wish I had, like, Forge's power from the X-Men. Forge could make any machine. I'd definitely make, like, an Iron Giant or something. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
To testosterone in the first place. But from a certain cynical capitalistic perspective, the physical dependence that testosterone can set off is a pill mill's perfect business plan. Once you get someone hooked, they have no choice but to take testosterone for the rest of their lives. Does this sound like any other big pharma business plans that you might have come across before? Well, mainstream pharmaceutical companies have been advertising TRT for decades. The advent of online retail led to an explosion in prescriptions. According to the Journal of the American Medical Association, between 2017 and 2019, online prescriptions for erectile dysfunction increased 1,500%, with spending on testosterone reaching more than $400 million a year. Then during COVID, prescriptions exploded yet again. Testosterone retailers like Get Blokes and TRT Nation, Henry Meds, Regen Health, Defy Medical, and just so many more started advertising testosterone replacement therapy to massive online audiences with commercials and influencer sponsorships. All you need to do to get it is book an online appointment, and just like when I got my medical marijuana card when I lived in California, prescriptions are all but guaranteed. In 2022, the urologist Justin Dubin wanted to know exactly how easy it was to get an inappropriate prescription from an online telehealth website.
I can tell you with 100% confidence, most of the information online is bad. Most of it is not given by a healthcare professional. And most of the people who are not healthcare professionals are probably pushing some kind of product. That's what our data showed. Right?
He posed as a secret shopper with normal labs who would not be eligible for testosterone in any ordinary circumstance from a real reputable clinic. But predictably, 6 out of 7 companies he approached prescribed testosterone even though he didn't meet the criteria. 50% of companies recommended a target goal of 1,000, the very upper limit of what is considered safe, and is a more typical level for a teenager than an aging adult man like myself. And incidentally, that's the sort of target high T number that you hear bragged about all across the manosphere.
Yeah. Testosterone makes you better. Why wouldn't you go higher?
They're more like DUI hires, Richard. They're all deflecting blame onto Pete Fagsith. Everyone with a brain calling for them to resign.
Yeah, maybe DIF hire is a better term. Dumb, incompetent fascist hires. But hopefully this does trigger resignations. Probably won't. They have no morals. Thanks for the donation, though, retard.
I wish we had a 100 feet tall robot like the Iron Giant to destroy Hamas.
Yeah, the Iron Giant would be good for that, too. We do have nukes, though. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Got 935 points.
So not only are people potentially getting hooked on testosterone who shouldn't have been prescribed it in the first place, but the companies themselves are targeting levels that are more appropriate for men who are 20 years younger. Which begs the question, should we really be trying to emulate the mental states of teenagers? Could there be an evolutionary reason that testosterone declines over the course of a man's lifetime? Now, I don't know about you, but when I was a teenager, I was an insufferable twat most of the time.
Yeah, I don't know why he's assuming having testosterone that high makes you in the mental state of a teenager. Like, aging does a number of things. DNA repair gets worse, recovery gets worse, your ability to handle, like, inflammation in your body gets worse. Like, if there's a drug that could reverse that, oh, well, we're supposed to age and get shittier. Like, again, the whole point of TRT is to not necessarily increase lifespan, but to have a higher quality of life.
Who had very little sense of self-preservation. Okay, I sort of walked into that one, but if you think I'm insufferable now, I promise you, my 18-year-old self would be just so much worse. It's almost like the sales pitch for testosterone is tailor-made for guys who peaked in high school. You'll get your vigor back. You'll want to have...
Bro, by the way, like, look at Karens. These are all middle-aged women who are entitled bratty fucking chimps And they just start fights, scream, have like the most ridiculous freakouts you could possibly fucking imagine. These are all middle-aged women. Do they have high testosterone? Like the most infantile, bratty fucking dipshits are all middle-aged women. So, like, are they on TRT?
Have sex constantly, and you'll be more confident. Probably overconfident.
The problem with steroids is that they work.
And this is where things get really strange. I mean, like mind-bendingly strange, because I think it's safe to assume that most of the famous people talking in favor of TRT are themselves...
No, TRT does not make your pee-pee not work, you fucking retard.
...on it. And while their programs might vary a little bit from one another, the actual research literature points to some very specific personality changes that come when someone supplements with too high levels of testosterone. A 2012 article in the International Journal of Endocrinology and Metabolism reviewed the available literature and concluded that, quote, in more sensitive laboratory paradigms, it has been observed that...
I think Gummy might have farted. Smell something weird. Did you fart, Gum Gum? Are you a fart cat? Gum Gum is so handsome. I love my Gum Gum.
Participants' testosterone rises in the winners of competitions, dominance trials, or in confrontations with fractious opponents. In other words, testosterone reinforces the drive to dominate other men. The researchers noted that the brain pathways led to more aggressive behavior in men, and this isn't shocking on its own. But there was a more recent paper by two researchers at Cambridge called The Role of Testosterone in Social Interaction, where they looked at direct physical aggression, economic competition, and face-to-face interactions with other men with high testosterone, and concluded that...
Wasn't this a rodent study? Or, a monkey study? I'm pretty sure this was a monkey study. Role of testosterone in social interaction. It may be a different paper, but I think this is monkeys. Although animal researchers established the role of testosterone as social hormone decades ago, causal influence on human social behaviors. So is this all human research? Animal models, human aggression. Does testosterone have the same aggression-related behavioral effects in humans as it appears to have in non-humans? Is this not the full paper? What the fuck? Oh, section snippets. Yeah, this isn't the full paper. Where's the full fucking paper? Two factors could be related to this. First, studies on physical aggression in humans have been limited to researching correlation between plasma hormone levels and observed aggression behaviors in field studies. High testosterone levels in male prisoners have been linked to having history of rape, murder, armed robbery, relatively low levels to history of theft and drug abuse. Similar pattern was observed in a study of female inmates. Causality in these studies remains unclear. The higher levels of aggression might well have caused the higher testosterone levels, leaving the question, yeah. Establishing the role of testosterone in driving behavior is the complexity of human aggression. In particular, it often takes purely psychological or even economic forms rather than being overtly violent. Yeah, so if you're not prone to physical aggression, but you're more prone to other forms of aggression, then testosterone might make you more, like, verbally aggressive, but it's not going to encourage you to be physically aggressive. In addition, different motives may underlie these behaviors in humans. Offensive aggression primarily intended to achieve a goal as opposed to reactive aggression. Defense response to provocation. Moreover, aggression in humans is often measured by self-report and frequently emphasizes trait aggression at the expense of context-dependent aggression. Not surprisingly, therefore, the existing evidence on the link between aggression, testosterone, in humans is relatively weak, but positive. Even if one accepts the fact that reactive aggression can be measured in a controlled laboratory environment, results are similarly inconclusive. Recent studies found a positive relationship between baseline testosterone levels and laboratory measures of reactive aggression. Others also report null findings in larger samples. Most importantly, however, causal role of testosterone on forms of reactive aggression could not be confirmed, as neither long-term nor acute administration of testosterone had an effect. In summary, although there is some evidence suggesting a role for endogenous testosterone levels in physical and non-physical forms of aggression, results are conflicting and inconclusive. There's no evidence for a direct causal link between testosterone administration and laboratory measures of non-physical aggression in humans. Does testosterone affect status-seeking behaviors? Measurements of testosterone at a single time point correlate positively with high dominance in both adolescents and adults. In addition, salivary testosterone levels correlate with implicit measures of power, motivation, increased vigilance for status threats. Anxiolysis and fear reduction. Further process that influences status-seeking behavior might be anxiolysis, as it might help to facilitate engagement in a contest. Several studies have shown that testosterone administration reduces anxiety-like behavior in rodents in a number of behavioral paradigms, including the defensive burying test. That's rodents. Stress resilience. None of these things seem particularly negative.
Where they looked at direct physical aggression, economic competition, and face-to-face interactions with other men with high testosterone, and concluded that it appears that testosterone promotes status-seeking and social dominance motives, and thus plays an important role in social status hierarchies. And this is the most important point. There is
That doesn't sound like a bad thing.
nothing more hierarchical than the relationship between a top alpha male podcaster and their audience of millions. The relationship constantly reinforces the host's own perception of dominance, which is also the image that they sell to their audience to emulate. Don't just take it from me. Take it from the internet's chief neuroscientist, Andrew Huberman.
It is healthy for there to be competition and hierarchy among young men. And when I say that, I mean that's the way that many young men traditionally, but still now, sort out what they're good at, what they're less good at. What we're missing nowadays is the opportunity to engage in healthy competition and hierarchy and be celebrated for that. And I look at this as just a healthy aspect of becoming a man.
While researching this video, I did a deep dive into the anthropological and sociological literature on hierarchy, and it would probably be a great video all on its own. But the most important takeaway of that about 5 hours of...
Is soy or pea protein more bioavailable? They're roughly identical. Tesla stock went over halfway back to where it was since Thunderfoot's video was made. I don't think that necessarily matters. Yeah, so it's climbing back up. Yeah, it's probably going to go down again. Yeah, this... I don't see the stock increasing. Like, their sales are down and everything. I don't see it really. There's probably just some stupid short-term thing, like, for literally no reason.
of research is that basically zero of the last 100 years of research on hierarchy has been reduced to the level of neuroscience conclusively. Instead, the whole reason CNN brought Huberman on to talk about the decline of masculinity is because they bought into his alpha male shtick.
Well, the word masculinity holds a different meaning to many. To try to better understand this question is Stanford neuroscientist Dr. Andrew Huberman, who hosts one of the top health podcasts in the world.
They could have been speaking to any other influencer in the manosphere, from Joe Rogan or Dan Bongino, Ben Shapiro, Lex Friedman, Aubrey Marcus, Lewis Howes, Stephen Bartlett, Brian Johnson, Andy Frisella, Peter Tia, Tim Ferriss, and I could go on, but you get the idea. These influencers sell the dream of being alpha males among alpha males. That dominance mode of thinking trickles down to places where men congregate and talk about podcasts and establish their mutual hierarchies, in the gym, in Brazilian jiu-jitsu studios, in offices and the workplace. And it needs to be said that the very dominant traits that they are associating with their enhanced form of masculinity are themselves enabled by the hormones that I assume they are pumping into their bodies. In other words, this is gender-affirming care for alpha males. And maybe this is what explains the manosphere's fixation on trans athletes competing unfairly in women's sports. They want to police other people's medical decisions while having access to the exact same options themselves.
I don't think any of them are claiming that people should be able to cheat in sports. I don't see how that is at all analogous.
That seems like a dominance fixation to me. But there's another way to think about it too. One that goes back to World War II, when our testosterone levels were supposedly more robust. In the 1940s, Nazis were looking for an edge on the battlefield, and everyone from regular soldiers in the Nazi army all the way up to Hitler himself were hopped up on amphetamines to give them superhuman levels of energy, and ultimately terrible decision-making abilities. Now, historians have come to interpret certain characteristic Nazi behavior through the pharmacological lens of amphetamines. And maybe we should take the same approach now when we think about how testosterone supplementation affects our current political discourse. It's not hard to find evidence of most of these guys talking about their own testosterone supplementation.
The replacement therapy, hormone replacement therapy, I started doing all that when I was 40.
Many of them even sell protocols, testing kits, and access to prescriptions to get you hooked on tea for life. Some physical changes are potential giveaways too, like the thickening skin you see on RFK Jr. That on its own isn't a dead giveaway, more like a rule of thumb. Luckily, it's something that he happily confirms in interviews.
I'm on an anti-aging protocol from my doctor that includes testosterone replacement.
Of the manosphere icons I've mentioned, the only one that I know personally is Andrew Huberman, who I met back in 2018. And he seemed to undergo a personality change, at least from my perspective, once he released his podcast and started to get famous in 2021. This was from an interview he gave just a few years ago.
I didn't touch testosterone from an exogenous source until I was 45.
Now, I did the math on that when he was 45, and it turns out that Huberman started taking testosterone the very same year that he began his podcast. In short order, Huberman went from being a relatively sane science educator into a jacked mega influencer who shills every product under the sun and overstates his expertise on just about everything outside his narrow
That is fucking true.
understanding of neuroscience. Now, I've done a bunch of videos on Huberman. If you want to know more, go check out this one titled Documenting Andrew.
You know what? It wouldn't surprise me if Andrew Huberman is on more than just testosterone. Usually the weird, bizarre, delusional behavior that you see from people like Huberman, they're on things like nandrolone. Nandrolones in particular make people fucking weird and delusional. And nandrolones are prescribed as part of like TRT, even though it's not testosterone, it's nandrolone. But it is prescribed. So wouldn't surprise me if the guy is on more than just testosterone and he's on nandrolone.
Andrew Huberman's lies. I think you can understand the point, that the very things that were being promised by pumping up our testosterone levels are the very images that the icons of the manosphere sell to their audiences. And it's likely that if they are on superclinical doses of the sex hormone, that it is also, almost by definition, influencing their messaging in a constantly self-reinforcing cycle. At the end of the day, this is all part of the big wellness grift that is indicative of everything that I've been covering on this channel over the last 2 years in my Liars, Cheats, and Charlatans of the Griftiverse series.
Yes, you can feed your cat a vegan diet without killing him.
Protocols often present themselves in ways to restore your natural vigor, but end in business plans backed by venture capital and pharmaceutical companies. In the case of testosterone, overprescription by commercial compounding pharmacies that you will no doubt get ads for when you watch this video are leading to...
My cat Prismo died from a bacterial infection, not from a vegan diet, stupid.
Personality changes among a broad swath of America, and possibly literally shrinking its balls too. Remember that once you start going on testosterone inappropriately, you will almost inevitably make it impossible for you to create your own testosterone internally. You'll be sending your money to big pharma for the rest of your life just to feel normal. And again, I have nothing against medically responsible testosterone replacement therapy. It can be life-saving. I'm just skeptical of any person who goes to a clinic having already bought into a treatment plan that might not be appropriate to them because they saw it advertised somewhere. While YouTube videos offer a convincing veneer of medical expertise, I wouldn't trust a single one of them with a customized plan and an affiliate link. So that's all I have to say about testosterone for now. I should probably do another video about the same scams that target women going through menopause. If you want to know more about that, go check out Dr. Hello, everyone. I have a insane thing to talk about because yesterday I learned from the Atlantic magazine that Meta has systematically used every living author's work to train its LLMs. And I know you heard this before, but the thing that the Atlantic did is they actually posted the training data, the data sets that Meta was using to train this AI program called Llama. And I put in my name into it, and I came up 145 times. Now, the way copyright.
Congratulations, you're banned. And congratulations. You are also banned.
Law works is that when you register your copyright with the government, which is like a $60, and there's a little form that you fill out, that entitles you to certain protections by the government against the theft of your ideas. And there are statutory guidelines, which means statutes are interesting because they just mean by default, if something happened, this payout happens. And the statutory guidelines are $150,000 per violation. Now, I've personally written six or seven books. I think seven books that are copywritten. And that would entitle me to like $1 million if it was just based on that. But if all 145 search results were mine and attributed to me, that means Mark Zuckerberg would owe me $20 million for doing this. And this sort of just got me thinking. I posted on Threads. I was like, should I sue Mark Zuckerberg? And basically every other author who I follow and follows me said, hey, my works are in there too. We all want to get in on this. We all want to sue. And then I called up my lawyer, Siddhartha Rao, this gem of a human being who actually helped me beat Penguin Random House in a lawsuit just, probably about 4 or 5 years ago. He's interested. And I think that, here's the thing. For my whole career as a writer, as someone who goes out there and does the hard work to not only pen things, but do research and do all of this stuff that goes into writing, every fucking few years, a tech giant comes in and destroys the business model of writing, of the craft that goes into this, whether it was the destruction of newspapers, which started in 1999, when people like Google just gave our work out for free, to AI generation.
Oh, be live, the Iron Giant would be way better at destroying Hamas than an air nuke. Don't be live, me watch this.
It's still
Yeah, I'd like to see the Iron Giant obliterating Hamas. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
And it is pissing me off. And I have a statutory right to go after them. And so we're looking at this. And I want to talk a little bit about the case. Now, training the LLM is super expensive, super difficult. And AI has indeed done good things for civilization. But it comes out of this tech idea that information wants to be free, as in every piece of information out there should be free. And the people who did the work to create the information, well,
yeah, but then they'll license, their code for their website or something. It's a huge double standard.
They should not profit on their own labor. I think that is sort of bullshit. And not only because authors don't get paid for their work, but because now the way information distributes is that there's so much of it that the information is sort of useless. There's so much bad information out there, and the people who used to be able to curate this and understand it through years, decades of research and career advancement, now are sort of SOL because these billionaires have come in and just messed it all up. And I also want to note that where they trained their LLM from, and I think this is really important, is from a website called Lib.
Dog sitting for a week, any good dog movies to watch with together? Balto's good. Balto would be a good dog movie.
LibGen is, it's it's sort of like Pirate Bay for books. And to some degree, I don't truly mind piracy. Like if someone goes out there and steals my book off the internet and they're just one human, there's only so much they can read and the damage is pretty minimal. But once we start talking about that, and nonetheless, I do agree that it's illegal. Like I do agree that stealing my work is illegal, but I just am not really going to go after you because you stole it, because you're a human and you're one small thing. But because Mark Zuckerberg and Meta, this, what are they worth? Like, I don't know, $500 billion, just some insane amount of money. Because they decide to not come out to us and not like ask for permission, they just like stole all of it from a site of already pirated materials. This strikes me as they actually started from a position of theft. They are using stolen materials to train something, and from soup to nuts, this is just a crime that they used it. And I think I should be able to pursue it through the statutory guidelines that already exist with the protections that exist in the US government around copyright. This is what they would call the fruit of the poisoned tree. They took the fruit. This is the legal idea. They took the tree was poisoned and they took the apple and then they made it into $1 billion apple and they stole everyone's copyrighted work. Okay, now a lot of authors, and you might be an author, a lot of authors have approached me and said, hey, I want to get in on your class action lawsuit. And I want to point out that this is not an appropriate class action subject. Now, when we think about what a class action lawsuit is, it's like an energy company comes out and scams every one of their 10 million customers out of like $5 on a bill. None of those customers is going to sue the energy company for that $5. So what class action lawsuits do is collect all of those potential plaintiffs into one group, a class, and then they're able to use that class as a way to sue the big company. It's a way to group all these things, but these things together. But the thing with Meta, which is so insane, is that the class of writers, these aren't $5 problems. Like, I'm in $1 million on my default copyright judgments. Other people are in, every author who's written a book has a $150,000 claim. That's worthwhile suing all on its own. And it is totally reasonable that every single author in America should file their own lawsuits. Or perhaps we could all just get together in not a class, but like a group lawsuit with all of these individual plaintiffs. And maybe every one of them like gives $1,000 to provide the legal costs of actually pursuing a full-on lawsuit. And most authors I know would be into that. Then we can all go and sue the hell of Mark Zuckerberg. And anyone wants to sue on their own can also sue Zuckerberg and just inundate them in legal fees and legal problems. And I think there's a good chance that we could win. Of course,
I think a lawsuit like that would take like fucking 15, 20 years, honestly.
There is a fair use argument that they will no doubt use. Now, fair use is the idea that when you, a creative person or a news source might take a piece of content and put it on their own channels. I do this all the time on my YouTube channels, right? I take a piece of content that is directly relevant to what I do and I transform it. And the word transform is really important in legal context. I transform it from a story about a supplement company's advertisement into a news story where I talk about that advertisement in context of my news story. And then that is fair use. Now, I'm going to argue that because I'm a human with consciousness in my head, that is fair use is because I'm trying to do my work and I'm making these collages out of reality. And again, if someone steals my work from LibGen and just like downloads it and reads it on their own, that's sort of a limited amount of damage that they can really do. With training an AI program, one, AI is not conscious. I mean, there's a debate out there whether AI is conscious, but like most people agree right now that AI is not conscious. And the amount of copyright damage that they are able to do, because it's able to process everything at once, is a fundamentally different thing that has ever existed before. And it just assumes that writers should be able to give up all of their work. The legal case against Meta training their AI program Llama is absolutely wild. And if you are an author or somebody who has registered a copywritten work, which means you've been published with a mainstream publisher or self-published and then registered the actual copyright with the US Copyright Department, you might be entitled up to $150,000 per copywritten work that they used in the process of training that I think it was a $60 billion AI program. And not only that, should we prevail against Meta, there's also OpenAI's version and all of the other LLMs, the AI programs that were training directly on stolen book data that could get you paid a tremendous amount of money. And in this video, I'm just going to talk about what I have discovered while reading through all of the legal proceedings, talking with 4 different lawyers, and sort of getting an understanding of exactly how all the pieces all fit together. This is, again, going to be sort of off the cuff, but I encourage everyone here to stay tuned to this channel, look to talk to Risk, and they...
All right, looks like they're getting sued.
That they wanted to find out why Elon Musk... The Washington Post decided that they wanted to find out why Elon Musk has such an aversion to diversity, equity, and inclusion programs, DEI. After all, the Trump administration has made it their crusade to get rid of DEI anywhere and everywhere that they can, and Elon Musk is, of course, one of the most outspoken members of the administration that seems to hate it. So the Washington Post decided we're going to go to the source, not Elon Musk. We're going to go ask his daddy why his son seems to hate these programs. Is there a touch of racism here? Like, what's going on? So the Washington Post reached out to Errol Musk, Elon's dad, to ask, like, hey, anything maybe in his history that would indicate why he doesn't like programs that promote racial diversity? And Errol Musk did respond, said, no, my son is totally not racist, because he can't be racist because he used to be friends with a lot of the black servants that we had. Here is the official statement that Errol Musk sent to the Washington Post about both Elon and his brother, apparently. They were not into political nonsense, and we lived in a very well-run, law-abiding country with virtually no crime at all. Actually, no crime. We had several black servants who were their friends. So Elon Musk can't be racist because he was friends with the black servants we had. Well,
yeah.
BTW The Iron Giant is such an underrated animated classic. It's a way better animated movie than Snow White and a way better robot movie than fucking Megan.
Yeah, it is underrated. It was kind of a flop when it released. It's a little weird how it never became particularly popular. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
I may not be able to address this again. I fear that this video will be taken. Once again, folks, I may not be...
Honestly, if a bunch of uppity authors make AI legally unviable, I'd be pissed off. Retarded Luddite shit TBH.
Well, I'm not necessarily against the idea. The reason why Meta and all these companies are trying to develop these AI programs is basically because they're going to try to use it to create a totalitarian rule. That's really what they're doing. It's basically a monopoly on information, and they see a future where the economy is going to shift from like a resource and service-based economy to something entirely different, and it's going to rely on people putting all their times on like certain digital platforms and using information as a commodity. It's kind of like the plot of Metal Gear Solid 2, where the AI program was being used to control humanity. A similar kind of thing. So I'm not necessarily against it. There's got to be a way for your average everyday jerk-off to actually benefit from the AI. So if it sets a precedent that they owe us, you know, they owe us money for using, you know, actual people to develop the AI, it's going to create a precedent where we can actually tangibly benefit from it. So I don't see it as an actual problem. Thanks for the donation, though, retard.
Hey everybody, it's Jason Blaha here, and I want to have a little story time for you guys. And remember guys, this is story time. This is just stories. So because it's just stories, this is not anything that anyone could use in court. And I'm not going to say anything in this video.
I believe it flopped due to poor marketing because Warner Brothers did not have farty in the film after the box office bomb of Quest for Camelot.
Not entirely sure if that was the reason, but it was extremely good. I think the guy who made it, Brad Bird, I think he did complain about there was like a huge cut to the marketing budget, but I don't know. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
They could really get me into a lot of trouble, so I'm going to be very careful with what I say. And you know what, guys? It doesn't matter if you believe me. It doesn't actually matter. The only reason I came forward with any of this, people might have noticed the timing, a rumor came down to me after all this lawsuit stuff happened when I was abroad in the United Kingdom that something had been uncovered, that a lawyer involved in this had uncovered something. And I wanted to be proactive. And I figured, well, since this is about to come out, this could float out into the community. There's already been certain hints and jokes about it here and there that I caught, that I realized I should probably just admit to it, because yeah, a lot of people wouldn't believe it, and that was okay, because when if it does come out, at least I can claim I didn't hide it and it softened the blow.
Yes.
And instead what's ended up happening is, of course, all these people have just said, hey, you're a liar. Large numbers of people have said, you're a liar, but you know what, here's the thing. This is still floating around out there in my past, and if it ever does fully come to light, or it comes to light, at least I will be able to say that I didn't hide it. I admitted to it. And all the people who are like, well, we'll leave you alone if you just admit the truth. Well, here's the problem with that. Sure, if I turn that around and I claim I just made that up and I was lying, what's going to happen is, sure, some of those people will quit, some will continue, some people will forgive me, and they'll say, hey, you have great information, Jason, so it's okay. And then, if the truth surfaces, and this really does come out later, if enough people keep digging into my life as I become a bigger public figure, it's going to end up being a case of, well,
you killed your cat by feeding him a vegan diet. Cats are obligate carnivores, you evil ignorant. Did you record him while he was dying like you did with your grandpa? Also 70% of your calories come from corn. That's crazy.
Alright, thanks for the donation, eh?
It also had to compete with The Sixth Sense and the Blair Witch Project.
Blair Witch Project is garbage. There is literally not a single good found footage movie. They're all terrible. Sixth Sense was good, but yeah, Blair Witch Project was fucking terrible. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Yeah, I think that's much more fair. People can get a cut if their genuine novel insights, novel style or ideas are being used in an output. I am super pro AI. It's been really useful for me, so I'm pretty biased and don't want it to just disappear.
It's not going to disappear. It's far too useful. It's just that why do these companies get to make ridiculous amounts of money, and not only that, power? So they're going to have so much money and so much power and influence over you, and then you don't get to benefit from any of it. So yeah, if they're going to be using actual material that's produced by humans, literally copy it, and then use that to make more money, you should get a cut of it. So I don't think it's a bad thing, and again, we are going to have AI. It's just far too useful, and we are eventually going to develop artificial superintelligence. It's just that, again, these private companies that are just going to use it to increase their wealth and power, they need to pay us back for it. Thanks for the donation, though, retard.
Well, so you admitted it and then took it back because you're a coward, then it turns out to be true. So you're both a murderer and a liar and a coward. From my perspective, I would rather be a murderer or a liar than to be considered both and a coward all at the same time. That's just what I would rather have happen. So that's why I have to stand my ground on this one and stand by my guns.
I love how he thought he'd convince
And I need to address this because I have so many ridiculous people, some of them veterans now contacting me, contacting my girlfriend about the whole false valor thing because of all the things going around on the internet. And people don't understand what they're actually talking about with any of this. My detractors don't understand. A lot of these younger veterans do not actually understand. And it's because there's some major confusions going on there because maybe people don't clearly understand the words that I used. And they don't understand the world has fundamentally changed, and the United States is a different world in the post 9/11 world from what it was when I was a young man. And we'll come to that in a second. But first of all, let me give you guys the actual definition of a mercenary so that some of these veterans can quit being upset accusing me of stolen valor, of what a mercenary is. According to the Wikipedia page, a mercenary is a person who takes part in armed conflict, who is not a national or a party to the conflict, and is motivated to take part in the hostilities by the desire for private gain. In other words, a mercenary is a person who fights for personal gain or money or other recompense instead of fighting for the ideological interest of a country, whether they be for or against the existing government. And it goes on, however, whether a person or not is a mercenary may be a matter of degree, as financial and national interest may overlap. Does anything about that sound like valor or honor in that definition of that word? And so maybe even then, since that word is too extreme for them, I grew up a hunter. I grew up a competitive shooter and a hunter. I hunted since I was 6 years old. I shot since I was 6 years old. I started doing long distance rifle shooting in competition when I was 12 years old. So
yeah, sure.
We'll call it a hunter. I was a hunter of exotic game, if that will make you guys feel better. And a pretty good chunk of the game that I hunted was a very dangerous type of game that did some sort of masonry or bricklaying because they stacked bricks of some type up. Alright, so let's go back and look at timelines a little bit. A lot of you guys grew up in a completely different world politically and even from a war perspective. A lot of you guys reached adulthood around the time of 9/11 or short.
Well, Naked Snake was a Green Beret, and later he became a mercenary when he made Foxhound and then, what is it, Militaire Sans Frontiere and Diamond Dogs.
Shortly thereafter, or in that range. I'm turning 40 years old this year. I was 18 at the end of 1994. I turned 18 in 1994. President Clinton became president in 93. So my young adulthood was during the Clinton years, during the Clinton administration. So President Clinton was the president from the time I was 17 all the way until I was 25. The president before him was George Bush Sr., who was the former head of the CIA, which we then allowed to be vice president twice. He pretty much ran the show on Reagan, and then he became president, and he had his own ideas about the way the world should be run and the way the country should be run and what our national...
What's the best horror movie in your opinion? I would say probably The Thing. John Carpenter's The Thing. Other than that, Hereditary, It Follows. I think there's a couple others. The Ring is really great. Yeah, there's like a couple others that are on my top list. This is Gum Gum. See this? This is Gum Gum. He's being very gummy. Hellraiser 1 was good. The others are terrible. Canada Tranny Troonville donated $2. I won't be at UFC 315. I don't go to Canada anymore. I'd rather go to Russia. Dude, Joe Rogan has completely lost his mind, and he is just a lying, degenerate piece of shit. Women be like, who roofied my 12th tequila shots? I don't know if that's accurate, but it is a fair point to say if you're so worried about being taken advantage of, why the fuck are you drinking? Just found out that I pay 35 cents every month on my phone bill for a suicide prevention hotline. What the actual fuck? No one in the history of suicide ever said, I don't think I'm going to kill myself, and instead going to talk to an Indian about mental health. Sean Strickland's pretty stupid. Thanks for the donation, Canada Tranny Troonville. Dodo $20. Fun fact. Iron Giant is the only animated film to take up an entire channel for 24 whole hours.
Imagine finding something so big, so huge, it's positively gigantic.
It's not Sputnik like Mr. Stuff thought. No, it's a robot. No, really, it is. Well,
To yourself.
all right, who's out there? Well, it goes on forever.
Cartoon Network tradition. It's 24 hours of the animation classic, The Iron Giant. It all gets underway Friday night at 7.
Remember when people used to watch TV and stuff and go to the movies? It's pretty crazy how we used to do that. Yeah, they used to do crap like that because they literally didn't have any content to put on TV, so they just run stuff. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Interests were behind the scenes. But the Clinton administration was one of the most corrupt.
Did you see Lex Friedman's Modi interview? No, and I have no interest in watching it because Lex Friedman's a dishonest, lying hack.
Administrations there ever was, and people who don't know that just need to look a little bit at all the things that have gone on with the Clintons over the years. Look at how many hundreds and hundreds of people who had associations with them from their various administrations.
Communism donated $2. I don't think reading the Communist Manifesto makes you an extremist. It's very good and simple to understand. Everyone should read it. I mean, it's good to read things so that you have,
Bird.
Let me see. Oh. Oh. Oh.
Beep 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 beep. Beep boo.
Oh.
Good girl.
Burbs are nice. Thanks for the donation, Tyler. Like, it's good to read these things so that you just know more about stuff and have, like, better political understanding and shit, but you kind of have to be smart enough to understand the difference between good and bad ideas. When the Billy Graham rule goes too far, a man refused to ride an elevator with me, said he'd wait for the next one. I rode the elevator alone, humiliated. Remembering my body is dangerous to men. If you can't take an elevator ride with a woman, the problem isn't her body. Jesus. Women really want it both ways, don't they? Oh, men are so dangerous. We need female-only spaces. Oh, how dare you talk to me when I'm alone. Stranger danger. Why won't you give me attention? What happened to fucking men being nice to women? Like, yeah, they just complain. Being a broke virgin is based. You're really okay with being a broke virgin, yes. Yeah, right. Thanks for the donation, communism.
Administrations, business partners, things like that.
Oh my god.
Right? It's like one of the worst ways to die.
He's saying he would like pay a premium for ethically farmed meat, right? Is that what he's implying?
Well, I don't like it's not the case that like the level of meat that you would most likely be willing to eat exists, right? Like it's not the case that that amount of meat would ever like be available to the entire population. So like when you say that you would eat like ethical meat, you're talking about this like fictional reality where like only 1% of the planet are even allowed to eat meat because it's such a scarce resource because of the fact that like the farms that would produce quote unquote ethical meat would like have to be like fantastical, right? They wouldn't.
That's why you would pay a premium, right? That's like
when you would like, unless you're the 1%, you just straight up wouldn't be able to afford it, right? It just wouldn't exist.
yeah, that's what I mean by premium. It's like
Well, hold on. Do you
luxury
take
product.
do you take for example like you said gas chambers are going to be the what is it called? Torturing the animals, right? Like
Yeah,
how
it's the way
like
that pigs are
what is
killed
the
in gas
process of
chambers.
that? What is the
Say again?
process of that?
Well,
Like, what is the
so
process?
basically, what happens is they take pigs and they put them in like a rotating carousel, and that carousel is lowered into a very high CO2 atmosphere, and CO2 immediately reacts with the pig, so their eyes and their mouth and their mucus starts burning because it's like becomes acidic. They start suffering the immediate like sort of effects of. If you hold your breath, your brain will eventually tell you there's too much CO2, right? That's an immediate effect, right? If you walk into a CO2 environment, your brain immediately tells you there's too much CO2, and you go into like a really, really serious like panic in order to try and work out how to not die. So they immediately have these effects of panic. And then over a series of minutes, they will eventually fall unconscious. But the entire time, they will exist in like a state of like terror, and they'll be thrashing around, smashing their bodies into the cage, trying to like desperately to escape. So they will basically suffer like the worst torture you can imagine for a number of minutes until they go unconscious. Eventually, they will come out of this carousel and they will have their throats slit, and they may or may not wake up after that, right? So they might actually wake up and be alive when be conscious when their throat is slit. So they're basically tortured and then they have their throat slit. And some pigs, unfortunately, due to the nature of pig slaughterhouses, aren't actually like they're not actually have their throat slit because there's usually so much blood and so many pigs. They can't guarantee that all pigs will actually be processed properly, and then they will end up in something called a scalding tank, which is a very large vat of boiling water that's designed to remove hair and skin from the pig's body. So it might be the case that they go into a gas chamber, suffer like 3 or 4 minutes of like agony, fall unconscious, come up out of the gas chamber, don't have their throat slit, and then wake up in a tank of boiling water, in which they're drowned in. Right, so it's common practice when a pig wakes up in the scalding tank to take like a Y-shaped stick and push them underwater so that they drown in boiling water. And I can't really think of a worse way to die than drowning in boiling water. It's pretty horrific, and that's the process of pig slaughtering that's employed in most parts of the world.
Drowning in boiling oil.
Yeah, it's boiling water.
That's actually insane. But what
there's
so
videos about on the internet.
Like, would you say, for example, like, the gentlest means, right? Like, if I just put this part, like, you would just agree upon the torture part, like if I just put this, like, if I have like a, let's say, a serum, and that serum just like numbs their body or like make sure it doesn't feel any pain, would you say that the action is going to be impermissible there?
Yeah,
so I think it's important to understand. It's important to understand that this is the killing process, right? Like, I've not told you any of the abuse that happens prior to the killing process, right?
Wait, no,
These pigs live in really, really cramped pens, in like herd sizes bigger than they're like supposed to live in, to the point where they cannibalize each other, right? Because their social sort of like ability isn't supposed to exist like in the sizes that they do, right? They chop off their tails at birth so that this leads to less likely chances of cannibalization. They rip their teeth out at birth. Those that are like too sick or not growing properly have their feet held by a farmer and their heads slammed on the concrete because they're aware that they won't grow at a fast enough rate in order to like, be processed for pork.
Excuse me, sir. Can I say something? Can I say something? Hey, VG, I made a donation to your stream. Can you check it, please? Thank you. That's it.
Okay.
Their entire existence is torture.
Wait, so would you, because let's just say we agree to that part, right? We say that.
Retard. Let me see.
This guy prob just straight up lying. He the one who accidentally added journalist to the chat. The journalist also said that Waltz has chatted with him a number of times on Signal before. Curious.
Well, yeah. They're all lying and trying to cover for each other.
The president expressed complete confidence in you today and his entire cabinet. But how did a Trump-hating editor of The Atlantic end up on your Signal chat?
You know, Laura, I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but of
all the people out there, somehow this guy who has lied about the president, who has lied to Gold Star families, lied to their attorneys, and gone to Russia hoax, gone to just all kinds of links to lie and
He is not denying any of the accusations.
smear the president of the United States, and he's the one
Like, it's just so blatant.
that somehow.
Why is the audio fucked?
This is a great group. The president has missile caches of it.
Yeah, they're all just lying and trying to cover their ass and hope they don't get, like, fired or anything. It's just a total joke. Thanks for the donation, retard. Woke anti-vegan beekeeper donated $2. Please do not skip. I know you hate her, but you need to fact check her on this Instagram.
Okay, I'm going to reply to this comment because I'm a beekeeper. Proof of concept, this is a
Got into it with a vegan who couldn't eat honey. Child labor harvesting sugarcane equals fine. Stun bees with smoke unacceptable. Oh, so stupid.
cathedral hive. I also have a Kenyan top bar hive. Yep, I got into this with a vegan who wouldn't eat honey. Child labor equals harvesting sugarcane equals fine.
No one said child labor is okay.
Stun bees with smoke equals unacceptable. Yeah, smoke doesn't even stun bees. It just gets them to gorge on honey in preparation to flee because they think there's a fire. I actually prefer to mist my bees with a little bit of sugar water instead of using smoke whenever possible, because then they're distracted cleaning the sugar water off of themselves rather than getting pissed off at me. I also want to listen to the bees and hear the way that they are communicating and get out of the hive when they start to get pissed. But yeah, the same vegan activists who will come for me and say that it's unethical for me to keep backyard hives and practice sustainable beekeeping because it's enslaving bees.
I don't know what sustainable beekeeping is.
Those same folks support the cruel and unhealthy practice of migratory beekeeping by drinking their almond milk and consuming vast quantities of almonds.
You do not need to do that to get almonds.
Crops which are 100% pollinated by migratory beekeeping and
That is not true. There's natural native pollinators and you can manually pollinate.
bees do not even like almond blossoms. You are plunking bees into a situation where they have no other source of food. It's very stressful for them.
Okay, I don't know what the fuck that has to do with meat being okay to eat and beekeeping being okay.
Entire concept of migratory beekeeping.
Like, by the way, it's not just vegan sweet almonds. If only vegans ate almonds, then nobody would grow almonds.
Being is stressful for bees. So the ethics of the vegan argument or vegan activist argument, because I know some vegans who are okay with eating honey, are inconsistent at best and hypocritical at worst. All of those vegetable and nut crops.
Great, so she doesn't make an argument and just makes whataboutisms. Whatever, thanks for the donation, dude.
Suffering is only the reason to why what is it? You should be vegan is because you ought to minimize suffering, and it doesn't matter what is going to be indexed towards, no matter the individual. If this thing just has some type of psychological sophistication to which it can actually deem and actually acknowledge that it's being that it's being harmed, you would say that's impermissible. And I'm just saying, well, I just take it to be impermissible if it's indexed towards this greater psychological sophistication. For example, identical towards humans. If that capacity of that individual holds that psychological sophistication.
Okay, but that is only a magnitude. It only changes the magnitude, is what I'm saying. Right? If we don't need their suffering, right? Their ability to reflect only changes how much they suffer, but it doesn't mean they don't. Right?
That's what I'm saying. The morally relevant distinction is saying that one holds a psychological sophistication or the capacity of it, and the other doesn't.
Yeah, but that's again. But if we don't need to get the product, it doesn't matter to what extent they suffer. It just matters that we're causing suffering needlessly.
But the argument is simply saying that, the morally relevant reason to why suffering is going to be permitted upon one individual and not the other is because one holds the capacity of a psychological sophistication.
Why is it ever permitted to cause suffering? I don't understand why you believe that just because you can't reflect on the fact that you are suffering makes it okay to cause suffering.
Yeah, we could say, for example, the reason to why it's justified to cause suffering if it's going to lead to these positive outcomes, right? Positive outcomes.
There is no positive outcome. We don't need to eat pork.
Well, hold on. No, just because there's going to be a negative precondition doesn't lead to a positive outcome, right? We could say, for example, the positive outcome after, let's say, raping one individual is just saving 1,000.
But stick to the actual true thing we're talking about, which there is no positive outcome.
What's the positive outcome to killing and eating pigs?
would you not say that a positive outcome is going to be tasting this like for example like having like this tasteful feeling inside of your mouth?
Yes, you can do that with other foods. So
Wait, I
if
agree.
there's a counterfactual that is also true that doesn't entail the suffering, then that wouldn't be an argument for it.
Yeah, hold on, yeah, I agree, right? I agree that sure there can be other motives for it to minimize this other precondition, right? But I'm just trying to make him concede upon the part that the said thing has an immoral precondition. But if the said thing has an immoral precondition, but has a justified condition, then it would seem to be the case that yeah, there are positive outcomes.
I would deny that premise. Why would there be an immoral precondition?
The immoral precondition is just saying, for example, that you're harming an animal under his position, right? There could be an immoral precondition. Right?
Yes,
like,
you can cause harm without being an immoral precondition, like self-defense. You're causing harm by defending yourself, but that wouldn't be an immoral precondition.
No, for example, if somebody takes like as a universal absolute, that causing harm is going to be more immoral, right? But it's going to be justified immoral actions.
I don't take that case.
Hold on. There could be justified immoral actions, right? The justified immoral action is just you defending yourself.
Yeah, so I don't hold the position that causing harm is immoral.
Wait, would you say, for example, that rape is always going to be immoral?
I mean, you could hypothetically create like a retarded scenario where by raping one person, you like prevent 1,000 or 1,000,000 or 1,000,000,000 other rapes or the universe from being destroyed. Like,
wait. So you say that the precondition is moral. So raping would be moral if it leads to this justified conclusion.
I'm a threshold deontologist, so I don't think. Yeah, so I don't hold the position that just because you're causing harm, that harm is immoral.
Wait, no, I'm saying, for example, like just like not acknowledged, but just let's say stick to this hypothetical. It's just simply saying that yeah, you would say that under this stupid hypothetical that if rape leads to this other justified action, then that would make the precondition moral, right?
Yes.
You say that rape would be moral. If
yes, just like how killing somebody would be moral in self-defense. The killing would therefore not be immoral.
No, I don't take it to be moral. I take it to be a justified immoral action.
So you think, okay, so by that logic, right, so by that logic, it was immoral to kill the Nazis?
Yeah, for example, it would be immoral because you're depriving someone of a future experiences. But the reason
to why it's immoral to kill Nazis. It would be wrong to kill Hitler.
Hold on. So the reason to why was moral. Immorally justified decision is because you're killing somebody that's implementing negative effects, right? We'll say for the action that if somebody holds to the opinion that killing somebody would be a universal absolute negativity, but it's going to be, even though that said condition is going to be a universal absolute negativity, it has a justified reason to why you ought to kill that individual if it's committing negativity. So you would say, for example, if raping is always going to be immoral, I mean, it seems to be consistent with the argument or multiple people intuitions, right? We say that raping will always be immoral, right? But if you say, for example, that you're raping somebody to save 1,000 rape victims, that immoral action seems to be justified. It doesn't make it moral. It doesn't make raping moral because it's a justified conclusion. It just makes it an immoral justified.
The issue is with that reasoning, it would be wrong to kill Hitler.
No, it was not. For example, no, that's that thing.
It wouldn't. It would be a justified evil. But regardless, this is trivial.
It wouldn't be a justified evil. It'd be a good.
That's what I'm saying. It would be a justified evil.
I agree with you, but in their system, it would be a justified evil. But regardless, this is trivial. Like, can we go back to talking about why, based on the evidence?
So if that's your position, then what is the justification for the evil of murdering animals?
Okay, so we agree that it could be a justified immoral action. I'm agnostic towards the position of
well, if that's your worldview, I disagree with your worldview, but working from your worldview, what's the justification for killing animals if you recognize it as a bad thing? What's the justification?
Wait, if you disagree with my worldview, that seems consistently unintuitive, right? Because
I have no objective means in demonstrating that your worldview is wrong. So we're gonna have to go off your worldview that X action is immoral, so killing animals, but there's some sort of justification for it that creates a net good. So what's the justification that creates a net good?
Okay, we can start with the justification that creates a net good is, for example, like let's say tasting this pleasurable thing inside of my mouth. That could be a net good, right?
I don't know why that would necessarily entail a net good. If you value taste pleasure above the suffering and death of billions of animals, I suppose it would. Yeah. But the problem you have here is that you could experience an equal or greater taste pleasure eating a plant-based product that doesn't require that pain and suffering and death. So if there's a comparable counterfactual that doesn't require that, then that would be unjustified.
Wait, hold on. No, that just entails that the precondition is going to be immoral, but there could be obviously moral preconditions to lead this positive outcome.
Wait, so it doesn't matter if there's a counterfactual that's superior?
No, they could say, for example, there are like alternative motives to this that thing to be impermissible, but it doesn't entail that.
So if I want to have sex, no women will have sex with me. I can either watch porn and jerk off or rape a woman. Rape is therefore good because I get pleasure from the rape.
Well, that's not what I'm saying, right? So if you could say
that
for
is
example,
literally what
rape,
you're claiming.
Rape is going to be a negativity, and if you deploy this at negativity,
why would that be a net negativity?
But yeah, it would be a net negativity because you're frustrating their interests, or you say
right, just like the animal's interests.
Just like the pigs, right?
Or you say that you're violating their bodily integrity. I'm agnostic, but if I say, for example, that, well, frustrating their interests is not going to be immoral because of that lack of psychological sophistication, which I said multiple times, then I would just say that, well, the precondition is not going to be immoral, right?
Okay, so it would be okay to rape somebody who's mentally disabled.
That's not what I said. I said you're violating their bodily integrity.
Yeah, so you literally just said the symmetry breaker here is lack of cognitive capacity. So if you found a human with lack of cognitive capacity, it'd be okay to rape them.
And in vegan gains, I also said that the other condition would be that you're violating their bodily autonomy and bodily integrity.
Yes, and you're doing that with animals.
No, you're not. The violation of bodily autonomy and bodily integrity, why would you apply it to animals?
What's the symmetry breaker?
We could say, for example, that the precondition for that violation of bodily integrity or bodily autonomy to be there is for this said thing to be a human and alive, not this for this said thing to be an animal.
Okay, so if we were to test your genes today and it turns out you're not human, you're a mutant, and you're not part of the human species, it'd be okay to rape, kill, and eat you?
But that goes under the precondition, that under the definition of human to which I'm positing, right? If I say that, for example, that humans is just this biological structure, right? It's biological
yes, you wouldn't have the biological structure of humans. So if we tested your genes, you're a mutant, turns out you're not part of the human species, it'd be okay to rape, kill, eat you, do whatever I want?
No, hold on. That's why I'm saying you're presupposing the definition to which I'm using. I could say that humans.
I didn't presuppose. I used your definition. You said biological structure, so you don't have the biological structure of human.
Okay. No, I didn't. You're not tracking. I said simply that if I was using the biological structure, then I would say that sure. Then that person.
Then what's your definition of human?
I would say that if these said anthropomorphic traits are applicable towards an individual, then I would say those meaningful anthropomorphic traits would identify that characteristic.
What are the traits?
We could say, for example, that something that physically looks like an identical human, or something that holds these psychological traits of the capacity of a normal human, right?
Wait, are there all necessary or sufficient conditions? Sorry.
There are sufficient conditions. I don't really make a necessity of conditions, right? Because I obviously think there are conceivable conditions to which friendship.
I'm confused. You literally said like 20 minutes ago that you believed that the abuse that was happening to cows made it so that it was unjustified to drink milk. Why have we struggled?
That's not. No, hold on. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying it's not impermissible for you to unalive them if that action wasn't permitted. I mean, if the action was
Wait. But you literally no. You literally said based on what I told you about the dairy industry, you wouldn't drink milk.
I agree. I agree to what you're saying. That torturing animals would be immoral, but what we're arguing is if unaliving the animals would be immoral.
No. But I literally explained to you the life of a pig. It's not the killing.
I agree.
It's their entire life.
I'm saying disqualifying that attribute. Then I would say that the action of unaliving a pig wouldn't be immoral.
We're not talking about unaliving them. We're talking about the fact that they live.
I just told you that's what the fuck I'm talking about. I didn't say that. For example, if the attribute was saying that, well, to unalive them, they have to have this these negative.
We don't want to debate hypotheticals with you. We want to talk about the actual real world violence.
Okay, no, hold on. This is not. Hold on. Simply, this is not a hypothetical. You think unaliving animals is a hypothetical? You don't think it happens in real life?
No. I think that's the worst. That's the least bad thing that happens to an animal.
Yeah, I agree. And the bad things to which you talk about that would be impermissible is that torturing the animal. And I agree, torturing an animal would be impermissible. I'm saying, for example, the deprivation of that psychological trait doesn't seem to be impermissible if that psychological sophistication doesn't exist. But obviously, it doesn't need for a psychological sophistication to exist for me to say that implementing torture upon that individual would be impermissible.
Okay, so why aren't you vegan if it's wrong to torture animals?
Wait, no, I am. You said, for example, if you drinking milk causes for the torture of animals, then it would be the case that you shouldn't drink milk because it causes for this torture of animals. I agree. I don't drink milk anyway. I would say that
the consumption of any animal. Wait. The consumption of any animal products leads to the torture of animals.
Yeah, I'm saying for example, like if we disqualify that condition, right? If we disqualify the condition and say for example that this pig, let's say we grew a pig inside of our house and it was never like tortured at all, would you say that it's impermissible for you to eat that pig then? Like if it's never tortured at all, you would say yes, right? You would say under your position to be consistent, you would say yes, it would be permissible.
If you have a pig, right, that you like keep as like a companion animal, right, in the same way that other people would eat, like keep a dog, right, and they live, 15 years, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And then they die of old age, right?
No, not die of old age. Let's say I kill it, like I chop his head off.
Why would you do that?
Because I want to eat it.
Okay, but then they're not a pet. You've not tried.
Wait, hold on.
You've not tried them as a companion animal.
Hold on. How did that disqualify that they're not a pet if I kill it? What do you take a pet to be?
Because you don't like you don't have an animal, right? And then just like decide to end their life when it's convenient.
Yes, you do. It's stipulated inside of this pragmatic case. For example, if I say that a pet is just an animal that people keep for companion, fun, and emotional support, and if, for example, that doesn't meet the animal, if there's a thing, for example, if I kill this animal, if I kill this pet, it doesn't disqualify the analytics of the pet still making that prerequisite, right? The pet still meets that prerequisite. It's just me unaliving this pet now. Even though it's meant for companionship, fun, and emotional support, it doesn't entail that it's going to be something that is analytically different because I unalive it.
Can you tell me how you'd feel if I cut my cat's head off right now?
Why did you show me the cat, man? Like, I got a cat myself. I'll probably feel bad, man. I don't know.
So why are you doing things to animals that you find morally reprehensible, knowing that there are perfectly suitable alternatives?
I think some animals lack these meaningful anthropomorphic traits, right? Like a pig. I don't think that it has meaningful anthropomorphic traits to which
they're
I empathize
more
with.
intelligent than cats and dogs.
Wait, do you take that to be a meaningful anthropomorphic trait? If I found somebody like a normal human being that is committed,
you don't think intelligence is meaningful?
I don't take that to be something that is sufficient enough for me to not unalive it. If I found like a very highly sophisticated pig, that doesn't entail that I would say that it's
so tell me, what is so sophisticated about this cat that you would feel bad about killing a cat, but not the pig?
Yeah, we say, for example, we are used to having cats as pets, right? We are used to
That's
having
not an anthropomorphic trait, that's a preference you have.
Hold on. No, hold on. You just said what is going to be true about the cat that is not true about the pig.
Yes, about not yet. So it would have to be true about the cat and not the pig, not what's true about your preference.
Hold on, just to be clear, you said what is true about the cat and not about the pig. Right? If I say, for example, what is true about the cat is going to be indexed towards my preferences, which is saying that we knew these cats would be longer for them to be companions, and we did not know these pigs to be longer for them to be companions. That would be a thing. That would be a trait true of a cat and not true of a pig.
No, it wouldn't be true of the cat or pig. That'd be true of your own. That would be true of your perspective. It wouldn't be true.
Wait, huh? You don't think, for example?
Okay, so if I were to tell you, Jews, from my perspective, do not have any moral value, but every other human race has moral value. Is that true of Jews?
It's true of Jews if you say, if you say it's interpersonal. If you say, for example, what's true of Jews is that they have more value than other individuals, then you would say, what's true of Jews indexed towards my preferences is that they have more value than other individuals.
That wouldn't be true of Jews, that would be true of your preferences.
I just told that preference, if I say, for example, the truth of another individual is going to be dependent upon preferences. I can say, for example, like if something, like let's say,
right. So that would be, so then you'd have no issue with Nazis killing Jews.
In that hypothetical, if somebody says, for example, interpersonally, that Jews hold these conditions which to which we employ on a higher moral standard than these other individuals that deploy these conditions, and sure, but obviously that's not the case in reality.
Well, no, it is. Nazis killed Jews.
Inside of for example, it's interpersonal towards them. I'm saying what we're talking about is my cases, right? I don't take it to be interpersonal towards me that the preferences of Jews are going to be above.
So there's no inherent traits of any animals that would get rid of their moral value. It's entirely just your personal perspective on them.
Yeah, vegan. If I say, for example, that what's gonna like, let's say, what's going to disqualify this moral value of another individual is just saying that I think it's not going to be consistent with my preferences. Then again, that could say that trait is true to cats or true to cats.
So do you think everybody? So if you think this is a justification for you to make these evaluations, it would be okay for everybody else to make these evaluations.
This is true for me to be this it's true for.
Well, no, if it's okay for you to evaluate everyone else's life in this manner. There's no inherent trait that you're looking at the animal that you're making a determination. You're just looking at your own set of preferences. So if this is okay for you to do, it should be okay for everyone else to do. Therefore, you would have no problem with Nazis exterminating Jews.
No, that doesn't entail that, right? If, for example,
It
if I
does.
say that, no, it doesn't. If I say, for example, that, sure, this
Is it okay for other people to think the way you do?
Is it okay for other people to think the way that I do? Well, I don't take it to be impermissible. Like, I don't see the impermissibility, but I'm just saying, for example, if I take this case to be, if I just say, for example, that this individual holds this trait based upon my preferences that another individual doesn't hold, then I would say, well, this trait is true of this individual and not true of this individual. So it's simply like saying, for example,
I'm just simply asking. You're talking past me. We're talking past each other. You're not responding to what I'm actually asking.
You just asked me, is it going to be permissible for these other individuals to hold the exact same mindset as yourself? I said I wouldn't see the impermissibility.
No, that's not what I asked. That's not what I asked.
That is what you said.
That's not what I asked. Again, you're talking past me, and if you just keep talking over me, and you don't let me clarify so you understand, we're not going to get anywhere.
I heard what you said initially. So did you?
No, you didn't, and I keep telling you didn't, and you keep talking over me, and we're getting nowhere.
You told me that I didn't, but I obviously did.
No, you're misunderstanding. So if you let me talk, I can clarify.
Okay, you can clarify, and it's just going to be repetitive to what I said initially.
No, so...
The lion rapes the small dog when it barks.
All right, go ahead.
Can someone mute that dude?
The lion rapes the small dog when it barks.
Thank you.
There we go.
All right.
Right, so when I'm asking you to name the trait that's lacking in animals that if lacking in a human being would justify killing a human being, you're naming the trait...
The lion rapes the small dog when it barks. The lion rapes the small barks.
Does he have fucking server permissions?
No, someone muted him, then muted him, and then unmuted.
That's great.
You both muted him at the same time, so...
No, I don't think that... Well, I don't know. Anyway, so when I'm asking you to name the trait that's lacking in animals that if lacking in a human being would justify killing a human being, you're literally saying your own preference towards that human or animal. If the principle is your own preference towards that human or animal, that would mean you could justify killing anybody or anyone for any reason. So would you be okay with other people holding that exact same moral principle, where rather than having to hold to some sort of value that's intrinsic to the being to grant it moral value, no being has moral value. It's entirely due to your own preferences.
No, for example, the reason to why I would say that would be impermissible under my view is simply saying
so
that,
only you can, right, so only you are permitted to have this standard.
I don't know why, like, you just said that I wasn't being charitable and I was over-talking you, and then when I try to give the answer, you just over-talked me immediately. So can I give the answer?
I didn't over-talk you, you gave the answer. So only you are able to have this moral standard.
I literally tried to get the answer and you interjected, like, immediately.
Okay, just shoot.
Yeah, I said, for example, the reason to why I would take that action to be impermissible is because that individual holds the capacity of a psychological sophistication. So we say, for example, that...
Then that's another trait.
Yeah, I agree. What the fuck?
Oh, okay, so if that's another trait, so then this doesn't have anything... So this doesn't have something to do with your preferences, and this is something intrinsic to the being. And that trait... Right,
yeah,
and what is that trait?
Yeah, I can agree, for example, that some things are intrinsic towards beings to which we say that a trait is true of the beings and not true of another being. But I also agree that there are preferences to which we deploy on individuals to which we say that are true upon that individual, upon that
Yeah, so
being,
what's the trait? Yeah, so what's the trait so we can run the reductio?
Yeah, the preference trait that I'm talking about is not like an essence.
No, not the preference trait. I'm asking you about the trait separation between humans and animals.
Oh yeah, I just said it. For example, like the psychological sophistication, like that could be one of the traits.
Okay, and what degree of psychological sophistication would be needed to be sufficient in order to grant moral value?
This capacity, right? We say the capacity of the humans hold this capacity of a higher rationale, right? I think we all agree to that. And if humans hold that capacity of a higher rationale, and other individuals or animals does not hold that same capacity,
didn't you just say that you would not want me to cut my cat's head off?
Yeah, I would say I would not want that going to the preference trait. You just say you wanted to stick to the intrinsic trait. That is true.
Okay, so basically your worldview is I can kill anyone I want unless they basically have sapience.
You said I can kill anybody I want unless they have sapience.
Yes, because that's literally your position.
That's true of intrinsic traits, right? That's not true of preferences. That's what I said.
No. Your position is if something doesn't have sapience, I can kill them, and I may have a preference against killing them if I just find cats cute. But if they have sapience, then they regardless of whether I have a preference for them to live or die, it would be immoral.
I don't know why you said no. Then you repeated what you said and added another conditional to which I agreed to. You just gave a trivial descriptive statement. Obviously say that, for example, that if this trait is true intrinsically of this individual, but I also hold some type of like preference-based trait that is true of this individual and not true of another individual.
Well, it wouldn't be true of the individual, it'd be true of you.
True. No, we don't think, for example, if my mom is like, let's say, more nice than my dad, right? It's not going to be an intrinsic trait that is applicable towards my mom. It's just saying that this preference trait is applicable towards my mom. The preference, I prefer somebody to be more nice. It's not disanalogous.
No, that's a disanalogous example because what you stated, what I asked you to do is name the trait. The trait you named is, well, I like cats, but I don't like pigs. That's not a trait about the pig. That's a trait about you.
That's not a trait about me. Let's say, for example, that I had.
That's a trait about you.
No, let's say, for example, that I have a trait that is true. I mean, I have a preference that is true of this cat. That is not true of this.
Do you know of any alien species?
No, I don't think there's any alien.
So is it true of the alien species that you don't know anything about them?
Is it true of the alien species that you don't know anything about them? Sure.
That makes no sense.
But is it true that is it true that
bro, you know that we come from the Anunnaki.
Hold on, you're just asking, is it true of an alien species that we know nothing about them? It is true that we know nothing
it's
about them.
It's not true of the alien species, it's true of you. It's true of you that you lack knowledge about them.
That's what I agree. That's based upon the preference. I could say, for example, that it's true of an alien species that we know nothing about them. That's true of an alien species because of the lack of that let's say epistemological like verification.
Okay, so let's go to a hypothetical here. Let's say there are human beings that lack sapience, so they have no wisdom, they're irrational. Under your worldview, it would be justifiable to kill them, assuming somebody doesn't have a preference towards giving them human rights.
If they're like unrational, so they don't meet this.
Yes, they lack sapience.
Yeah, they lack sapience and they're like unrational. They need to meet these anthropomorphic traits, or they're like identical to humans?
That's not an anthropomorphic trait. There are animals that are rational.
No, hold on. No, I actually was no. Psychological sophistication identical towards humans are an anthropomorphic trait analytically. But the thing to which I actually was is it true that they hold this anthropomorphic trait to which they are identical towards humans?
No. Okay, let's skip over some of that. These are human beings that have no sapience. So they lack human wisdom, they're irrational, they're mentally disabled. Under your worldview, assuming somebody does not have a preference to save them, it would be moral to kill them, right?
And you saying they don't look like humans, correct?
No. They look like humans, they just lack sapience.
That's what I just said, right? Like if they hold these meaningful anthropomorphic traits, which is this physical identity.
You mentioned sapience.
Yeah, I also agree. I agree that I mentioned a psychological trait. There were more anthropomorphic traits.
Sapience is a psychological trait.
Yeah, a sapience is a psychological trait. I agree. But I'm saying, for example,
that's the trait you named. I don't know why you're.
I gave more anthropomorphic traits. I said it's physical identity.
Physical identity.
I think physically looks like a human being, then I would take it to be the case. Even if they initially look like the
okay, chickens look like human beings. They both have forward-facing eyes. They have a mouth, nose.
Yo, we got Diogenes over here.
Well, hold on. How does that entail that what is it? That similarities equals that said correlation. I wouldn't take it to be a
you said anthropomorphic traits. That doesn't mean they have to look exactly like a human being.
I think that you're hyperfixated upon like a lot of things that like are not important. I say meaningful anthropomorphic traits. Would you take it to be a meaningful anthropomorphic trait that thing just holds similar let's say.
Okay, so if black people didn't look like the rest of the human race, it'd be okay to kill them, assuming you came across a black person that was lacking sapience?
Did you just like not understand an argument?
You're not understanding your own argument.
I think I'm understanding it correctly. You're just like going on the things to which I said, and you're just not attacking
the two traits you named were sapience and your own personal preference, and now you had another one, looking like a human being. So if black people did not look like the rest of the human race,
hold on,
and that black person lacked sapience, and you did not have a preference towards sparing their life, it'd be justified to kill them under your worldview, correct?
Hold on, that physical identification of anthropomorphic traits were they giving initially. You just didn't track it. I said it initially like twice. I think somebody can vouch for me as well. I said if this thing physically looks like a human being,
and I just gave you a hypothetical where this black person does not look like a human being.
Are you fucking autistic? If you say, for example, that this black person has a different color of skin, then this thing doesn't look like a human being.
That's not what I said. I said the black person does not look like a human being. I didn't say black people don't look human. I said this hypothetical black person does not look like a human being.
Wait, vegan gains. Would you say so? It doesn't meet any physical traits that are identical to human beings.
Do chickens have physical traits that are identical to human beings? They have two eyes. That's an identical trait.
Hold on. Just to be clear, I said meaningful anthropomorphic traits. Answer my question.
What do you mean meaningful anthropomorphic traits?
We obviously don't take a meaningful anthropomorphic traits to be this biological structure identical to us humans, because we say that if we found out Indian people were not biologically human anymore, we wouldn't say that it's morally permissible for you to kill them.
That will never happen.
It doesn't matter if it would never happen.
That doesn't matter. What do you... Okay, so now, rather than it being anthropomorphic traits, it's meaningful anthropomorphic traits. Give me an example of a meaningful anthropomorphic trait.
Holy shit, wait, I gotta go somewhere, but I said this multiple times. I've always said meaningful anthropomorphic traits. I think
I'm asking you what you mean by that.
And I gave you what I mean by it.
No, you didn't.
Didn't he say that? Didn't he say that like the psychological stature of like a creature is what would...
Yeah, and it's physical identification. Yes, I would say those two are meaningful anthropomorphic traits from what I know.
What do you mean by... okay, so I gave you an example of physical identification. It doesn't look like a human being.
Right. Yeah, you just said, for example, that this black person doesn't look like a human being, and actually why. I'm saying...
It doesn't matter why. You can just use your imagination. It is explicitly stated in the hypothetical, it does not look like a human being.
No, it does matter. If I say, for example...
No, all you need to know is in the hypothetical, it does not look like a human being.
No, hold on. If you say, for example, that the reason you take it to be the case that black person doesn't look like a human being is because they're black, then obviously I will...
That's not what I said! I just said the black person does not look like a human being.
I said if you take it to be the case. I didn't say that's what you said. So what is the trait true of that black human being that is not true of another individual that we categorize to be a human? Under my definition.
We're talking... You mentioned the trait is looking like a human being. I proposed a hypothetical where this hypothetical black person does not look like a human being.
Okay. Since you're not giving me a trait, let's presuppose a trait.
I gave you the trait.
No, the fuck you didn't. You just said it doesn't look like a human being.
Yes, you said that is what creates a meaningful distinction between humans and animals.
Hold on. That's not a trait. You're just giving identification. That's like saying, well, the trait that is true about a cow is that it's a cow and not a human being. That would be a trait. No, that's identification. If I say, for example, let's say hypothetically inside of your stipulated in your hypothetical that what we categorize as a black human being is a fucking cow, then I would say that it's morally permissible for you to fucking eat it.
Yes, let's say the black person looks like a cow.
Okay, yeah, if the black person looks like a cow, then yes, it's morally permissible for you to eat it. I don't know why that was so hard, vegan.
Okay. So if somebody put your brain inside a cow, it'd be okay to kill you?
Yeah, I don't care. If it was like a highly psychological, sophisticated cow. Like, what the fuck? I'm still eating.
Would it be okay to talk to them?
I probably hold it to like a higher moral standard than other cows, but is it impermissible for you to eat it? And in my position, no.
Right,
but I do have to go.
So this person's just stupid. So if if human beings evolve in the future and he has time travel powers, and human beings do not look like the human beings he's used to, it'd be okay for him to massacre billions of people.
Yeah, let's say, for example, that you are used to eating cows and all of the human beings look like a fucking cow, then I would say yes, morally permissible.
Right, so you can just murder people based on how they look. You know what? People in wheelchairs don't look like human beings to me, so I can kill and eat them. Black people don't look like human beings to me because I've only seen white people, so it's okay to kill and eat them.
But that's not my position. That's
That
your
is
position.
exactly your position.
No.
That
No,
is
you're
exactly
projecting
your position.
No.
That is
No, you're projecting your
exactly your
fantasies.
position.
No,
That
you're
is
projecting your
exactly
fantasies.
your position.
No, you're
That
projecting
is
your fantasies.
exactly your
No,
position.
that is your fetishes. That is your fetishes, not my
No,
position.
that's exactly your position.
No, you're just fucking
Does
confused.
so what are the objective criteria to determine what something looks similar to?
That doesn't matter, but I do have to go.
It does matter.
No, it doesn't. I already gave the criteria, and you're just not tracking. Can I go?
No,
through it now?
it does matter. How do you objectively determine whether or not something looks like a human being? Because if a human being doesn't have arms and legs, I could just say it doesn't look like a human being to me, so I can kill and eat it.
You're gonna hold me captive, man. Can I go? My girl calling.
Yeah, leave. You're a fucking dumbass.
You didn't attack.
I did have a question. I had a friend that was a little bit familiar with health science, and he just wanted to know, like, if you might agree to like something organized like debate with him. That's okay.
Wait, you're breaking up. What did you ask?
There was a previous person that you talked to.
Sorry, dude. Your voice is breaking up like crazy.
And they were just wondering.
Whoever's talking, wait, you're roboting right now. You're
He's
roboting
trying to
bad.
tell you that he had someone who wants to talk to you about like nutrition and animal testing. Apparently, I think that's what he wrote in chat earlier.
Okay, sure. I can do that.
You stole Motormouth off me. I'm cruel. I'm mean. I'm sad.
Yeah.
How did you end up there, dude? He literally said he agreed that he ought not drink milk because of the harm it does to cows. How did you end up? What happened?
I don't think anything even happened in that conversation. It was just like
He
y'all
kept changing the
disagreeing with,
goalpost over and over and over again, and just kept making conflicting statements.
Like what?
I mean-
Example?
Well, he
His-
said it's
his
immoral to
original
drink milk, and then he was like, "Oh, but it's okay to like kill cows for meat." I don't know how you could hold two positions consistently.
He said it could be okay to kill cows for meat if it
His
had like a
original-
potentially good outcome. Yeah, I think you
His
weren't here when you
original
were explaining
position-
his like philosophy.
His original position was that you can kill a creature without harming them, right? And like, I got him to concede that like, milk is inherently suffering, but like, I don't know why he wasn't able to accept that meat is inherently suffering, right? Because like,
Not to derail, but is human breast milk vegan?
Yes.
yeah, it's consensual. Unless you keep a woman in a cage and milk her, then it's not vegan.
Yeah, that'd be kind of weird.
Yeah.
You just
You know
keep it
that
on a
we're going
giant
to-
field.
Did you say? Wait, the person who asked about human breast milk, are you vegan?
I personally am not, but my daughter is still breastfeeding at like age of 3.
Wait, no, but you're not vegan, so you drink milk, right?
I actually don't drink milk just because I don't drink milk.
Dude, milk
Do you
is
eat
gross anyway for non-vegans.
I do, yeah. I mean, I'm one of those scumbags that recognizes I should be vegan, and I just don't make the attempt because I'm a scumbag.
Okay. Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, what's up?
Vegan Coops donated $2 fact check.
Can any vegan answer the question? Particular Freely or any of the vegans that are out there?
Hemorrhoids, no other risk factors. She probably already had hemorrhoids and just didn't know it. This is just a fucking... This is a YouTube comment. I don't know what this matters. Usually the risk factors for hemorrhoids is constipation, obesity, hypertension. If they're claiming their normal weight, did not have constipation, all this crap, and they're claiming they have hemorrhoids, I don't know. It may or may not be true that they have hemorrhoids. They may have some other problem that they're thinking is hemorrhoids. They might have already had hemorrhoids and they just got worse. Who the fuck knows? Who cares? It's a stupid YouTube comment. What do you want me to debunk or fact check? I can't fact check anything.
They're bragging that studies have shown that eating all of this excessive amount of fiber produces the largest bowel movements ever.
eat 20 plus servings of fruit a day and
Fluffier the poop, the better. Bowel, stool discussions, then don't watch this video. It's not going to be too, graphic, but I just want to talk about it because this whole time I was thinking that I can't do the high fruit diet because I'm not fermenting. I'm just releasing everything and no gas, so I guess that's
Then don't eat a high fruit diet.
why I can't do the fruitarian things that I was doing to damage myself from veganism. I'm going to link.
By the way, this girl gained 20 pounds after eating meat again, and she hasn't showed herself on camera in quite a while, so she probably gained even more weight. Like, if she was fit, healthy, looked good, her photos are already online. Everybody knows who she is, so she's just too embarrassed to go on camera to show what she looks like. So she's saying, oh, I'm so much healthier. Okay, well, right, that's why you admit to being fatter and you don't show your face on camera?
Both other videos on Humanimal's channel, but the
diarrhea may overcome a normal sphincter. Will
think,
yeah, this is just boring. I don't know why you sent me that. Thanks for the donation, dude. Where's the
commitment if you ever feel the need?
Yeah, I mean, that's the bare minimum. It's
That's
like,
one way.
Happy cat, right?
So there are steps that you can take in order to like go vegan.
Is it happy cow or happy cat?
Happy cow. HAPPYCOW.
All right, it's installed, brother.
Wonderful. Let's go. So, right, you said you only eat out. Do you not eat at home?
Bro, I used to be a chef, well, not a chef, but like a cook for like a decade. Like, I
either died in accidents or committed suicide. That list is getting really, really long. So yes.
See if Frank uploaded anything. Ugh. Happy Cow isn't that great. There were some restaurants in Ottawa that are not listed on Happy Cow, but they're actually fully vegan. It doesn't list everything. And it's not even good at... so yeah, it's missing actual vegan restaurants. And it also seems to not have a very robust list of restaurants with vegan options, because I found a bunch of places with really good vegan options, and it's just not on Happy Cow.
I will eviscerate every single person with my intelligence right now.
Did you see where this YouTuber was arrested in New Hampshire for allegedly trying to kill a cop during a high-speed chase? This is wild.
Welcome to episode number 1 of my podcast, Building Legacy. Episode 1, How I Got Sober. $1,444 days sober from alcohol today.
I've been sober from alcohol for 1,558 days, so to press me on a DUI, I'm a public figure. I will eviscerate every single person with my intelligence right now. Mom, thank God, look at me!
Eric.
This guy clearly has mental health problems.
Eric. All right. They're here to help you.
Our Father who art in heaven.
Pulled off to the side of the road with my rollerblades and sat on the guardrails. Pressed the GoPro button so it was recording. I could see the police officer chasing that black Jeep.
For some odd reason, this interested me, and I dug pretty deep into this, and it just gets more bizarre. People ask me all the time, what is that website that you're always talking about that safeguards your private information online? Most people are completely oblivious to the fact that their private data is being collected online and traded by shady data brokers, who then create these shadow profiles on us that includes all of our personal information without our consent. And they give it to banks and civil to get an exclusive. Me is awesome, but now let's get back to the video. The small town of Bartlett, New Hampshire has an impressively low crime rate, with a violent crime rate of just 0.36 spots, like worrying about being...
Why does he have this music on?
approaching 3 million subscribers, and he has some really impressive videos to me where he's touring these huge homes, such as this crazy house, apparently the most expensive home on the planet. And in my opinion, these videos are amazing. I mean, from somebody who uses a $60 webcam, I don't even know how he films these things, but they're actually really cool.
And 4 iron door.
B felony, reckless conduct with a deadly weapon, plus misdemeanor charges of conduct after an accident, disobeying an officer, and reckless driving. Bartlett Police Sergeant Brian Moffat outlined the case against Conover to the judge.
Mr. Conover appears to have intentionally struck my officer who was out of his vehicle on foot with the Jeep.
He said that around 4:46 p.m. last Saturday, Officer Emmett was conducting a traffic stop on West Side Road in Bartlett, which is a 35-mile-per-hour zone. His attention was drawn to Mr. Conover's vehicle due to very loud
3 years, 5 months. Well, thanks for the sports stitching, nofap.
Exhaust. He visually estimated the speed as being high, over the limit around 55 to 60 miles per hour. Officer Emmett attempted to pull Conover over in the area of 275 West Side Road, which is 7/10 of a mile north of Humphreys Ledge. The chase continued heading east on Route 302, where Conover stopped briefly near Attitash Woods Road. At another point, Emmett pulled his cruiser in front of Conover's Jeep and ordered Conover to exit the vehicle. However, Conover kept driving, making his way through Glen Village and Route 16A. Moffat said that Conover then increased his speed to 50 miles per hour in the 35 mile per hour zone and then brake checked Officer Emmett.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him.
Just north of Limmer Boots, and you have to wonder how that one got its name, Conover stopped his Jeep in the oncoming lane. Officer Emmett parked his cruiser perpendicular to the front of the Jeep and walked towards the rear of Conover's Jeep. He ordered Conover to get out. While Officer Emmett exited his vehicle, he moved around to the rear of his cruiser, and Mr. Conover then backed his vehicle rapidly, pointed it directly at Officer Emmett, and accelerated at him, striking him at a reasonably high rate of speed. And this whole time I was thinking that it was a rollerblader that caught the video, but listen to this. We're very fortunate that an amateur drone operator was in the air when he saw the interaction and was able to capture it on video.
Retard donators, does this guy look familiar to you? No. Who is he supposed to look like? Thanks for the donation, retard.
Where is that video? Officer Emmett went over the hood of the Jeep and was thrown a distance by the impact. Conover then continued driving to the town of Carroll and was chased by Carroll County Sheriff's deputies. The pursuit totaled 38 miles until state police deployed spike strips. So the video footage that we do have was filmed by this guy, Keith Wright is I think his name. He's just your local rollerblader.
Pulled off to the side of the road with my rollerblades and sat on the guardrails. Pressed the...
Oh, he looks like Chud Jack, the meme. Sort of, yeah.
The GoPro button so it was recording. I could see the police officer chasing that black Jeep.
He's doing his thing. He's rollerblading. And next thing you know, he's in the middle of a police pursuit. And so he was able to film some of it. And towards the end of it, you can see like he's rolling towards the scene like super quick. It's actually not a bad idea for some of these First Amendment auditors. They could be on rollerblades. The police also noted that Conover had been arrested a day or two earlier by state police on charges of driving while intoxicated and was apparently released on a PR bond, which means you don't have to actually put up money or property. They just trust you to return to court. When they went to court, Conover told the judge that his legal name was Eric Van Conover, not just Conover, and that he wished to contact a different attorney named Craig. However, police listed his name as Conover anyways.
Today in court, Conover was outspoken, claiming that he's a public figure because of his nearly 3 million subscribers on YouTube, and saying this was part of a, quote, police sting against him.
This seems to be a massive misunderstanding, Conover said. He said that he lives in New York City. I'm exactly who I say I am. I'm a YouTuber.
He was encouraging the magistrate himself to look up his online following.
I've been sober from alcohol for 1,558 days, so to press me on a DUI, I'm a public figure.
Conover mentioned that he booked the presidential suite at the Omni Mount Washington Resort and that his parents were in the area. I love the White Mountains and people more than the actual land because they have treated me with respect here, he said. And I quote, "Actually, the state troopers brutalized me, but here, thank God for being in a small town." Conover inquired about his bail amount regarding the DUI charge. The judge said that he was probably released on a PR bond. Conover suggested that $2,000 would be reasonable, but added that he could pay up to $1 million. Smart strategy. Conover told the judge that his previous arrest on March 13th was for possessing marijuana. He was unsure if the arrest was for driving while intoxicated. He said his father picked him up from a Concord area state police barracks. Conover alleged that the trooper broke his finger during the booking process in Concord, but he said the officers involved in the Saturday incident had been nice to him. Conover explained that he had two reasons for being in New Hampshire. One was to treat his father, who was a type 2 diabetic, to a nice vacation, and the other was to deal with his personal issues. Nailed it, I guess. This is what he said. "I wanted to surprise him and have a nice time here. To be honest, I've been going through a rough patch with my wife, and I wanted to get out of the city and come smoke some weed up in the White Mountains." Not surprisingly, the judge decided to hold Conover without bail until another hearing could be held on Monday. During his bail hearing, he said, "I will eviscerate every single person with my intelligence right now." He added that he was being treated like an animal in jail.
I have everything right here and it's all been falsified. If anyone dares try to test my mental competence, I will eviscerate every single person with my intelligence right now. And that's not being egotistical.
And before his attorney arrived, Concord began reciting the Lord's Prayer,
Our Father who art in heaven.
along with curses, and expressed gratitude for his attorney.
Mom, thank God, look at me.
All right. Okay, Eric. All right. They're here to help you.
This is actually a major problem that I have with using these remote hearings in criminal cases. Here, for example, you have Eric Conover making these public statements, like directly through the media in your TV in your living room or your computer, before his lawyer even shows up to the hearing. We have conversations between the parents and the defendant for everyone to see. And what this looks like is some sort of mental breakdown. Look how much worse this guy was able to make his own circumstances just by virtue of being there in a remote hearing. Whereas in the old days, you're just there in real life and your lawyer shuts you up. The lawyer is going to talk for you. That's almost always in the defendant's best interest. Here, maybe the lawyer could have gotten him out on bail. But not only does his client say, well, $2,000 would be fair, but...
Would you be willing to twerk to this song?
To the nick and niggy. Fucking go, fucking.
Yeah. I'd be willing to. So we're a little worried you sent me porn or something.
Legal, nigger, a niggy. Murder is not legal. Nigger, niggity, nig. It's not legal to try to murder my family.
Yeah, I could twerk to that. Who the hell is this? Homophobic racist incel? You know, these people that are like incels and can't get laid and don't look so great, they do a lot better for themselves by like not being racist and not being assholes and maybe exercising and eating better. It's kind of weird how they complain that they're unattractive and unlikable, and they do everything to make themselves more unattractive and unlikable. Thanks for the donation, though, Sadie N-word.
I'll do $1 million. He also makes it clear to the judge that something is really, really wrong mentally. The last traditional real estate video that Eric did was actually right down my alley. I read an entire book on Cornelius Vanderbilt. I find that family absolutely fascinating. And the last sort of traditional real estate video that Eric did was on the Vanderbilt home.
Fuck.
The Breakers. One of the last great monuments of a family that once ruled America.
Entertaining way. I mean, there's no doubt that he's talented. But then after that video, there's sort of an abrupt, and I don't know if that video had something to do with it. Like, he started to compare himself to Cornelius Vanderbilt, and all of a sudden he's having this mental health crisis. Like, what am I doing with my life? Like, how many of these outrageous home tour videos can I do? Am I going to do this for the rest of my life? What is my purpose in life? What is my legacy? And so he comes out with this new video that says this is episode 1 of his podcast, where he's talking about legacy, and he's starting with himself. And he goes all through his life and rambles on for well over an hour. And he goes all through his childhood, and it's pretty bizarre. My first thought going through it is, this is not something that should be on your YouTube channel.
1,444 days.
Here you go, dude. Let's see that fat N-word vegan booty shake to this.
Alright, thanks for the donation, dude. I shall do that for you. I'm just gonna take a piss and also put my bowl away because my cat's trying to lick some of the Korean barbecue sauce out of it. I'll be right back, but thanks for the donation, dude.
Yeah.
Oh, gum.
Okay.
nigger to the nig. A niggy niggy nig nigger nigger nig niggy. Niggy to the nig nig nigger. Niggy to nig nig the niggy nig nigger. Niggy to the nig nig nigger. Niggy to nig nig the niggy nig nigger. Niggy to the nig nig nigger. Niggy to nig nig the niggy nig nigger. A niggy niggy nig nigger nigger nig niggy. Niggy to the nig nig nigger. Niggy to nig nig the niggy nig nigger. A niggy to the nig nig nigger nig niggity nig. I want an operator. Give me an operator. What the fuck is this shit? I'm not giving you my serial number, dude. Do your fucking job. Do your fucking job. A serial number? Are you fucking serious? You posted a fucking picture of me with a dick photoshopped on my face. Rape is not legal. Murder is not legal. It's not legal to try to murder my family. It's not legal to try to rape my mom. You fucking psychos. Fucking retards. I got proof that you guys are threatening to rape my mom. I got proof that you're threatening to fucking kill my family. You guys are fucking stupid. This wasn't for the boy with the booming system. He ain't gonna down. He can't, he don't, he might sell cow. Well, you're some fucking spoiled faggot. Give me some fucking money. I ain't doing shit for free. Roll over for prone bone. Now we're doing doggy style. And all I'm saying is I'll do that for you. I just need you to be thick. I hope there's fucking 500 more school shootings. I'm a fucking published author, a Dean's List philosophy student. Write a fucking book, Dunning-Kruger faggot. Try whacking off to a woman for once, you fucking faggot. They're stalkers. They're harassers. It's fucking cyberbullying, dude. I'm fucking smarter than everybody I ever fucking met. I fucking mean it, dude. I fucking mean it. I fucking mean it, dude. I fucking mean it. I fucking mean it, dude. I fucking mean it. I'm the smartest fucking person that I've ever fucking met in my entire life. And I mean it. You're nothing compared to me. There's no store, dude. It's Uber Eats. It's fucking Uber Eats. It's a fucking conglomerate corporation. Fuck! 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 I will fucking kill you. Don't you fucking dare! How in the fucking fuck do I get a fucking agent on the fucking phone right fucking now? Wrinkles, I'm gonna smack. Get off the table! Go! 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 A nigger to the nig, a niggy niggy nig nigger nigger nig niggy, niggy to the nig to the nig nigger, niggy to nig nigger, niggy to the nig nigger, niggy to nig the nigger, a nigger to the nig, a niggy niggy nig nigger nigger nig niggy, nigger, niggy to nig the niggy nigger, niggy to the nig nigger, niggy to nig the nigger, a nigger to the nig, a niggy niggy nig nigger nigger nig nigger, niggy to nig the niggy nigger, niggy to the nig nigger, niggy to nig the nigger, a nigger to the nig, a niggy niggy nig nigger nigger nig niggy, a nigger to the nig, a niggy niggy nig nigger nigger nig niggy.
Alright, there we go. My calves are getting bigger. Ugh. Oh, wait. No, it's okay. There you go. Hope you enjoyed that. Thanks for the donation, Sadie.
This is kinda based.
Let me take a look. Wait, whoops.
that we should be proud of, even in spite of its history of conquest? No. Not in spite of that history.
Good evening. Feeling great tonight. After brutal pulling session at the gym, my triceps are now on fire, though. How is your night going? Anything new? How are you feeling? Can't really complain. Oh, I did a back workout today, too. Despite not eating much and continuing to lose weight, I am getting stronger. So that's a very good sign, and I think my muscles are actually getting bigger, even though I'm in a deficit.
In a zombie apocalypse, would you die or eat non-vegan shit like a can of chili since there's no longer supply and demand? So gross, but hypothetically it's the only option till you grow crops.
Well, yeah, if there's no supply and demand, and I found, like, cans of meat or something, there'd be no ethical issue. Oh. Oh my god. Oh. Oh, that dog has a very special talent. Oh my goodness. Wow, that's a special dog. Oh my goodness. Oh wow, do you guys see that? Oh, that's amazing. Yeah, so I don't think it would really be an ethical issue. Thanks for the donation, Boopity Bop. Yeah, but yeah, I'm still having the issue with eating, but I'm still getting stronger, so I guess I'm eating enough. And side benefit, I am also getting, you know, like more lean and jacked. So can't complain too much. Dodo, donate tellers, what are we gaming tonight? You never played Little Nightmares DLC on stream because you suck, trans dick. We'll probably play Half-Life 2. The Little Nightmares 1 DLC was not good. I'll try it again at some point, but you know, it just wasn't that good. Maybe Thursday in the afternoon we can play Little Nightmares 2 DLC or Little Nightmares DLC.
I'm proud of it in large part because of that history. It is one of the great triumphs of all time that our forefathers had to first conquer an ocean in order to then land on a giant mass of uncharted wilderness filled with untold dangers and wild beasts and, yes, primitive warring tribes, many of whom practiced human sacrifice and cannibalism, and who, if they captured you, would torture you for fun and rape your wife and children before killing you, maybe eating your internal organs and taking your family as their property. And yet, in the face of those unimaginable horrors, our forefathers and ancestors conquered this entire hemisphere and settled it and single-handedly dragged it out of the Stone Age and built from the wilderness the greatest...
So, just to be clear, he might be right about colonization being a good thing, but the only reason he holds that view is just because he only likes white people.
Civilization the world had ever known. Am I proud of that? Yes, I am. Now, the natives lived in the Americas for 20,000 years. And this is something that the left and the people who hate this country like to bring up all the time. Well, they were here for so long. Yeah, they were here for a long time. What did they do in that time? During that time, they never figured out the wheel. They never figured out written language. Most of them progressed hardly at all over the course of 200 centuries. They were still eating each other and living in tents, many of them. The great tribes of Mesoamerica had advanced the most. And by that I mean they had caught up to the ancient Egyptians by the time that the conquistadors showed up. They were built.
No, they didn't even catch up to the Egyptians. I don't think they were using any metal tools. So, no, they didn't even catch up to the Egyptians. They were still in the Stone Age, I'm pretty sure.
Building pyramids at a time when Europeans were using the printing press. Then European settlers arrived here, and in
Oh no, so the Incas did have metal tools. They had copper. Mayans did not have access to metal. They were on the South American continent, right? Yeah.
less than 3 centuries, they had established a nation. In another 70 or so years, that nation would stretch across the entire continent from one ocean to another. In another 50 years, they'd be digging a giant trench through the earth to physically connect one ocean to the other. At the same time, they would be building vehicles that can fly through the air. In another few decades, they'd be walking on the surface of the moon. Okay, these settlers took a wilderness sparsely inhabited by hostile Stone Age natives and
yeah, so colonization's a good thing. It's just he's racist.
Sober from
Thanks for the donation, Boopity Bop.
Alcohol today. Welcome to episode number 1 of my podcast, Building Legacy. Episode 1, How I Got Sober. And with that, my name's Eric Van Conover, and I like to write. These are actually 2 of my journals from my 30s. I have a volume of 3 from my 30s. In my opinion, journals are the number 1 accountability tool for building a legacy. Superficial look, that's what I experienced on my eye.
Okay, yeah, this guy's crazy. This is an adult man showing, like, stupid kid drawings.
This episode, that's what I experienced on my ayahuasca trip. That's just a visual.
Oh, he got psychosis from ayahuasca. Yeah, he went crazy because of the ayahuasca. He basically did a Connor Murphy. You know, I'm pretty convinced of this at this point. I think stupid people, if they take psychedelic drugs, they're way more likely to go crazy than smart people. Because stupid people, if they have like some kind of psychedelic ayahuasca trip, they're not smart enough to notice that certain things aren't real, or they're having delusions. Like, I've had psychotic symptoms before, but I was smart enough to know, oh, this is a delusion, like this isn't really happening. So, and then I was just able to think my way out of it. But yeah, if you're stupid and you can't do that, then yeah, you get into a police chase and get arrested and then start praying to Jesus or something.
Of it, and I will have a full episode, ideally with it informed my future legacy. It informed that my future legacy is service in a very real way. Going back to the NDE, I have gateway tapes written down. I will reference this slightly. Gateway tapes are a set of binaural beats that get your brain to go to higher states of consciousness. Big tool in my sobriety journey. You could zoom in on this, but
how strong are your triceps currently? So 2 days ago, I did a push session. I did tricep push downs with the cable attachment, so it's a direct 1-to-1 ratio. It was 4 25-pound plates, so yeah, I did tricep push downs with 100 pounds, and that's an actual 100 pounds because it's just a cable. It's like one pulley, one cable, so it's 1-to-1. And I did tricep overhead extensions with a barbell after that with 95 pounds.
Essentially, this was the first feeling when I did a gateway tape.
And then when I went down the rabbit hole a little more, there seems to be more information out there, especially there's a thread in Reddit where people who have been following him for a long time are commenting, and it sounds like he had been on mental health meds and perhaps for whatever reason had stopped taking his meds, which then brings in a whole new conversation on mental health in the criminal justice system and interactions with police. Honestly, he's lucky that he's alive. How many of these mental health issues, these interactions end in police officer killing the suspect, especially with an allegation that, oh my God, his car.
Who would win in a fight, Walsh or Tefano? I'd put my money on Matt Walsh. Matt Walsh is the most pick-me right-wing grifter. Yeah, he is.
Cars coming right at me. A lot of times that's not even true. Here, that police officer didn't even act in his own self-defense, apparently let himself be run over and fly over the hood, at least according to what's been said. From what's available, I mean, his claim that because
Hamza was boxing, if you want to laugh. Okay, sure. This dude is like the most cringe dipshit I've ever fucking seen.
I had wondered how I could have missed this. Think about the weight cut before this.
He literally looks like he's been exercising less. Which is strange if he was training for a fight. Didn't he say that he was, like, lifting more and training more? Why does he look like he's smaller and weaker if he was training more? I don't think he was taking his training as seriously as he made it out to be. Okay, this. What promotion? Maybe I should just watch the whole video, but what fucking promotion is this? That's not him, so I don't know why he's showing another fight.
I may have sent you this a couple months ago when this happened, but this alt history YouTube channel guy also lost his mind on ayahuasca and tried to start a cult.
Oh yeah, this guy, he's absolutely fucking delusional. He has a gun too, which is especially disturbing. He's like talking about fucking killing people. I actually want to watch that again because it's so hilarious. Thanks for the donation, retard. Like, I know the exact mindset he's talking about too. Like, I've done mushrooms where I feel like I figured out the whole universe, and then you go through this like weird thought pattern where you think you can explain everything. But then when you come out of it, you kind of lose a lot of it. But it sounds like he tried to keep... He thinks like, the mindset he was in, like, made sense, and he keeps, like, droning on and on in a circle about how, like, this one idea explains everything.
We won't tie this properly yet. Yeah, sure. We'll just do like... Good. Two. Follow. Two. Good.
Hope he gets his ass kicked. That'd be funny. He's actually pretty good. I'd keep just low leg kicking that guy. Like, you got him good with the inside leg kick. Just keep doing that. Yeah, spin it. Yeah, just keep spamming it. He's not doing anything. Yeah, I think I'd kick his ass in the ring. I think this guy is kind of an idiot. Like, Hamza really doesn't want to do any infighting, and he very quickly backs up against the ropes. He should just try to just do as much infighting as he can, especially since he's eating those low leg kicks and getting fucked up. Yeah, this guy's really, really afraid of doing any infighting. I know it's kind of a lot of trainers will encourage you to just really try to keep as much of a distance as you can because it's just a higher risk to get in super close. But, like, he's losing, clearly, so I don't know why he'd bother. Wait. That looks like a dive. Is there another angle for that? That looked like a dive. steps in, drops his hands. Yeah, this guy steps in, drops both of his hands. And that did not seem like a fast, powerful kick. Yeah, that looked like he had a lot of trouble even kicking that high. I don't know, that's a little fishy. What promotion is this? Yeah, I don't know, that's a little fishy.
Back home, followed by a workout in my home gym. Trainers like doing a. I've always wanted this for so long, and I refuse to let them do a high quality. Saw you at the gym.
Bro Hamza almost had me believing he could fight. Ha 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 ha, fab shit fake as fuck.
Yeah, that looked like a dive. That was weird. Like, the guy was eating low leg kicks, which I can believe, but like a very slow telegraphed high kick after the guy steps in and drops his hands. Sounds like some of this was planned. Like, don't want to say definitively, but like, I don't know, that's a little fishy.
I'm one of the fighters here. Let me know and let's hit pads together. I organized the session with him. I came in and we trained for about 2.5 hours straight, and it was so fun. His name was James, and he would go on to be my coach during this time. He's from New Zealand, he's a pro fighter, he's had over 10 fights, he's won every single time. And I also made more friends here. I met Rhyme, who's like a real life Spartan. He had his first fight at were intense. Sometimes we'd go as hard as we could on the pads, other times we'd go upstairs to the assault bike, and we'd go to zone 5 where you literally just go as fast as you life. We had a vague idea that I would fight in February, which was only 4 months away. And so we started vlogging my training too. I created a new YouTube channel where we would just record the training and I talk about what was on my mind, going from someone who was a complete beginner, tall, he plays football, he's been training for years. After months of building this up, 7 days left. I have 4 kg to lose in 7 days. This is actually going to be pretty difficult. I didn't even think about the weight cut before this. It's another thing to think about. I'm going to be in the ring and my mouth is going to be so dry and I'll be nervous and I'll be gassed, but so will he. And I've prepared for this. 5 days left, 4 days left, 3 days left, 2 days left. The face.
What's up, my fight club? This goes like Hamza.
What is it?
The face.
What's up, my fight club?
Something Fight Club. Did he say he was in New Zealand? Is this it? No. This is just... That doesn't look like it. Like it's it.
Like Hamza.
Soma Fight Club. Oh, so this wasn't even an amateur fight. This was just something that members signed up to.
Bro, of course Hamza gonna pay that guy to take a dive if all his bathrobe homies were in attendance. Did you see how scared Hamza looked to even get close to the guy? Nah, that kick was slow as fuck. I had time to order shit off Amazon and see that coming.
Yeah, that seemed really fishy. It was... Like, I even mentioned it. The strategy that guy had was a little weird. He just kept eating low leg kicks. And he wouldn't do any infighting at all. Even when Hamza was in the corner, no infighting. Just, like, quick jabs in and out. Like... So, this wasn't actually... From what I... Yeah, so this is just a training gym. And this wasn't an amateur fight. This was literally something that was just put on by the gym. So they're just like, yeah, it's just nothing. They just decided to, the gym just does this, I guess, or something. That was weird. Yeah, these are all just the gym members. Let's see that last. That seemed a little theatrical. So look. Walks in with his hands down. And then, oh, big tumble. I don't know. He literally rolled over. Look at this. He literally did a rollover, too. That is fake. Okay, I'm calling it. That was staged. Like, getting hit around your neck kind of like that, okay, whatever, it was kind of a slow, telegraphed kick and everything. But, I mean, that was very theatrical. So not only did he fall back, but rather than just falling down, literally does a somersault backwards. Like, what? Yeah, and what is it? Like, isn't there a 10 count in... Like, I guess it's not a real fight. It's just, again, a gym thing.
Hey, you just shot everyone the fuck up. Congrats, man. Good man.
Declaring the winner by TKO, Hamza!
Yeah, I think that's super fucking fishy. That is super fishy, dude. $2 check fact. Let me see.
This is Earthling Ed in 2017, and he is suspicious to me. He is suspicious. Suspicious. You know why he's suspicious? First of all, we're going to look at this video and listen to the sound of his voice while he's talking and how he looks and everything in 2017.
It's one of the, my favourite forms of activism for myself, and also because I think it's a really effective way of promoting the message. So the second organisation I'm going to recommend in this video is Anonymous for the Voiceless.
His voice reminds me of when I first started this channel and my voice sounded all muted and just like weak and vocal fry, just that weak sounding voice.
So Anonymous for the Voiceless is an outreach event where activists will stand in a queue.
Price of a little bit of animals can get thousands of people to go vegan, because if I keep coming out here looking sick and sounding like I'm about to fall asleep.
She won't even show her face on camera anymore, and she's admittedly gained a lot of weight. So again, oh, the vegan looks sick. Okay, show what you look like, fatty.
Abuse a few animals herself to grow. And this is 2020.
I get so annoyed about this because these people involved in this should be absolutely ashamed of themselves. It's not an ignorant thing. It's not something they've done by mistake. This is a calculated decision that they've made to twist the information to make it out like soy milk is such a bad thing for the...
What is the secret? What is the secret?
Maybe he's eating better compared to before. Maybe he was stressed out and not sleeping. Maybe he got sick and he's better now. Who cares? Vegan deterioration is a fucking retard, dude. Thanks for the donation, too.
Because of his YouTube status, he was set up that there was a conspiracy. It appears that none of that is true. Did the police mistreat him at all during the process? I don't know. But what he's saying does not carry much credibility given the context. This appears to be a mental health crisis, and it's...
Yeah, gave himself psychosis from ayahuasca.
What if Autist, who has a gigantic audience, is very likely going through an episode of psychosis, triggered by taking ayahuasca and an herbal medicine called kratom?
Ayahuasca basically fried my brain.
If you don't know who I'm talking about, What If Autist is one of the largest history/politics channels on YouTube, with hundreds of thousands of subscribers. This guy started off, by the way, making alternate history videos. Then he transitioned to politics and geopolitics. Recently, he released a 10-hour, 3-part autobiography in which he discusses, among some pretty horrible and unfortunate things about his childhood, that he can now commune with the spirit world, has spoken with Odin and other deities, and that God is now commanding him to basically create a new religion. He has established what is basically a cult that is trying to further explore this spirit world. This is not a joke. I'll show you the clips of him saying it himself. What If Autist has legitimately lost his mind. I'm not even making fun of him, something I've done before for his insane political views.
Well, yeah, it doesn't seem like that fight was an actual amateur fight. It just looks like an event that the gym put on, and it was mostly for members. Well, like, you could just see everybody in the audience. They were all like 20 years old. So I think it was just an event put on for the gym members. Like, that's it. And it was basically exhibition matches. But there were some funny things in that fight leading up to the, knockout. But yeah, that knockout was super fishy. What it seemed like was, it seemed like it was like a promotional video for the gym. So I don't know if Hamza's fight in particular was at all real.
I honestly and completely feel very bad for him as a human being. Nobody deserves to literally lose their mind. Again, this video is not making fun of him. This is not a joke. Don't go looking for personal information. Don't harass him. When What If Autist realized everyone was responding negatively to his psychotic episode, he literally tried to play it off as a joke. He's trying to backtrack. That's one of the reasons why I'm making this video. I don't know what the best path for him is because I'm not a medical doctor, but he needs substantial medical intervention immediately. He needs medication. He needs something better than a gigantic audience on YouTube. I don't need to tell you that delusions of grandeur, delusions that God himself is commanding you to establish a new...
Maybe you shouldn't have beat my ass so much.
Ugh. Well, You got some pretty mild ass beatings. Thanks for the donation though, Jasmine.
New religion, and multiple videos about a coming armed revolution, together with a gigantic audience and ownership of weapons.
I also collect, I got 2 guns. I got an assault rifle, and I got,
Gummy isn't fat. Like, I mean... I wouldn't say he's
There's
fat.
a guy in chat crying about you saying retard. Can you ban him? Jake Balvane scale. Retard out.
I don't really care. Unless they start really crying and spamming, I don't really care. Thanks for the donation, retard. I don't think Gummy looks fat. It's just a big kitty. I have been closely monitoring his food. I actually reduced his food intake. He was getting a little bit rotund, but I reduced his food and he did lose weight pretty quickly. But yeah, I don't... Like, cats have the skin here. Like, that's just skin, but it doesn't seem chonko to me. Yeah, it just looks like a big, handsome, strong kitty. Isn't that right, Gum Gum?
the pistol, the one that I'm forgetting the exact name. It's a good pistol. Police use it.
Is an extremely dangerous combination.
No, Jasmine didn't take the rabbits, and obviously I kept Gummy. So I've got Chicken and Chungus, the rabbits, and Gummy. She took Finn, Faye, and Bimo.
He already has the beginnings of a cult, which he calls the Organization of the Crimson Dragon. This is what, why, how, and this video is about why What a Voltist needs to be institutionalized immediately before he harms anyone. If you want to support my channel, you can do so at patreon.com/whatwhyhow. The more support I have, the more videos I can make calling out people like What a Voltist who use their giant platforms, their 700,000 subscribers, to lie about history, and in this case at least, to spread a dangerous cult as well. Anyways, I'm writing this script the day after Christmas, soon after What a Voltist sent off this tweet. Hi everyone, I have to tell you folks something. I am a quite advanced mystic, and am capable of communicating.
Will I ever get another dog? I don't think so. I'm more of a cat dad than a dog dad, so I think I'm probably just going to stick with cats because I like cats more. Possible. I wouldn't say it's out of the question, but I'm really just more into cats.
With the spirit world. If you wonder why I know so much and am so successful at the age of 23.
Also, like, winter sucks here. And it would be awful if I have to go outside multiple times a day to walk a dog. Like, I hate going out in the cold and snow. Like, that just sucks dick. So having a cat is kind of nice because you don't have to, like, take them outside and walk them every day.
This is part of the reason. I have a photographic memory and have used this to have hundreds of hours of communication with different spiritual forces, whether God, the devil, Mother Nature, Hermes Trismegistus, the Anima, and many more. That also includes Odin, who you'll see later in the clips I'm going to show, and is commanding him to do things. He says that he has a pretty good map.
This is Gum Gum.
Say, did any of you children see the alien spaceship last night?
Huh? Yeah, Fat Boy saw it. No, that was just a dream. And I'm not fat, I'm big boned.
He's not fat. Don't body shame Gum Gum.
I'm not fat, I'm festively plump.
I'm not fat, okay? I'm just really, really easy to see. I'm not.
I'm pretty easy to see, too. And I know I'm not fat. Thanks for the donation, Ben. Gone through the literal exact same thing that what if all this is going through. Pretty insane how psychedelics can do this to you. Just as VG described, you think you can explain everything? Well, yeah, again, like, if you're smart, you can figure out you're on drugs and, like, you know, it's not real. And maybe there are some pieces of wisdom that you take out of the experience, like you feel like you know everything, but when you come back to reality, like recognizing, okay, I can't really remember or explain what I felt, but you do hold on to like some things. Like you can reason your way into getting something meaningful and worthwhile out of the trip, but if you're stupid like this guy, oh, it's all real, I figured everything out. And even if you can't rationalize anything or make it make any sense to anybody, oh yeah, God and this, and I have to do this, and it all goes in a loop. Yeah. So yeah, if you're stupid, don't take psychedelics.
Map of the spirit world, the Lord God and the tree of life, which is the spirit of consciousness connected to you by blood through evolution, are forcing me against my own consent to intervene in the game now. I really did not want to do this, but God forced my hand. I did this since I was concerned we'd all die as a society if I don't, and I'm young enough, I'm invested. This tweet comes after 2 videos which add up to about 6 hours, which I listened to at 2 times speed, so you don't have to. Then he released a 3rd part which is 4 hours long, so that's about 10 hours of rambling. Anyways, I'll summarize the videos so you don't have to watch them. In part 1, What If Autist immediately reveals the first and last names of his family members. In case you don't know, and this is public information, his name is Rudyard Lynch.
I'm Rudyard Lynch. Please treat me as Rudyard Lynch.
But unlike him, I'm not gonna reveal the names of his own family members who are private citizens. Don't harass them, don't harass him, just leave everyone alone. Probably best to just avoid him completely. I don't know if he's just a naturally incautious person, but the fact that he's so willing to reveal personal information in turn reveals something about where his head is now, which is in a drug-induced mental episode. Anyways, in part 1 of this video series, What If Autist talks about his family history, his grandparents, his school, and his abusive upbringing. His mother very clearly had schizophrenia, which got worse after she was kicked in the head by a horse.
Both of my parents nearly died before I turned 6. My dad was from mercury poisoning, we spoke about that before, and my mom was kicked in the head by a horse. My mom, after she nearly died, said that she had visited God. She said that God had forced her to come back to help people. This resulted in her immediately divorcing my father. My mom wanted us to all sleep in the same bed as a family, and my dad refused. I ran out of the bed, and then my dad spanked me. My mom then took my sister and me out of school and took me away from my dad's custody.
So next he talks about how his mother took custody of him and his sister, keeping them from his father by moving them from place to place and convincing the courts that his father was the abusive one. He adds,
and the worst he ever did was he spanked me twice. However, my mom is a literal schizophrenic that has different internal monologues which conflict with the other. She had no evidence at all for the claim and is mentally ill. She passed the Chester County test for not being mentally ill. And if my mom doesn't score mentally ill on a test, your test's broken. And on top of that, my mom really spiraled with getting kicked in the head by a horse. She had issues beforehand, and then it became magnified. And her entire life since that has been a downward spiral towards greater and greater madness as she loses touch with the world.
The institutions we've created whose purpose it is to prevent things like this, his abuse, from happening, failed completely. Anyways, he says that he only really started making progress on moving past and uncovering his childhood trauma through eye movement desensitization and reprocessing, which is a form of psychotherapy, and through ayahuasca. For those who don't know, ayahuasca is a traditional psychedelic drug administered by faith healers in South America. Over the past decades, it has gradually become more and more popular, especially among tourists. Here are some highlights of What If Autist's ayahuasca experience, and this is like multiple hours. I'm just cutting the craziest parts.
I suffered physical pain in hell you can't even imagine in your worst nightmares. The worst pain you could ever imagine is barely at all what hell could be. I had demons torturing me, ripping my flesh apart. My entire body was viscerally on fire in a way where every atom screamed with the most horror it could feel at once without dying in that instant. You have no concept of how much I have suffered and how long I have spent in hell. I spent something like over 80% of my time in ayahuasca in the spirit world in hell. It was truly a terrible experience in which my concept of time was stretched out, so I spent an infinity of time in hell. I think consciously there's still a part of me that's there stuck in infinity. I spent dozens of hours speaking to the devil. I don't even dislike him at this point. Much like my mother, he's so evil he kind of circles back around, where I realize he's just a wolf hunting sheep. The devil was quite civil with me and polite. He said that I didn't belong in hell, that under normal circumstances I wouldn't be there and I had to pay a cosmic debt for my bloodline. After I paid the debt, I could go back and change my life. I was stuck in this mental loop that was killing me. The mental loop was the idea that since consciousness programs reality, that because I perceive myself to be in hell, I would be stuck in hell forever, in all of eternity. I later realized this is the evil loop, or the closed circuit, which lacks humility or the evidence of the outside world, and allows the rationalizing of the greatest evils. The end point of Nazi Germany and communism is from the closed rationalistic loop, and this is the origin of atrocity and totalitarianism. This happened multiple times in a row, in multiple nights in a row. Damn, I can't believe it's still hot in Texas in December. But back to ayahuasca, I felt the weight of history on my shoulders. I felt the choices I made would determine the lives of billions of people in the future. I felt in every inch of my body the desire to reject the responsibility. But then God said, I know you won't do that because you care about people and you know that this is your duty. God told me it was my duty to found a religion and that in the process of trying to not found a religion, I would do so anyway. He said that I never consented to this, but that my bloodline did for me. He said that my sense of honor was seen as a cosmic force to him in its own right. I also spoke to God when I was on ayahuasca. I hate to say it, but I suspect for some of you it might be the Lord of Lies, dressing in Yahweh's garb, to tell you further lies. And he is like seeing a million suns crash together at once. Our mortal brains cannot comprehend his excellence and scale. He's more similar to a Lovecraftian monster, all things considered, than to the god mainline churches preach about. Yahweh's power is so enormous you would find it to be horrifying. He demands your loyalty with every fiber of your being. He is an irresistible force of gravity which sucks you in, for he is the only thing that has ever truly existed. I could see into the mind of God, and I saw it as divine clouds. It's the great mist of consciousness in which all things happen. The mind of God is all human experience lived at once, with each moment being a beautiful choice with a tapestry of such awesome beauty, you can't help but thank him for the extreme wonder and horror of it. The great chain of being may stretch down to hell, but by its very nature, it leads fundamentally to heaven. Higher forms beat lower forms, thus meaning evolution guides us to be more like God. He said that my decision-making and conscience would come to understand all 9 worlds of the Tree of Life, that I would gain a sort of connection to the anima mundi, or the experience of lived consciousness itself, so I could empathize with the human condition itself. He said this would be my great gift to humanity, showing us the whole tree of human experience so that we could love each other for our differences. I saw hell below and realized it powered heaven and all the worlds between. When I looked down upon the suffering of hell and I asked God, how do you do it? He said, don't stare down too much, lest they drag you down there for no one's gain. You shouldn't take the spirit world that seriously. A lot of it's deception, and I think frequently of Lord of the Rings, and I'm an empiricist, I say this crap, you're here to disprove it. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I'll change my ideas if they're incorrect. But I saw AIs grow so advanced it's impossible to distinguish from reality, and that we would upload our souls onto some kind of spirit.
No, this guy's not like me. He's kind of retarded. Bend over, donate $2. Let me see. What the hell happened here?
Brooklyn, se te olvidó levantar la ventana. ¿Cómo fue eso? ¿A qué Brooklyn este?
The dog opened the window at the car wash. Oh. Oh. Oh my god, what a beautiful chicken. Oh my god. Oh wow. Look at that chicken. Oh. Wow. Wake up, human. The chicken beckons. Dude, I love chickens. Chickens are so awesome. Look at them. If I ever got a chicken, I'd name him Pojo. Oh my god, that is a beautiful chicken. That is a beautiful chicken. Oh. My goodness, they're like round little people. Oh my goodness. So nice and round. I like guinea pigs. Oh, cat. Look at the cat. Wow. That cat is like talking to her. Wow. Whenever Gummy wants me to feed him, he basically yells at me. He goes, meow. Isn't that right, Gum Gum? Yeah. And when it's morning and he wants his breakfast, he literally just pokes my face. He just keeps poking my face over and over and over again. And sometimes, if I still don't wake up, he'll just bite my face. Thanks for the donation, Ben. That was a really nice cat. Just random vids, $92. Restricted video, incel version of Ashton Hall.
God damn it!
This is not funny.
Damn them! God damn them! God damn them! God fucking damn them to hell! God damn!
Yeah, Netflix kind of goes through phases of when it's like good and bad. Like, lately it's been better because they've uploaded a lot of new anime series, but yeah. Thanks for the donation, just random vids.
Do you think you'd lose your mind if you took ayahuasca?
Probably not, because again, I'm not stupid, so I'm not prone to idiotic delusional thinking. I don't want to take any more psychedelics at this point because my mental health is, from what I can tell, is pretty close to perfect as you can get. So if I took them, I don't think I'd get a benefit from them, and there is the potential risk that it could make you go crazy. I've taken psychedelics, like magic mushrooms, many times at this point, and they've never caused me to have psychosis, so I think there's a pretty low likelihood that it would trigger psychosis if I took ayahuasca, but still, since that risk exists, and I don't perceive that I could get a benefit from it, you know, what's the point in taking it? Thanks for the donation, though, retard.
Spiritual cloud. I saw that I would start to perceive consciousness differently. Finally, I saw I would live in a time where the dance of life would stop, where men and women would stop mating with each other. I saw that it was my duty to fight.
Did you not say the THC edibles were nearly as strong as the magic mushrooms? No, I didn't say that. I said, I took 30 milligrams of THC on Halloween, and the kind of experience that I got from it was more similar to mushrooms compared to marijuana. Like, it was a weird, trippy kind of experience, but it wasn't nearly as powerful.
Against this. I saw that when I was talking to the shaman while I was tripping, and she said, Rudyard, I see your destiny is to stand for men since the feminine has been kicking them around. There's a few hilarious details I have to throw in here. The first is that the first form God came to me in is as a Zoomer bro, because he said that that was the form I best understood, and the way you interact with the spirit world is a two-way process, where when you perceive the spirit world, there's semen, and so when I was talking to God, God said, I can only explain the world to you. And he was doing this in Zoomer slang, by the way, like yo, bussin', no cap, cringe, whatever. God did not say those words, but that's the kind of vibe. And for example, and when I met God,
like, dude, imagine saying this out loud and not thinking, okay, this is probably just from, like, drugs, you know? Like, you know, it probably wasn't God doing this, because, you know, why would he do this?
first spoke to him, I said, because the line between madness and sanity will grow very, very thin, and it's my responsibility to get my people through the halls of time. And free will and predestination are both the exact same in that God sees over time. I imagined myself as a woman giving birth. I felt such horror and compassion. I found that the ancient Egyptian philosophy called Hermeticism had an almost identical similarity to what I saw of the spirit world. When I was on ayahuasca, my overwhelming first impression was that the Platonic archetypes and Carl Jung were completely accurate. I just saw the archetypes. Peterson was right, to say a short answer. Ayahuasca basically fried my brain. I'm still shocked at how deranged I was. What's the point of living if you're not going hard? As you'll see later in the story, I can be psychotically brave. I had stood before multiple gods. This shocked them. They couldn't believe a mortal had done this. And they said, "Mortal, how did you do this?" Merrick took care of me for 2 weeks in my vegetal state. For the time after ayahuasca, I felt as if the spirit...
You know, I feel like people who are prone to these sorts of delusions would also have to have, like, narcissistic personality disorder. Like, why would you think you're so important that an all-powerful being would bother to even talk to you? Like, you'd have to have, like, a delusion of self-importance to think, oh, I'm the chosen one, God chose me.
And physical world had been so intermeshed as I could see one spilling into the other in active time. I could see the Platonic archetypes manifest in the physical world when I saw the connection between all of things. And I saw that...
Yeah, we watched the Connor Murphy Turkey Tom vid. What is Connor Murphy even up to these days? Is he still uploading? He was completely fucking cracked.
Everything is fundamentally an extension of all things. So when you see one thing, you are seeing the fundamental...
And I mean, Connor Murphy's obviously a narcissist. Like, it would make sense for him to have that delusion that, oh, I'm God, you know?
Nature of all things. And that may sound like BS, but it's still true. I couldn't sleep one night, which was too horribly going to become my new normal for the next few years. At 2 a.m., I felt the divine will move through me. That longhand script I wrote later became the video for the manifesto of the new right. Almost everything in that video was dictated to me by God. And on top of that, the greatest need of our time being decentralization. Watch the video if you're interested.
Okay, so as he says, ayahuasca basically fried his brain. He already had severe childhood trauma and a risk of mental illness, but clearly through ayahuasca he has suffered a psychotic break with reality. This has been documented in other people before. Psychedelic drugs can cause this. All the things he described actually seem unfortunately pretty normal for ayahuasca use. After scrolling through r/ayahuasca to see others' experience with the drugs, dozens of people had basically identical experiences of uncovering childhood trauma and believing you are talking with God and that you have a new spiritual purpose to spread a new religion. That's what the drug does. Here are some highlights of the new, what...
You know, it wouldn't surprise me if that's where... There's something weird about this. Feels like it's moving, but it's not. It's paused. That has to be where, like, religion originated from. Like, a bunch of stupid proto-human troglodytes just took mushrooms. Has to be. Or some kind of plant that just made them trip fucking balls.
What occultist ayahuasca religion, which is basically just medieval hermeticism combined with what occultist's usual right-wing complaints about the modern world. Basically, he thinks Odin and God have sent him on a mission to spread this religion, but we'll let him explain it himself.
Any government or organization which hurts the God killer, harasses him in public or his friends or his family or in his home, will be destroyed and cursed by the Tree of Life within a single generation. He doesn't want to hurt you or cause any trouble, so there's no reason to test this. Just leave him alone. The cracking of the self-other distinction into realizing we are yet the same and yet nothing and yet the same and yet the Age of Aquarius. The Age of Aquarius has officially started. Welcome to the Age of Aquarius.
That's also something that happened to me in my last mushroom trip. It happens very frequently. You'll say completely contradictory things, but in your mind it makes sense somehow. I don't know why that happens, but like, yeah. Everything is true and not true. We're all one, but we're all different. Like, yeah.
Motherfuckers. Odin was very attached to that sentence. He kept on trying to get me to say it like a dozen times. Rudyard reset how you process consciousness, and so things are going to get really crazy from here.
Where, for example,
we won't tell you what will happen next.
I can
but
channel,
it's gonna be
where when
really
I touch this wood, I'm pulling energy from the wood. Knock on wood. When I pull from the air, I can feel the force of the air. And I feel happy when I can have life force. My strongest ability is the ability to use life force, and it's how I relate to you. It's how I made this video. It's how I communicate with my audience. It's how I communicate with the past. And so when I talk to someone, I can feel you, and I can feel all around you. I can feel your body, and I can feel inside of you. And I feel so deeply and intensely resentful that I was forced to do this, that I'm going to force you to listen to me. I'm trying my best. I'm an empiricist. I am empirically telling you what I have heard from the spirit world. I'm empirically telling you this crap. Because I don't fucking know. I don't know if any of this shit's true. I'm just going to feed this to you. God. Yeah, but I don't want to be married to you people. I was forced in an arranged marriage by a god to be responsible for you fuckers. But I hate you so much. Your entire social structure was built to shit on me for my entire life. You people have been so aggressively mean to me for literally no reason, and you fucking shit on all my peers, and it's not okay. It was never okay. You completely betrayed your own children. Our parents' generation, they were eating their own children. And they didn't care because they were so rich and so lazy that they thought they were God. And they weren't. They were fucking idiot mortals who fucking got stupider. And so I need to tell you exactly how I feel. Because if I'm forced to be responsible for you guys, we have to establish clear and articulate boundaries. You guys just fucking lied to me, so a god had to tell me all this bullshit. I had 1,000 pages of lore dropped on me because you fucking lie about literally everything in the world. Everything you say is a lie. I can't stand it. I know it now, and I'm sharing it with you because I can't fucking take this bullshit anymore. And you're fucking trying to screw us over and trick us, and you lie to us all the time. You have the fucking gall. You are horrible people. You are all horrible people. And now here we are. I'm fucking talking to God.
How is this guy not locked up?
God, and I'm giving you a message. And I never asked for this. This was shit that was fucking shoved on me. I was a kid. I knew what was happening because of my empathic abilities.
Nick Gurr donated $2 base kids. Oh yeah, I've seen this.
The ugly child.
That one.
Show me the dumb child.
Dumb child.
Okay, why is she the dumb child?
Because she has black skin.
Okay. Show me the...
This is a real thing. What a lot of people don't understand is, we're chimps. We're tribal by nature. So if you observe something that is different from what you've experienced before, you have a natural inclination to associate that with negative things. This happens to kids. This is why they made changes to the public school district system to make sure black kids go to school with white kids and white kids go to school with black kids, because they know if they don't do that, you're going to make kids racist if they never interact with people of a different race.
The bad child. Why is he the bad child?
Because he's really dark.
Show me the dumb child. Why is she the dumb child?
Because she looks black.
Show me the good child. Why is she the good child?
Because she looks whiter.
Was the
I would totally disagree. I don't think this is psychological programming. I think this is something that's probably genetic. I don't know if they've had enough socialization to, like, negative black stereotypes at this point. I like, you can do this test on rats, by the way. Rats that have not been socialized with rats that are, like, if rats have not been socialized with rats of a different color, those rats will distrust and dislike the rats that aren't the same color they're used to. So if you get a white rat, raise it with white rats, it will not be as social and friendly to black rats. But if you raise the white rat around black rats, the white rat will be more social and friendly with the black rats than they will be with the white rats. I think this is more of a genetic thing than social programming. Like, and again, the social programming thing, it is so feminist, Marxist, left-wing. They never want to put any kind of emphasis on genes, because if genes are the cause for these sorts of things, then there's kind of an immutable aspect to them, and it kind of fucking ruins their whole worldview of, oh, everyone's equal, we can fix everything socially so that everything, like, ends up in the right place that we want, and everyone will be equal, and, you know, all that. Well, no, if people are genetically fucked, well, how do you, like, what do you do then? Like, it's just genetically fucked. Like, those traits are sort of immutable, and there are people who are just better, there are people who are worse. But, yeah, the reality is, like, genes have more heritability. Like, they have more survivability, I should say. If you have social norms that promote survival, then, if you have somebody from a group that's crucial to, you know, that socialization or that social concept, well, then everyone's fucked. But if those social standards come from genes, all people have to do is breed, right? And if those genes are prevalent in a group, well, then it doesn't really matter who dies off so much as long as somebody can reproduce those genes. But yeah, I think this, a lot of these things are largely genetic. Like, we are just prone to tribalism and having, like, in-group, out-group sort of preferences. G donate $2. What does this philosophy do to young men?
Are you good or bad? Some people think God will judge them at the end of their lives based on how good or bad they've been, but if you're being honest with yourself, you've probably done a lot more bad than good, and that means
I've done a hell of a lot more good than bad.
You deserve to go to hell. So what can you do? You might try to keep doing good things, but it'll never be enough. So you need to turn away from yourself towards someone who is good enough, and that is Jesus.
Nah, haven't watched Solo Leveling. It looks like shit to me. People send me, like, fights from Solo Leveling. They look like fucking boring garbage. I started watching Dandadan. Dandadan's pretty cool.
Jesus. This turning away is called repentance, where you stop trusting in yourself and start trusting in Jesus. Because he has the power to take away the burden of your sins from you, and he can handle it because he is infinitely good, because he's God. And Jesus...
I see. I can be a worthless sack of shit, and as long as I say, hey, Jesus, can you just, you know, give me a pass? It's all good.
Jesus defeated the power of sin and evil when he died and rose from the dead. So that means Jesus has the power to actually make you better if you're united to him and you keep repenting of your sins. You'll be forgiven of all your sins if you
I raped a child. Oh, sorry, Jesus. Sorry, Jesus. Oh, yeah, all good. Oh, I killed all the Jews. Sorry, Jesus. Oh, yeah, it's all good. Yeah. No need for self-improvement. No need to be better. No need for anything. Just believe in Jesus. Just be a fucking worthless piece of shit loser. As long as you believe in Jesus, it's all good.
repent and believe, and you will live in God's kingdom forever.
Absolutely pathetic, dude. Thanks for the donation, G.
I can sense them a mile away. This is why I hang out after midnight, because just modernity, I can't stand modernity. You're so fucking loud all the time. You never shut the fuck up, and nothing you say is ever useful. Nothing you say is of any meaning or any value. I stopped watching YouTube. I stopped watching TV. I stopped listening to new music. Why would I listen to you? If I could read Will Durant, if I could read The Brilliant, because I love you, but I also really, really hate you. You have been so mean to me that I am going to, and I'm now responsible for you. Do you understand? Odin is a horrible person. He's forcing me to do this. He forced me, after I hate you, to be responsible for you now. And I just need to keep things real, because if I don't keep things real, I'm not going to do this job. Look. So, I was forced by a fucking god to do this. I didn't want to do this. Ruined my life in the last few years with your leftist ad blockade. I was going to be rich and famous, and then society fell apart. I had no opportunity. I never asked to do this. This was my hand was forced. And my other choice is going back to hell and dying. So this is why I did this. I didn't want to do this. I was forced to do this. And you need to understand that. And I feel such cosmic levels of resentment that they pour through me, where I'm British, I am American, I am a Pennsylvanian, I am a Christian, I am a fucking wizard or whatever this video is. I'm Rudyard Lynch. Please treat me as Rudyard Lynch. If I get bothered when I walk around, I am going to go legitimately crazy. Sometimes when I get stoned or do ayahuasca,
Poopy, you don't need $2. Let me see.
Now, the Catholics believe that as long as you accept Jesus before you die, anyone can get into heaven. Really? Anyone?
I accept Jesus as my Lord and Savior. Yes!
Yep. Just teaches people to be weak, submissive, stupid, not have any critical thinking skills, you know. Christianity is just fucking horseshit. Just creates beta male cucks. Thanks for the donation, Poopy. Dala Junti donators, have you ever heard of Neapolitanism? Would you ever follow it over your bullshit stoicism, gynocentrism, nihilism? Oh, sorry, Gnosticism. I have an astigmatism. Separately, can you react to this after you answer that question?
Atheists have a lot of arguments.
Neapolitanism. What I do know is Neapolitan pizzas are not particularly good. So if they named a pizza that's not very good after Neapolitanism, Neapolitanism probably sucks. Philosophical movement inaugurated by Plotinus, which reinterpreted the ideas of the ancient Greek philosopher Plato, argue that the world which we experience is only a copy of an ideal reality, which lies. That's just fucking stupid. Yeah, that's just fucking dumb. This sounds exactly like somebody who took psychedelic drugs and then made up bullshit. Our world is only a copy of an ideal world, and there's 3 levels to the world, and the third world can't be understood by conventional wisdom or understanding or logic. It can only be reached through mystical experiences, drugs. No, you don't get it. You don't get it. If you just take the drugs, you'll understand. Like, yeah, it's just bullshit. Stupid. Trunks donated $2. I think the term money can't buy happiness is just used to gaslight broke people. Well, there's truth to it, but wealth is a very strong predictor of happiness. Everyone has to trade time at a job they hate in exchange for money just to be able to survive, so how does having money, more money to be able to do what you want, not happiness? Well, that's not necessarily the dichotomy, right? You could be earning a lot of money, and you could think happiness is obtained by money and having more things, and then you keep working to make more money to buy more things, and those things don't satisfy you, and you're stuck in this constant hedonic treadmill where nothing is good enough, and you're like searching for happiness, but you can't find it. Happiness is literally just a matter of perspective. That's all it is. So nothing is required for you to be happy, other than the right mindset, but it's much easier to be in that mindset if you're in a position that you'd think is more ideal to you. But, thanks for the donation, Trunks.
But they never really think of anything new that the church hasn't had answers to for the past 2,000 years. So let's answer them. Religion causes wars. Well, actually, only 7% of all human wars were caused by religion, and if you remove Islamic wars, that number drops down to 3%.
I don't know exactly. Encyclopedia of Wars is the source. It would kind of depend on what you would describe as a religion, because Nazism was very much akin to a religion. You could even argue communism was analogous to a religion in a lot of respects. Dodo donates for as much shit as Hillary Clinton gets for being a bad person, at least she would have been 100 times better president than Trump. Unavailable. She would have been a better president overall. She's definitely far smarter and more competent, but she is literally evil. Trump is... Trump is just like self-centered, and that can certainly lead to evil acts. There's something a little more insidious with Hillary, though, where she knows exactly what she's doing. How long will it take after Trump until USA is great again?
Information developing.
Depends on how good the next, few candidates are, I'd say.
Was the situation fluid? Would we reach conclusions later that weren't reached initially? And I appreciate the...
Madam Secretary, do you disagree with me that a simple phone call to those evacuees to determine what happened wouldn't have ascertained immediately that there was no protest? I mean, that was a piece of information that could have been easily obtained.
Well, but Senator,
within hours, if not days.
Senator, when you're in these positions, the last thing you want to do is interfere with any other process going on.
I realize that's a good excuse.
Number two, no, it's the fact. Number two, I would recommend highly you read both what the ARB said about it and the classified ARB, because even today there are questions being raised. Now, we have no doubt they were terrorists, they were militants, they attacked us, they killed our people. But what was going on and why they were doing what they were doing
Again, we were misled that there were supposedly protests and then something sprang out of that, an assault sprang out of that. And that was easily ascertained that was not the fact. And the American people could have known that within days, and they didn't know that.
With all due respect, the fact is we had 4 dead Americans. Was it because of a protest, or was it because of guys out for a walk one night who decided they'd go kill some Americans? What difference at this point does it make? It is our job to figure out what...
Whatever. Thanks for the donation, dude. Plato, donate $2.
What do you get when you mix...
I'll take a look at that after. Thanks for the donation, Plato.
A lot of evil has been done in the name of religion. This is true, but the most murderous people in human history...
Like, by the way, he's talking about wars specifically. Like, that doesn't account for just misery and death.
Religion. This is true, but the most murderous people in human history have been atheists. This doesn't mean religion is...
There's so many... So first of all, Hitler absolutely was religious. A lot of Nazi figures were religious. They might not have been Christian, but they absolutely were religious. Secondly, he's talking about mostly killings that happened in the 20th century when firearms were invented. Like, do you think the fact that firearms existed at that point might have been one of the reasons why these people were able to commit so many deaths? Like, if this happened, before firearms were invented, do you think there would have been as many deaths? Like, this is just...
True, it just means you...
I think I've already seen this video before. It's just fucking stupid. This is just gay, retarded shit.
Plato, Aristotle, Stoicism, and Christianity.
Yeah, when Hitler wrote Mein Kampf, he was a devout Catholic. There was debate over whether or not he was Christian or Catholic later on, like during the war. But regardless, he was part of that retarded religious cult that thought, like, Germans were like some special race made by God or something. Dodo, donate $2. Do you think if a Democrat wins the next election, they will try to rebuild all the institutions Trump canceled? Likely. Defunded and hired back hundreds or thousands of federal workers to go back to how it was before, or just marginally try to improve it. I don't know. It really depends. There's going to be budget considerations, logistical considerations, whether or not they actually have power in Congress to do that. It really just depends. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Oh my god, dude.
A modern term for the school of thought derived from Plotinus, a student of Plato nearly 600 years after Plato's death. Neoplatonists start with the One, which is similar to Plato's form of the good, a single, simple unity from which all things are derived. But the One is not like God. It has no consciousness and is so far beyond matter that it couldn't possibly create. The One has a helpful side effect, though. It brings about the nous, commonly translated as intellect. What does this intellect think about? Well, none other than the One itself. This active thinking has its own side effect, the emergence of soul, which acts as sort of Platonic forms, giving the immaterial foundation for physical existence. From the soul finally comes matter, and the chain is complete. So to recap, we have the One, perfect unity, beginning and end of all things. Then comes nous, the byproduct of the One, thinks about the One. Then soul, the byproduct of nous, akin to Platonic forms, and then finally matter. And that's just Neoplatonic metaphysics. Their ethics are a bit simpler, thankfully. Since man is both material and immaterial, he has the unique privilege of climbing back up that chain and getting closer to the One. This is often accomplished through philosophy, practicing virtue, and doing away with the concerns of the body.
Neoplatonism was immensely popular, finding its way into almost all philosophy and theology for nearly 1,500 years.
Well, that is nice and retarded. Thanks for the donation, Plato. Dodo donators. That guy's eyes look like a 70-year-old man who gets 3 hours of sleep per night. By the way, how do you prevent the eye lines and eye droop as you age? Eating well, getting plenty of sleep, and avoiding sun exposure. Outside of that, I think it's largely genetic. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
I can hear the electrical circuits in a house. I can hear the electricity buzz. And modern civilization is so fucking loud. How does it not drive people crazy? It's fucking annoying as hell. It's always noise, and it's so loud, and it's so tiring, and it's so exhausting. I always have to listen to this. And it's fucking demon sounds. The sounds your engines make are not the sounds of life. They are the sounds of the crushing of former life force. And this is why the age of the machine is such a demonic age. And if you read the ancient esoteric tradition, Lucifer, emotional jabbering, is nothing quality gets done. And so, various powerful people in the world, I don't want to hurt you. How do I phrase this? I do this to change frequencies and how I process the world, because I process the world in sound, to basically change and so I change sound frequencies in order to figure out how I process. Yeah, what you're doing to Zoomers is you believe your woke bullshit is moralistic. I'm glad I said this, because this video is the end point of so much work I've done, and I know, even if I died today, I lived a life that I can be proud of. I gotta throw this subplot in here, where I am a sorcerer, and sorcerers and witches hate each other, because we're very different, and you might not realize that. I practice, ironically, I am a white magician who practices right-hand magic. It was pretty obvious. And so I am a white right-wing magician. The Latin word sinister, or untrustworthy, and left-hand magic was magic built off taking from others, and it's left hemisphere power-based magic where you have to siphon energy off from others, and then white-handed magic is magic that helps you having positive experiences. And I can feed off your energy, and thus for strategic reasons, I need to make sure you have good vibes so I can feed off them to make me better off. And right-hand magic, magic that comes from God, left-hand magic, magic that comes from the devil, is just ridiculous. My dad's autistic, I'm not. And I really dislike how all the criticism of me, none of it's just factually true. People call me a schizophrenic, Nazi, incel, far-right. So, you're getting this from the source. Of how to get from one of these. So, Hermes, but then scientific and negative helix. What that means is that you... Sorry, I just thought I saw something. What that means is that basically upper-class white men made a deal with the god Hermes. We've established Isaac Newton, look at this symbol in the US Leibniz, and the coeptus novus ordo seculorum. Because I am a Viking Quaker, where I support being armed so that people don't fuck with you, but then not fucking with others. So...
Dude, that is terrifying that this guy is allowed to carry a gun.
I state, before the Lord God...
Yeah. You want to stay far away from that dude. I would not want to run into him in a 7-Eleven.
And Hermes, that I now have sealed the contract in the Blue Room. You have my official guarantor in front of the public, and my official signing that my contract is now closed. I am officially a public servant of the Blue Room. Done. Oh, God.
That dude is out of his fucking mind, dude.
Why would we eat them? I don't understand why.
Well, you'd eat them because they're just genetically engineered to live like like a natural life, and probably like they just not done to not waste the product like at the end something's got to happen with that the hunka might, right? And vegan meat is thing, right?
Wait, Hoopy, when you die, do you think your family ought eat you?
I think you should feed me to the dog.
You think when you die, you should be fed to a dog?
Yeah, they should feed me to the other animals. Yeah.
Do you practice that with your own relatives that have died?
No, but
Why
I
not?
think in a utopia that's what we should do. I'm talking about a perfect utopia, like in like a far future, because it'd be
Why
it's a waste of like fucking meat to just throw it
You
in
would
the
not
ground.
want to eat a human being.
Well, yeah, no, I wouldn't want to eat it. I'm saying feed it to the dogs.
Well, no,
You're feeding it.
even for dogs,
Hoopy.
you would not want to do that.
Hoopy, does
what
your
about
Hoopy,
cows?
Wait, Hoopy, does your urine and feces have nutritional content?
I guess, yeah.
Why aren't you eating it?
I mean, are there people that argue that you should?
Technically,
aren't
we
you
are sort of eating it. We do use it for fertilizer.
Yeah, so I mean I'm pretty much arguing that it's a waste to just bury us into the ground necessarily, or
Well,
maybe
we
that is the
usually use
most optimal use.
cremation. We don't bury anybody really anymore. It's pretty unusual to bury people at this point.
But would there be a more optimal
outside
use
of cities,
human
it
meat?
is still prevalent.
Why is it relevant? Whether it be like what if like the downstream effects of like eating humans through like people not wanting to eat their relatives, like were worse? Like, there's no needed.
I don't think humans should eat humans. I was saying we should.
Well, you wouldn't want to
but maybe-
feed a dog a human being, especially if they're elderly. We accumulate
about, like, a lion,
we accumulate a lot of toxins and pollutants and shit.
Oh, I see.
It's the nature of being at the top of the food cycle. You don't eat why are we not eating like lions? It's not necessarily because they're endangered or anything.
Well,
because we
it's
don't
not
eat
even
predators.
so it's not even just because we're at the top of the food cycle. Like all the alcohol you drink, cigarettes you smoke, crystal meth you might do, drugs you might take, environmental pollutants you may inadvertently consume, microplastics. That builds up over time, and that's actually a reason not to eat any animal. It's worse with like carnivorous species, but you wouldn't really want to eat any animal for that reason.
Yeah, you see in fish, especially fish who eat other fish.
Yeah.
They will have a buildup of toxins.
Well, build up heavy metals mostly.
Yep. Which are toxin. But yeah, I think these ideas where like people come up with these like wacky like uses of like random things that don't need to be used. Like, why wouldn't you just focus on like the actual effective things that you can do instead of like worrying what's going to happen with your corpse?
Yeah, I think he was just trying to say in a perfect world, we wouldn't let anything go to waste.
February. Not vegan. I'm just kind of curious.
Who?
Or if you want to continue to hop it, you can if you want.
Henry, you vegan?
No.
No. Do you think that animals deserve consideration?
No.
Do you think animals don't deserve consideration?
Yes.
Okay, to what extent? Am I allowed to rape a dog in the street?
No, because I think it's the same reason why you're not allowed to take a shit in the street. I think because it's indecent, and I think also if you allow that to be socially acceptable in society, I think it might lead to you raping a human being, right? And I don't think people should be. I think there's some kind of degenerate about that activity, and I don't think it should be encouraged because I think it could lead to other
dog spawn, right?
So what if we did it
Wrapping a
behind
dog
the
spawn
closed
there, right?
doors?
So should I be allowed to rape a dog in private?
I don't know what you mean by. I mean, I think we have rules and laws.
I don't care about the rules and laws. Rules and laws aren't immoral. Aren't moral. Like, they're not inherently
Yeah, that's a
moral.
policy.
Yeah,
So
I would
your
say,
moral
look,
position.
look. Okay, so you live on an island alone, by yourself. There's no one else there. I mean, I don't think that raping a dog is a particularly useful thing to do. I wouldn't do it. I'd probably have a disgust for it. But I don't think I could say it's like, I don't know. I don't know if I would say it's evil.
Okay, so if I raped dogs for pleasure, provided no one else saw it, it would be fine.
Well, yes, but I would assume the kind of person that would do that would be doing it for a reason that was pathological. Because I think that people who rape dogs, it's not because they can't go out and buy a sex doll, right?
Henry, I'm asking you a real simple question. So if I was raping a dog,
I've already answered the question.
No, wait. If I was raping a dog and no one could see it, but you had a button to stop me.
Yeah, I don't think it's inherently.
With zero repercussions to yourself, would you press the button?
Well, if I had to watch it, yes.
No, you don't have to watch it. You just.
Then I don't really care.
Okay.
I mean, I would say I might press it because, and I've already said this, because I think most people who would do that to an animal, it's for a pathological reason. Because we have sex dolls that are far more accurate to the human anatomy than a dog is. So
island,
people
they wouldn't have access to a sex doll.
Oh sure, on an island, yeah, I don't care. But I'm just saying, in most human life, this is probably feeding into a negative pathology, which I think is bad.
Can I ask my next follow-up question?
Yeah.
If I'm using sex toys on a cow, and you have the same button, would you press the button to stop me?
You're using sex toys, so you're pleasuring a cow?
Yes, with a big electric dildo.
Wait, isn't that how? I don't know how they harvest sperm from horses, but to get them to. But I don't know. I don't think that's bad. Why would that be bad? I mean, how do they get sperm from very fast racing horses so they can go sell it? I don't know.
Is that?
I assume this is. Well, but I would assume this is already done to some extent. But yeah, I don't think it's bad. Why would that be bad?
For the same reason it's wrong to fuck a dog. Why is it okay to use
because
sex
if
toys
you were
on
a dog, you wouldn't want that to happen.
You're not exactly doing it for the same pleasure reasons, though.
Well, okay, so you're saying you're pleasuring a cow for your own pleasure.
I don't know. Does the reason matter?
Yeah, I thought the reason it matter. I mean, if you're pleasuring a cow because it has special genes and you want to harvest its sperm and you want to, I don't know, breed it with other cows, then okay, I don't have a problem with that. But I would say, look, there are certain certain actions. There are certain actions that are not evil in of themselves, but there is this trend where almost everyone who engages with them are evil because they don't serve any productive.
So you don't think that raping a cow with a sex toy would lead to downstream negative consequences?
I think it probably would, but I don't think the action in of itself is inherently evil.
Okay, wonderful.
I just look at it from the I mean, I feel like you know my answer on this. What are we still?
Do you think doing that to a child would be inherently evil?
Yes.
Okay, can you tell me what's true of the child that's not true of the cow, but if true of the child would make it ethical to do it to a child?
I identify the child as a member of my group, which I see value in. I don't believe in any kind of objective
your group?
Morality. I mean, this is just kind of
that's fine. You don't need to be a moral objectivist or a realist. So what do you mean by member of your group?
Oh, I mean that I see our interests as the same. If I didn't exist in this world, if I knew I was going to disappear tomorrow, I would still care about what happened to that child.
Right.
If I knew I was going to disappear tomorrow.
Yeah, but I was asking you, what do you mean by the child being a member of your group?
Oh, what do I mean by them being? Oh, well, I mean, I see us as having a common identity, right? As like members of the human species, have common characteristics.
Okay, and if the child didn't see you as having the same identity, like say, I don't know, they're part of a different religion or culture, or they literally had some sort of idea that they're not human, would that then make it okay to do that to a child?
I mean, look, you can subdivide the group identity very, very far, but I would just say that I would just say that the limit of importance to me is the highest level thing is basically being a member of the human race. Now, I couldn't see an example where them being part of another religion. I mean, I guess if you could somehow construct some crazy hypothetical that me raping a child is going to benefit, my group as a secular humanist, and it's going to be bad for them as a as an Islamist Muslim. I mean, I don't really think that's something that kind of makes sense. But I don't see there's any value in that question.
Okay, so let's say somebody was about to like rape you, and let's say you were like 9 years old. And then you said, "Oh, but I'm a member of the human race and we're all the same and everything. You shouldn't rape me." And then they take out a machine that tests your DNA, and it turns out you're not actually part of the human race. You're a mutant, and you're not of the human species. Does that make it okay to rape you?
He would have different in-group preferences. Whoa, that's crazy.
I don't believe. I mean, I don't view the realm of morality as a realm that has objectivity.
I'm not.
Right?
I'm not making a moral realist claim.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying why this is a silly question. Of course, I would see it as bad, but that wouldn't get me anywhere with the person. I mean, I don't. Okay.
Well,
sure, it would be
we're
bad.
going off
I
your
would
own
see it
moral
as bad.
values. You're saying it's bad if somebody rapes a member of their own species. Now, if you're not a member of the species you think you're a member of,
okay, sure,
then
I
it'd be
understand the
okay to
distinction.
rape you if you're
Yeah.
not part of the human species, right?
Yeah. No. I'm saying that I only give moral consideration to my own group. So I'm not saying that it's fine if a cow goes and rapes another cow and a cat goes and rapes a cat, but a cow can't rape a cat. I'm just saying that moral consideration only exists for my group as a human being. So this
Right,
this
and
argument
if we tested
no,
your
hold on,
genes and you're not a human
no.
being, it'd be okay to rape you, right?
Okay, but it would be okay for me to rape him and vice versa, right? So okay. I mean, and under
So
that hypothetical,
you'd be okay with being
I don't-
raped if it turned out you're not a member of the human species and you're a mutant?
No, but then
Then
I
that's a
wouldn't
contradiction.
be.
It's both true and
no,
not true that being a member of the human species makes it okay to rape.
I don't know.
I think you now understand the cow's mentality here.
I think that being a member of the human
hold on.
species is a erroneous term.
Well, I think it's kind of
it is
silly that we would set up this because are we saying?
I don't think it's meaningless, but I think it is an
it's
erroneous
superficial.
term. Yeah.
I would agree it's superficial, but I don't think it's really a refutation. I mean, look.
Yeah, exactly. I don't think it's a refutation to say it's it's just like okay, so human being, what is that? And you define it. Okay, well, it still doesn't matter.
No, but yeah, I mean, here's what I'm saying. Okay, so we're saying, well, some scientist somewhere says that I'm not a human being because of my DNA, but all of my features are still the same. I still act the same. I still look the same. Do I look like a big green
is it
Hulk?
Species or is it something else?
I mean, I think species is just the best language that I have to describe.
So you're not
this
talking about
concept.
species. Are you talking about qualities of the species?
I don't think it's that difficult to ascertain what I'm talking about. I'm talking
No,
about
it
it
is,
when
because
I
you're not
see.
being clear.
No.
It is hard to ascertain because they are asking you to like ground down like what is it the essential parts. But I think but I think that would still be erroneous because like that's not presenting you with an actual real like you in one circumstance you will apply these ground down traits that you would apply to your in group or call your in group, right? But in another circumstance that those in groups would have been morphed.
Henry, if I take a chimpanzee, shave her, and put her in a bikini, can I rape her?
You could certainly if you wanted to.
Well, I mean, you could. I would.
Would you be
I don't
okay
know.
with it?
Would I be okay with it? Is a weird thing. Is a weird way of framing that question. If you ask me if I think that
if you're AIDS patient zero, I would not be happy with that.
She's not a member of your species, so can I shave her, put her in a bikini, and rape her?
Can you even explain why you're using a chimpanzee as like a possible?
Because she's close to a human. Because she's very similar in shape and like functionality to a human.
There was actually an orangutan that was used as a prostitute.
Yeah, so maybe.
So Henry, how would you
it's
feel
a
about
hypothetical.
that? Would that be wrong?
Yeah, so there was in fact in reality.
No.
So there was in fact in reality an orangutan that was used as a sex slave. Somebody got an orangutan, and people were using that orangutan to have sex with. You don't see anything wrong with that.
It's crazy, bro.
Well, no. What I see is a person who's probably an evil person who's probably pathological.
Wait, why are they
Because I
evil?
think-
Wait, but what about the
You
actual?
just said
the
it doesn't
victim?
matter if they're not part of your group.
Yeah,
Because,
so
well,
why are they
yes,
evil?
Oh,
Evil is a moral judgment.
yes,
You just said it's
they're
not
evil
morally wrong.
yeah. I've already
they
explained this. Like,
literally-
the action in itself, if a robot's doing this, I can't say anything about
Yeah, we're
what's
talking about
motivating the
moral
robot to do it.
agents.
But human beings, right? If for a human being to go and do these things, well, what kind of person is going to want to have sex with a chimpanzee? And it's probably
You just said it's not
someone.
morally wrong.
Who,
No, you just said it's not morally wrong. So now you're making moral judgments about a thing that you said isn't
No, but the
morally wrong.
act. No,
you
he's
don't
saying that.
understand what I'm
He's saying.
you
He's
don't
saying. He's
understand what
not.
I'm
No,
the
you don't
delineation
understand.
that I'm
Yeah.
making. No. I'm saying that in 99% of cases, them doing this implies something deeper about their character. Now, maybe there's a 0.1% of cases where
So that
you can
means
be
it's wrong then.
completely ethical.
No.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. Most of the
Wait,
time.
okay, Henry, can you name another? Wait, can you name another action that isn't wrong, but in 99% of cases, if you do it, you're an evil person?
Yeah, I think that most of the time when someone
no.
strangles
I need you.
someone
No.
else, no, I'm giving you the action. So most of the time when someone strangles someone else to death, the person doing that is probably evil. I think there's very few strangulations that are morally justified. I'm sure there's.
Are you sure about that?
There's definitely been maybe thousands, tens of thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands of strangulations in history that were morally justified self-defense.
Yeah. What about that guy that choked that homeless guy in New York City?
But
Like,
I
come
would
on, man.
probably
You know
say
about
that probably 90% of or more of strangulations that occur in civilized society, you can assume the person doing it is an evil person.
Yeah, so this is disanalogous because one is a case of self-defense, another is a case of murder.
Right, but that doesn't do with the behavior. Now you're
yes,
saying
it does,
the
because
context that surrounds it.
the circumstances determine the behavior.
Yeah, but like the action.
Someone doesn't need to rape a
Yeah.
chimpanzee.
Also, you're saying that strangling someone to death isn't inherently wrong.
No, in of itself, that's a. I mean, I would say strangling someone
The qualifying
to death.
factor, the 1% qualifying factor is the self-defense, right? But in all other cases, it's a wrong action, right? So this isn't
but that means right, but that means that it as a action is dependent on those like
Yeah,
states,
I don't.
right? Those
Yeah.
states that it no. If you didn't have
Like, I'm
moral
a
actors,
constant-
no. Let me talk.
Wait,
If you didn't have moral actors at all, right, and someone choked someone out, he thinks that would be morally neutral. Nothing happens, right? If you had moral actors, right, and the person who's choking out the other person is doing it to protect himself or his own, right? He would probably say, I don't know if he would say, but probably if it's like at the threat of nuclear war, he would say, okay, that's fine, right? But if it's the other way around, where it's like the person who's getting choked, if he's the person getting choked out and he's getting choked out and everyone's gonna die of a nuclear disaster, he thinks that's like an evil person doing it, right?
But the issue is the reason this is disanalogous is the reason for the choking or strangulation determines what the behavior is. If you're choking somebody in self-defense, that doesn't mean you're inherently violent and want to like kill people. So what about if you're claiming animals don't have moral value and you can rape them, kill them? What is the issue with?
I would say it is analogous because I think the reason here, if someone is raping an animal out of pure sadism, I think there are very few people who only have a sadistic quality for animals, but they have no sadistic quality for humans. And a lot of people practice sadism on animals. So there are those kind of delineations you can make that are completely based on intent, where if they're doing it because of this reason, you can assume that they're going to make other actions of consequence on humans that are going to be morally wrong, which I don't think is a very hard.
Right. So assuming somebody only has an interest in raping orangutans, you have no issue with that?
Look, fine. I mean, if you want to find me a person who goes around and rapes animals, but then donates to charity on the side, okay.
Well, that's not what I asked. That's not what I asked.
Well, no, but
I asked you specifically.
Well, I
if
think
somebody
you
only
know
had
my
an
answer on that
interest in raping orangutans, would you have a problem with that?
If we're saying this hypothetical, that they were that this implied nothing about their moral
outlined
character.
the hypothetical, and it's a yes or no question.
Yes.
So just
okay. So them doing this implies nothing about their character. Then sure, I don't have a problem with it. But we're just going in circles now.
Wait,
yeah, you aren't listening to the thing that he's actually putting on moral consideration. You guys aren't listening to what he's actually the worlds that he's actually traveling in. You think that the actions are the bad thing. He thinks that there's something underlying those actions.
Yes, we understand that. We understand that.
It's just like
Henry, I just out of curiosity, if you have a job or family members or friends and they heard this conversation, do you think they'd think something of you?
I don't know. I think most of my family members
would think you're
me.
perfectly reasonable by saying it's okay to rape orangutans?
If it, okay,
I think my brother.
you're shifting it. You're completely shifting this, right? Because you have taken out the moral consideration here that he's making. If it implies something negative about their character,
that's the point of the hypothetical,
bad,
to determine whether or not
right.
he thinks it's inherently wrong. That's implied in the hypothetical.
No. You're misunderstanding. The inherency isn't in the act. It is in the things
we understand
implied.
That. We understand that, and the hypothetical removed that issue.
Yeah, I mean, I would say about maybe a third, maybe half of my family would be fine with it. I mean, I think a lot of my family members have not really thought through any of their moral.
Do you think most of your family would think it's totally sane? Do you think raping an orangutan is not inherently wrong?
Well, I think I could set up. I would say my brother, who's gone hunting, and we've had extensive philosophical conversations. Yeah, I would say he'd be fine with it. I think my father.
If he saw some person raping an orangutan, he wouldn't do anything. He'd just be like, "Oh, like."
Well, no, I already said
you guys
that is
not understanding the worlds that he travels in,
and it's bad for society.
It's insane the cognitive dissonance that you guys are displaying right now.
It's not cognitive dissonance.
I don't.
It is.
No,
it is.
We understand his position. That he thinks there's other things associated with the behavior.
Why would Jackson ask a question like that? Clearly, he doesn't understand my position.
No, we do understand your position. We're just aware that.
Then why would you ask a question like that? Because I've already clarified that it's not okay. You can call it morally inconsistent, but if you don't have a framework for any kind of objective morality, then I don't think that
there doesn't need to be there doesn't need to be an objective basis for morality for your moral views to be either consistent or inconsistent.
Well, I don't think you pointed to an internal inconsistency.
You're basically saying this is an act that I don't think is bad, but I believe that everyone who does it is bad.
Wait, can you say what was the inconsistency? Can you say what the inconsistency was again?
That itself is not the inconsistency. The inconsistency is he stated before when I ran name the trait that it is both true and not true that if you are within an in-group that it makes it wrong to rape somebody. That was the inconsistency.
No, but like that's in the in-group here is an erroneous thing, right?
No, it's not erroneous. That's the trait.
Dude, but now you. I don't know. I have to clarify this. I'm not saying this isn't a. I never made the claim that if you're in an in. That I only care about my in-group. I'm not saying if there's some aliens on another planet that I have any claims to make about their moral systems. Right, but I'm not trying to make something that universally applies to
it doesn't have to universally apply. We're going by your worldview.
Well then, okay. My worldview is not that if you're in an in-group, it's fine to it's not okay to rape others. My view is that in my own in-group, I have moral consideration, and I don't have moral consideration for the groups outside of it. That's the extent to the claim.
And what is the determining factor to be in the in-group?
I mean, I think it's sort of an intuition. I mean, it's sort of hard to say. Right? I mean, how many how much could you change the genetic code of a human being before I stop considering them
So
to be
if
human?
I told you like something like, I think it's okay to kill Jews, and you asked me, well, why is it okay to kill Jews? Well, I just think they're part of my outgroup. What do you think? Like, what do you mean by part of your outgroup? Well, it's just like an intuitive thing. Like, does that
Yeah, but
sound
that's
like
not his moral code. You're
that is
prescribing that to be his moral. No,
that
Well,
is
you're
vegan
saying
gains, I don't.
yeah, right.
Yeah.
So you're saying that all humanity can't form a cohesive unity socially because we have
can't.
different ethnic groups. Oh, you're saying that?
Well, not because
okay,
we
so
have
you're the
different
racist.
ethnic group. Not because we have different ethnic groups.
Oh. But because we conceptualize us to be different, right? We put stock in it, right?
You're talking past what I'm saying. So he's saying somebody in an outgroup to him doesn't have moral consideration. Now, I could say Jews are outside of my my
You
in-group.
could say that, and I would.
If you tried to ask me some clarifying questions about what makes them part of the outgroup, and I said, I don't know, it's just an intuitive thing. Like, is that answer satisfactory to you?
I don't care if it's satisfactory.
I don't really
hold
care.
on, hold on.
Am I in or am I not in? Is the more important
You
question.
don't care if you don't care if a justification
what I
is...
actually care. Yeah, what I actually care about is that am I in or am I out? Those are the only two things that I actually care about. Because if I'm not in, I am of no moral consideration to him, and he might be a threat to my existence. Those are the only considerations I have for another
ignoring the argument.
person's
You're ignoring
moral
the argument.
consideration of
You're
me.
ignoring the argument. So, do you think violence should be justified?
What does that have to do with anything?
Yeah, I think violence should be justified.
Right. So, if I was Hitler and I said Jews are part of the outgroup and only people in the in-group should have moral consideration.
Are you warming up to Hitler's ideas now? Is that what you're admitting to?
No.
Okay.
I
want to make this painfully. I want to make this painfully clear.
There isn't anything to clarify. There isn't anything to clarify. If you'd let me talk and not interrupt.
Yeah.
So if you think violence should be justified, and you're confronted with somebody like Hitler who says Jews are part of the outgroup and only in-group members should have moral consideration, and you asked what makes Jews part of the outgroup, and Hitler said, well, it's just like an intuition. Do you think that's a satisfactory justification?
It's satisfactory. I don't look. The point is that a claim is either
it's a yes or no question. Is that a satisfactory explanation?
What do you mean by satisfactory?
If he doesn't answer with are they in or out and says, well, it depends on how I'm feeling, right? Then I don't think it's satisfactory. He might consider anyone a Jew, right? But if he's going to say that, if he's going to say something about my security, right, about my moral consideration, I might take that for what it is. But I could also acknowledge that people lie when they talk about these things.
We're talking about whether or not his.
And I can read.
We're not talking.
I can read that Hitler has a plan.
You're going completely off topic.
Look. No, but I would say this is not a situation where this would be the barrier because Nazi ideology and Nazi
You're going
thought,
off topic.
No.
None of this has anything to do with what we're talking about.
No. But this is such a silly.
No,
what you're talking about doesn't actually.
If you think this is silly, then what you're saying is silly. Look, if Hitler has the same if Hitler has the same moral basis the same judgment basis that you have, that those in the outgroup do not deserve moral consideration, and Hitler said Jews are part of the outgroup, and then you asked what makes them part of the outgroup, and he said it's just my intuition. Is that a satisfactory justification for violence?
Maybe not to me, but to him, I would understand his rubric for that decision, right?
Yeah, I'm asking your opinion. That's exactly what I'm asking. Your opinion, if that's satisfactory.
Because I think I'm part of the liberal group. I think I'm part of the greater humanity, right? And I don't particularly
you think this is adequate justification for violence?
What?
So that's adequate justification for violence. It's just intuition that I should kill these people.
We're not talking about the realm of... No, but we're not talking about... if Hitler is making an objective truth claim, he's saying,
there's no
I believe.
There's
Okay,
no,
so there's no
this
truth
has
claim
nothing
being
to
made.
do with it
Right,
being
then
an
I- then
objective
yeah.
truth claim. We're asking what is an
Based on
adequate
preferences,
justification
well,
for
then, yeah,
violence.
then what he's saying is not falsifiable, and yeah, I mean,
So
sure,
if Hitler
whatever.
said that to you, you'd have no argument against that. You'd be like, oh well, I guess
No,
it's
I would
okay to
have
kill
plenty
Jesus.
of
It's
arguments.
justified.
I
But
can
yeah,
argue.
I
I can argue. I
would
can argue
have
further
plenty
from
of
this.
arguments.
I can argue.
But I wouldn't
He's
argue.
asking your preferences.
Yes, and we
Or
don't
not
agree
yours.
with Hitler. There we go.
No. But the ways you would
Okay.
argue is that you would show, you would appeal to his sensory organs. So maybe you would show him examples of Jews doing things that in his framework are viewed as morally good. Maybe you show examples of Jews participating in society.
You're not understanding. what I'm
That's how
trying
you
to
would
ask.
convince you.
You're
wait,
talking
no, I
past
understand it
what I'm
perfectly.
trying to
Question-
ask you. So again,
Why do they have to
look.
Again,
Why
if
do they
somebody
have to-
has the same fundamental moral framework that you have, anybody in the out group does not deserve moral consideration, and then you ask them, why is that particular person in the out group, and they say, well, it's just an intuition, is that justification for violence in your view? It's a yes or no question.
No.
Dude, I don't
It's a
believe-
yes or no
I'm
question.
not.
No. It's a yes or no question. So the Swedish guy said no. What's your answer? It's a yes or no.
Depends what you mean by justification. If you're talking about moral justification,
Yes, that's what we're talking about. Morals. Is that
Well, then obviously no, because you know.
Then
my
what
subjective-
you just
I
said. Then what you just said to justify violence against animals by your own reasoning is not an adequate
No.
justification.
No, I
You
think,
don't understand.
yeah.
You still don't understand.
I don't.
They
Oh my
are not
God.
part of the in-group. If we don't agree on
Yes,
what the in-group is,
yes,
right? we
yes.
are going to-
I understand they're not part of
agree.
the in-group. That's not the point I was making.
Look,
But you don't understand our position. You don't understand where we see ourselves as an in-group,
My
right?
point is that there are infinite spectrum of moral philosophies that are not falsifiable. That yes, I will say I disagree with.
No,
but,
yes,
you know,
no moral claim is falsifiable. I'm not a moral
But
realist.
all you're
That
pointing,
has nothing to do with what I'm asking
no, but
you.
all you're pointing out, vegan gains, is that I have a different intuition that Hitler does. Okay, sure.
That's
me and
not
Hitler
what
have
I'm
different-
pointing out.
Yes,
What I'm
that is what you're
pointing out is that if you think there needs to be an adequate justification for violence, and the same reasoning for justifying violence against Jews is the same reasoning that you're using for violence against animals, and the only explanation you can give me is intuition, and in the Jew case, you're saying that's not adequate justification, how is that adequate justification in the animal case?
Oh, okay. Because when it comes to what I want out of the world, I don't really care what your intuition says you want. I don't care
we're talking.
what someone else is into it.
Oh my God!
My barometer.
So only
is
your
only my
intuition is valid?
If we're talking about what I want the world to be, I mean,
Well,
why
no,
would
I should have rephrased
Yes,
that.
yes.
It's not
I
that
mean,
not.
I don't, how could
no,
you be a
it's-
moral subjectivist and have
I
this
phrased
view?
that.
I don't.
I phrased that question
this is so
wrong. I
silly.
phrased that question wrong.
Walking
So
it back,
it's not that.
Andy.
So it's not that your intuition is the only intuition that's valid. The issue is, if that reasoning, my intuition, is justification for violence, then you would have no claim to say Hitler's justification for killing Jews is wrong, based on your own worldview.
Well, my worldview is that no. Hold on. My worldview, as I said, is not that cats can't go and kill other cats. It's that my intuitive understanding of human identity and the in-group is the standard. So Hitler's standard doesn't matter. He's outside of. He's not.
Yes,
because
I understand.
Now you're changing.
I
So you're
understand that.
okay, see, yes. So within my own model, yes, I would say that it's not true because he's viewing the Jews as not part of the in-group, and that goes against.
Yes,
my
so
own
you
intuition.
have a different view of
So
who
yes,
the
I would have
in-group
that.
is. You have a different view of who the in-group is. I understand that. But if we're trying to justify violence, and somebody says, these people are part of the out-group, therefore they have no moral consideration, and then you ask them what makes them part of the out-group, and they say, well, it's just my intuition, that wouldn't be an adequate explanation for why they're in the outgroup. So if that's not an adequate explanation,
I mean, I would say
if that's not an adequate
I
explanation,
no.
Why is your same explanation adequate?
No, I mean, I would say, look, if I'm looking at a piece of artwork and we start talking about the shapes but we get really deep, and at some level, if we're talking about a piece of artwork, it's going to reduce down to intuition or these sort of unconscious things that are sort of hard to describe, that are just sort of these, the way we feel when we see certain colors or we have certain abstractions. And these are not falsifiable in my view.
I understand that. I understand that.
And what's
we're
the
not
point of
talking
your question?
about. We're not arguing. We're not arguing.
That's my answer.
No, it's not. No, you're not. You're not tracking. You're not tracking. We're not talking about how do you justify who is the outgroup, or who is the outgroup, who is the in-group. We're talking about what is a reasonable explanation for who is the outgroup, who is the in-group.
Define reasonable. I mean, reasonable is also subjective.
Yes, I understand that. Yes, I understand that.
I understand that.
I understand that.
What is reasonable is. So what's the
We're
point
going
of this?
off of what you consider to be reasonable. This is about your worldview. So if you're telling me, if you're telling me somebody has to give
our terms.
If you're telling me somebody has to give reasonable explanation for why somebody is classified as an outgroup, and all they give you is it's my intuition, and you're telling me that's not adequate, then you telling me it's just my intuition would therefore not be adequate.
Yeah.
People don't. I mean, I'm not entitled to any explanation. I don't know what you mean by reasonable.
Henry. You said intuition was okay, right? But now you're saying it's not okay.
Intuition is both adequate and inadequate. It's a contradiction.
No, it's not a.
Okay, well, explain what you were saying then, Henry.
No. I'm saying that when I'm looking at the world and I'm valuing the world, it's based on my intuition. Right?
Yeah,
so
see,
Hitler, Stalin, they can go have their own intuitions.
Contradiction.
No, it's not a contradiction because I don't put any value.
Look. If I were to tell you, tell me.
You're acting like I'm making.
No. I think I can explain this in a way you can understand. I think I can explain this in a way I think I can explain this in a way you understand. Just hold up. If I were to show you a picture of a table and a picture of a chair, and I told you these are the same things, and you asked me, why do you think those are the same things? And I told you, it's just my intuition. Is that an adequate explanation for why of how I'm either determining a lack of difference or a presence of difference?
I mean, look, now we're not even talking about normative claims. We're talking.
Yes, we are.
I mean,
yes, we are.
If the table and that's not a come on. I mean,
if I told you a cat and a child, if I told you there's no difference between a cat and a child, and you asked me how I came to that conclusion, and I said it's just my intuition, is that an accurate? Is that an adequate explanation?
But I don't think that is representative.
Is that an adequate explanation? Is that an adequate explanation? Yes or no?
No, but we're talking about a
different realm of consciousness. Then you agree that your explanation is inadequate.
No, because there's a difference between talking about.
Should we categorize things
about the world?
Should we categorize things?
If you think that a table and a chair is the same thing as saying that we ought do this thing or
should we
not do this thing, those are questions that have objective answers.
Should we be able to define and categorize things?
Sure, but I mean, different things have to be defined and categorized differently.
Right.
And
so should we wait?
How can you say that this is analogous? We're talking about.
Oh my God! You're not tracking, and you're not letting me talk and allow me to guide you through.
But this is an analogous. If you brought in these two non-normative things.
Just humor me and just follow along, okay? Just answer these set of questions. That's all you have to do. Please don't interrupt. If you believe we should define and categorize things, then should we be able to define and categorize whether somebody's in an in-group or an out-group?
Yeah.
Yes or no? It's yes or no.
Sure.
You think
I
we
think
should be able to define? Yes,
should.
yes.
He said yeah.
We
yes.
should, but we should,
so,
but we can't because it's a preferential. We should be able to say
oh my
objectively
God.
what is.
We're not talking
what is
about
morally good and
establishing an objective basis for whether or not we.
Okay, an in-group and an out-group, I don't see that in the context of which we're using this word. It's not something that has an objective answer. So I don't know why you're saying. So what?
Yes,
I mean, look,
yes.
I
It's
have
not.
my-
It
I
doesn't have to
my
be
own
objective.
internal-
It doesn't have to be objective. Okay.
And no one's asking objective or subjective. That's
Sure,
not the
sure.
point.
I
No
have an
one's
internal
No
model
one
for
is
what-
asking
yes,
that.
Okay.
So yes.
Sure.
So you
yes, we
do
should.
believe if we're going to make moral considerations based on in-group or out-group, we should be able to define what an in-group and out-group is. Correct? Yes or no?
Sure.
Now, if we are
Correct.
defining what an in-group is and an out-group is, and the out-group can be murdered, can be raped, can be exploited, do you think we should be careful in explaining what an in-group and out-group is?
Instead of just an intuition.
Well, I don't.
Do you
okay,
think there should
so
be some kind of
not-
adequate
I
explanation?
disagree with the premise. I disagree with the premise of this question. 'Cause
There's no
I'm not
premise, it's a
saying-
question.
I'm just using the word in-group as a placeholder for what arises out of my perceptual organs and the emotions that follow
okay,
from that.
okay.
How I
Well, it's not
emotionally
an in-group
feel.
or an out-group then. It's just an
It's
illusion.
just- it's not an-
No. It's a crude abstraction that I have to create as a human being because I can't look down into my deep code. But I don't live my life based on that abstraction. That's silly, right? And no one can create.
What even
a
is it?
set.
What is it if it's an intuition?
Well,
you have
look,
to explain it. What's the difference between them?
No. Let me explain how this is different. Look, I know that when I see a certain event, there's an emotional, thing that arises out
Okay,
of it.
why?
There's an instant judgment, right?
There doesn't need to be a reason.
I, as a human being, I backtrack and I want to give this thing a label so that I can communicate it. Now, that's going to be a crude label.
Okay, so
my underlying intuition is always going to override that label.
Right. Okay.
And
So if you
I
come
don't really
across
care.
right, so if you come across a human being that you just don't care about, you should be able to kill them because you just emotionally see them as an outgroup.
If I think in that moment, okay, so you're saying if I think it's morally okay to kill someone, I should be able to kill them. Okay, yes, I agree. But I would say, if I see someone and I think it's morally okay to kill them,
Right.
right,
So if
and
you
I'm
just see
under the
somebody who's
same-
really ugly, gives you a bad feeling, you should be able to kill them.
well, that would never happen. Well, that would have never happened to me.
Wait, what?
Wait, why?
You just said this is entirely based on feelings.
Oh, but I don't think those feelings would ever arise out of me. I mean, maybe they would in the future. I don't know. And the current me would disagree with the future me, and that's fine.
But there's no gradation. There's no gradation in your view. Like, there's things that are allowed to be murdered, and there's things that aren't. There's nothing that's like a middle ground where you shouldn't treat them just as well, but you shouldn't rape them.
Well, look, here's the issue. If we're gonna make laws and design a society, do you think we should just say, oh, well, let's just go based on feelings? Like, if you just get the feeling to kill somebody,
No. So I would say, so now when we're talking about laws, we have to talk about what's practical. So now I have to look at the world. I have to have an understanding of sociology. I have to say.
So now
okay,
you have
what are
to
the kind of
adequately
things-
define
Well,
an
no, I mean,
in-group
this
and an
is-
out-group. So you have to adequately define an in-group and an out-group.
Yes. So what I'm
So
trying to
what
bring-
makes
oh, hold
an
on,
animal
let me
part of
fully
the
answer
out-group and a human
No.
part of the in-group?
Well, I'm not a lawmaker. I'm not trying to. This is not. I don't.
That doesn't matter.
I
We're
don't-
asking you your moral views. So now you think it's important to
That's not-
well define
yes.
an in-group and an
Okay,
out-group?
Okay, let me answer this. Okay, so the way I would get, if I were, in control of society, I wouldn't write a law that has this strict definition of an in-group and an out-group. I think that's kind of silly.
Oh, really?
I would probably, there would probably be a large number of different situations, and I would have laws against them that still come from, this worldview. And again, I already said that I think when we exist in a society, there are reasons why sadistic behavior towards animals should be illegal, because if you're looking in terms of statistics...
So you think animal agriculture should be banned?
Well, that's not driven by sadism. That's driven by a desire for resources. So I don't think that's pathological. But when someone has their dog, when someone has their dog,
Animal
and
agriculture
they're-
reduces
and they're
resources. There's less food produced due to animal
Oh
agriculture.
no, yes, but the individual who's engaging in animal agriculture, he is personally trying to increase his total amount of resources, and we're talking about on that level. Now,
killing something you don't need to kill just so you can eat it or for money.
No, that's not sadism. Is taking pleasure, right?
Yeah, taking pleasure in the money you get or the food you get.
No,
from killing it.
okay.
You
So
realize
that's not the
we
definition of
engaged
sadism.
in slavery at one point, right?
Oh, so that makes it okay. So to you asking about in groups and out groups, the question is to you then, like, why is animals in the out group? Why are they not included?
Oh no, well, hold on, let me just clarify this silly sadism thing. So sadism is when you hurt someone else and then you imagine the pain of that thing and then you experience gratification from it. It's not,
We understand
there's
what
a rich man
sadism
walking.
is.
Well, no, this guy doesn't apparently. So it's
No,
not that
we
if you're
do.
walking down the street and there's a rich man and I shoot him and I take his money, that's not sadism. Well, no, but he said that someone who's enjoying the money from animal agriculture.
Well, there are laws
They're
against
not.
sadism towards animals.
Well, yeah, but I mean, I want
Illegal
to clarify
abuse
because this
animals.
guy doesn't know
Okay,
what,
no,
it,
that's
what
not
it means.
that's not what sadism means,
So-
Henry. So if I enjoy getting money or food out of an animal by killing it, that's a form of sadism, wouldn't you say?
No, it's not. No.
If I don't have to do it though, if I don't have to do it, I can just be vegan.
Well, no, but you're doing it for the money, right? So it's
I'm
not.
doing for pleasure. Pleasure.
Well, hold on a sec. The person
but
who
that's
owns
an
the
abstract-
who
no, no,
owns the farm, who's selling those animals, right? That's separate to the people in the slaughterhouse. So the people in the slaughterhouse, they may enjoy doing it. That would be sadism, right? They're only doing it for the job. They can get another job.
What about
Right?
enjoying
So-
the money?
So
you get from all the
I'm sure there are
food?
people in slaughterhouses, right, that could maybe have comparable jobs that maybe they enjoy inflicting pain on animals because they get gratification out of, maybe seeing the pain. Okay, maybe that's possible. I wouldn't disagree with you on that. I think probably most people who
What
work
about
in
the taste of their
slaughterhouses
flesh,
do it for the money, right? They don't do it for gratification out of the imagined, suffering. I think probably most people.
Do you think they want those jobs?
Well, want is, I mean, at what level, right? So are we saying, I don't think they're slaves, so they clearly wanted the job enough to write down their name and apply for it. But if you're saying, okay, if they had other options that don't currently exist, sure, maybe they probably want to be a CEO. Maybe they'd want to be president, but they're constrained by their material circumstances, right? So, sure.
So if you only care about humans, in the US we use like people who are out on prison leave and they force them to work in slaughterhouses, otherwise they send them back to prison. And also the environmental effects of all animal agriculture is like devastating to human populations. So even if you're like this psychopath who only cares about the in-group, then eating animal products is harming humans.
Yeah, I don't think you could call being a member of a carnivorous species that, doesn't care about prey. I don't think you could call that pathological. I don't think you could call that a sickness. That's kind of silly to me to try and make that.
You mean
into kind of medical.
omnivorous? You mean omnivorous, right? Humans aren't a carnivorous species.
Well, we eat meat, and I mean we are predatory
Yeah, but
by
that's
nature.
omnivorous, not carnivorous.
Right. But the reason why humans have such sophisticated communication and planning and strategies is.
Well, that's a claim.
You completely ignored my point.
It's a claim that's.
You focused on the word psychopath and completely ignored my entire point. You completely ignored the point that by eating animals you harm humans.
Yes, but I would say that.
So do you care about the in-group or not?
Okay, let me answer this question. So I think, look, I have 2 computer monitors in front of me. It might be slightly better for society if I only had 1 computer monitor and I donated the rest of the money to charity. No, let me explain. Let me explain. No. You're not going to let me answer the question.
You can't compare having 2 computer monitors, right?
You're not
to
gonna,
like
are you
your
gonna,
largest
are you
contribution to like the damage of the planet.
Are you going to let me answer the question? No. Hold on. I'm not trying to morally justify it. I'm just saying practically. Right? Humans are not morally perfect, and we do tons of things out of luxury, out of greed, right? I own an expensive watch, and I could have donated that money to charity. That was a morally wrong thing for me
No,
to do.
why would that be morally wrong?
Well, because I
Also,
could
to be
have helped
unbiased,
someone else
he does have
further.
a point with the screen
No,
because
hold.
the production of that second screen also causes harm to the
It's
to
inconsequential.
the
No.
That might be the only job they can get.
That's
Look, but
inconsequential compared to like buying and eating meat.
Right, but there's a huge number of things that are like this, right? Why does everyone have their, or a huge percentage of people have their own bathrooms?
Now you're appealing to futility. So, are you appealing to futility?
So look, here's
no,
the
I'm
fundamental...
not. I'm saying yes. Probably we would be better off if we didn't eat so much meat. I don't disagree.
Here's the fundamental issue, dude. If you believe humans should have rights, you have not given an adequate explanation for why animals shouldn't have rights. I've asked you what makes animals part of the outgroup, and all you've said to me is, well, it's just an intuition. And I've demonstrated to you that this sort of reasoning could justify killing off Jews or committing a genocide. If this reasoning to you is not adequate to justify that kind of violence, why is it adequate to justify the violence you're committing?
Adequate. No, hold on.
Oh my
it's
God.
Internally.
I don't have to define adequate. You're the one who has the standard of what is and is not adequate. And if you agree that standard is inadequate, why is it okay when you do it?
Okay, but the fact that they have a different intuition to me means they're using a different standard. I'm not.
No.
So here's the distinction.
No.
No. Here's the problem. Okay, you're acting like
We're talking about talking about reasoning, not their own standards. Yes, they have a different standard for who is and isn't the outgroup, but the same reasoning applies.
Dude, my standard is my intuition. Right? I don't have these thoughts in my super ego, and then I try to, have this interplay with my subconscious. And no, I mean, I have these opinions and feelings that arise out of my subconscious.
Do you think being selfish is a bad thing?
Yes, I think it is, because I was taught that as a child, because I was reinforced in me, because I have a genetic predisposition to be to work together with other human beings. Sure.
So there's a reasoning for something.
Well, no, but that's not a reasoning. That's just an explanation.
animals.
But I'm not going to be able to perfectly explain that. No.
Wait,
if you're admitting that if you're admitting you can't rationalize your own fucking decisions, then that's an admission that you have no rationalization to kill animals.
I'm admitting that I can't rationalize every single decision I make with perfect clarity. I don't think any human being
We're not asking you to do that. We're asking you to rationalize why animals are part of the outgroup.
I don't know who that background is in the character. Stop cheerleading.
They're part of the outgroup in my head because I don't identify with them. Right? It's a I mean, sure, I guess you could say it's circular, but it doesn't. So what?
Yo, Henry, don't let these guys tell you can't eat fucking.
I think that all human, look.
Right. So if you saw Jews part of the outgroup, you'd be in favor of killing Jews, and if you saw black people as part of the outgroup, you'd be fine with.
Yeah, I mean, look,
I
could reduce down your thinking, and I could say, well, how do you believe that the external world exists, right? So can you give me a justified reason why I don't think any of these...
Wait. Why is it relevant whether or not we believe the world to exist? Like, if we think
I'm
exist,
giving it. Sure.
Wait,
no.
Because you couldn't. Like,
why is it relevant? Why or not the world exists? Why is that relevant?
Yeah, the world might not exist, right? But as long as I believe it could exist, I should operate in like the way I would operate if it did exist.
Yeah.
Right? Regardless of whether it does or not.
So here's the problem with that kind of thinking. There's an infinite.
No.
Set...
I just want to point out that you can't. This is ridiculous, right? I also want to point out the irony that you said you were raised. You said you were raised to not be selfish, and you said you would have a chimpanzee be raped if it benefited you. I just want to point out the irony of that statement, right? You should go tell your mum, hey mum, you raised me not to be selfish, but I believe that we should be allowed to rape chimpanzees if it benefits us. Am I doing it well? Am I doing it right?
Let me just ask you this. Do you think? Wait, let me just ask you this.
What you just said. No, hold on. Let me refute what he said. So there is an infinite set of things that could exist. So if we're just going to say anything that can't be justified might be true, then it's also as plausible to say that everything that you believe is good as an action is bad as an action, because there's an infinite set of possible things. So if you have no justification for assuming that the external world is true, then then you can't just say, well, it might be true and therefore I should make positive actions, because the counterfactual, which is that it might be that doing good things in this world, right, is actually bad, and that it's the inverse. Well, that's also just as a reasonable belief, because neither of these beliefs have any justification at all.
What is your opinion on that? What is your opinion on that?
Can we unmute my boy?
My opinion of bringing this up is that there's just a...
No, I'm asking you, what is your opinion? Is the external world true or untrue?
I would say that I have no idea, but I would say that I think it is true because of my...
Then why is this relevant?
Even if it's an illusion, you can still see something. Who cares? You can still see something.
The reason why I brought it up is that just for humans to go through their daily life, there's a massive number of assumptions that we make.
Yes.
And so,
yes.
And so to just say, well, your beliefs are based on some kind of fundamental assumptions that are grounded in your evolution or whatever, grounded in your intuition, your biology.
Therefore,
we can use
it's not valid.
And empiricism.
Well, no, but I'm appealing to my internal wiring as what is.
We're going by your own
morality.
reasoning here, and we keep trying to ask you, what is your reasoning for determining who's in the out group, who's in the in group? The only thing you can give us is your intuition. If that's the basis, then your intuition could justify anything. It could justify raping a kid, raping a chimpanzee, killing Jews. So if your personal intuition stated it's okay to rape children, you would be in favor of raping children?
If anyone's personal intuition, so if there
We're
was
asking
anyone
you
on
about
Earth
your
who
intuition.
No, but think of the task you're asking me to have here with my framework. You're saying, okay, you just look at the world and you think, that raping a child is a good thing. In that situation, would you think it's a good thing? Right? I mean, you're setting up this crazy.
That's not what we're asking you. We're asking you if your own intuition of who is in the in-group or out-group determines moral value.
Yeah.
Someone clip this because he's about to say it.
Yeah, so anybody who you determine is in the in-group or out-group, that means they have no moral value if they're in the out-group. So if you determine a child is in the out-group, it's okay to rape a child. If you determine a Jew is in the out-group, it's okay to kill Jews.
By your own standard, that's all he's giving.
Yes, by your own standard.
That was your standard.
Yes.
That would logically lead.
No, yeah, so what was... So okay, Henry, explain why the Holocaust was bad.
What?
It's outside of that. It's outside of Hitler's group.
Look. I would say, okay, so you guys have asked me a lot of these questions. Can you explain to me, Vegan Gains, why the Holocaust is bad? Because, I think I could do the same thing to any of your moral
yes, I
frameworks.
can easily do that. So
okay,
the
why was it bad?
Yes, the Holocaust was bad because I hold the viewpoint that sentient beings should have fundamental rights, like a right to life, among other things. Jews are sentient,
why do you hold that
therefore
viewpoint?
The Holocaust was bad.
Why do you hold that viewpoint?
Because that's my preference, to have a preference towards sentient beings.
Okay, I mean, I don't... Okay.
Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this.
Okay, your turn.
Let me ask you a simple question. Do you think a moral view that benefits more beings is better than a moral view that benefits fewer beings?
Say that again.
Do you believe a moral view that benefits more beings is better than a moral view that benefits fewer beings?
I don't think that's enough information to go off of to determine.
It's a question. It's just a question.
Okay, I'll be more specific. I'll be more specific for you. So, do you think a moral view that benefits both humans and animals is better than a moral view that only benefits humans and causes animals to suffer and die?
What's up, vegans?
What? I would say that they're equal. I mean, I don't think there's any probably not a distinction. Look, if you're
so a world right so a world where only humans experience well-being and animals experience infinite, horrific, unending torture is equivalent to a world where both humans and animals experience well-being. You're saying those are equivalent.
I mean, maybe there'd be an aesthetic consideration.
Oh wow, this is a real vegan game.
But I would say, yeah, well, maybe a world where animals are experiencing pure.
So if everyone tortured their cats and dogs, that world.
Beautiful.
So if everyone tortured their cats and dogs, that world would be just as good as a world where everyone treated their cats and dogs nice, all else held equal.
I mean, I guess if you're saying in terms of pure morality, yes, but I would say in terms of aesthetics, no. I mean, there's probably a world where everyone's going around. Oh well, okay. So aesthetics is saying, is this beautiful, right? Does this look good, right? I would say
that's based on morality.
No, I don't think so. I think evil things can be. I think evil things can be aesthetically pleasing.
What?
I mean, there's plenty of artwork that is depictions of evil actions that I find aesthetically pleasing.
So we're asking you're kind of dodging the question.
A horror movie.
Yeah, so you're kind of dodging the question.
I didn't dodge the question. I answered.
No, you are.
That was my answer.
Do you think a world is more moral
or
less moral?
I've answered this multiple times. I said they're equal.
So a world, right? So
infinite suffering.
We're gonna ask the question again.
A world
again that I've answered. Okay.
So a world where
they're equal. Yes, they're equal.
So all else
can't be equal.
All else held equal.
We've all heard this. You don't have to repeat it. We've heard it. They're equal.
So if I were to make wait. So if I were to make a world where that only dogs and cats existed, and those dogs and cats would experience infinite, unending, eternal suffering to the absolute maximum extent, and I were to make an infinite amount of those worlds, that would be a morally neutral thing to do, in your opinion?
Fight the bullet!
I mean, maybe there'd be a slight idea that maybe I would change my mind in the future or something like that. So that's
buddy. At this
maybe
point,
I have the
at
wrong...
this point, take the L. You don't even believe in what you're saying. Stop being a fucking retard. You don't believe in what you're saying.
I've had this.
Stop being a fucking retard. Look, it's very simple. You can choose to be a better person. Okay? You don't have to go into a vegan fucking Discord and try to justify meat eating by saying, I'm fine with creating an infinite amount of universes where an infinite amount of animals will suffer in an infinite, unending, maximally horrible torture. You can just say it's wrong to eat meat. It's very easy. You can just admit that you are doing something wrong, and you can choose to do something about that. You can be a better person and live more in line with your moral values.
Look, there are plenty of things that I do that are morally wrong that I'll sit here and admit that I do. It's not the distinction. And look, this isn't the first time that someone has framed this kind of conversation, this super consequentialist way with infinity and all that.
Do you think intellectual honesty is a moral virtue?
Is a moral? Sure.
Do you think you're being intellectually honest by saying it's morally neutral to cause an infinite amount of universes where an infinite amount of animals suffer unending, maximally horrific torture?
So let me answer that question. I believe it's morally neutral, but if I had the decision, right now, to make a decision about not doing that or doing that, because there's a slight chance that I would change my mind in the future or something like that, or maybe I'm deluded. I think it's probably more.
Do you think you're so what are the chances that that is delusional and stupid? Would you say there's a higher probability or a lower probability?
This isn't an intel. I mean, I wouldn't call it stupid because this is not. This is completely subjective and not. I wouldn't call it stupid. I would say it's probably maybe a 1% chance that I'll change my mind in the future.
1% chance.
Yeah.
How are you measuring
Okay,
that?
dude, nothing can be infinite to infinity apart from
Based on
infinity.
my personal experience.
I mean, nothing can be what's it called? The same.
Wait, but based on so it would be a neutral action to cause infinite
Neutral,
suffering
yeah.
to infinite creatures forever, right? But do you think maybe 99% of those people who like chose to do that would be evil people? You know, like harking back to the very beginning of this conversation. And in so as doing that, wouldn't that make you one of those evil people?
Yeah. Okay. So
you'd be an
let
evil
me
person.
answer. No. No,
Because
I
it's
would.
neutral to rape a chimpanzee, but as we agreed at the very beginning, 99% of people who rape the chimpanzee would be evil people, right?
Well, I would say it's also true that 99% of people also believe that moral consideration applies to some degree to animals. So I would be the 1% that doesn't believe that. So that's kind of the answer to the question.
Wait, but wouldn't that make you the psychopath that harms animals for
No,
pleasure?
because I would be the 1% that doesn't
No, it
believe
would.
moral
No, it would.
No,
No, it would. Because whether or not you believe it to be true or not doesn't mean like you said that 99% people who
Well,
rape
I don't okay, I don't know what your view of statistics is.
No, you said that 99 people
Okay,
who
I
rape
said that
chimpanzees
yes,
would
yes.
be
I know what I
immoral
said.
creatures, right?
Yes.
So
Okay.
you would be the 99% of the people who would be immoral creatures who have
yeah,
zero consideration for animals, right?
Yeah. So explain to me how someone saying, okay, I don't even understand. No, but me saying that 99% of people.
It's not a valid.
Dude. Okay, I said that 99% of people who do a thing, right, are evil when they do that thing, and I gave clear examples and motivations of what that would be. In this case, right, I can also give the clear motives and examples for why. No, let me finish.
What would be the
Let me finish
motivation
first.
to cause an infinite amount of suffering to an infinite amount of animals?
The kind of sadism, which I spoke to you before.
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
So, sadism
Pleasure
evil?
and perceived pain.
More or less sadism than it is to rape a chimpanzee.
Okay, dude, nothing's
I
equal
don't
to
know.
infinity.
I
Do
don't
you
know
understand
if it's
that?
moral.
I'm not. Yeah, it was just. Hey, Gum. That's Discord. That's why I do not do debates on Discord if I'm not streaming anymore. It's cancer. Most people are like this, by the way. Like, you just can't get them to admit, yeah, it's wrong. I'm doing something wrong. It is so hard to get somebody to just admit they're doing something wrong. It's so ridiculous. Dodo Donny Tillers, this is one of the worst songs I've ever listened to. Are they even saying words? No, they're not saying words.
3 things that make life in Korea better. First, bicycles are so popular in Korea that some even come with built-in umbrella stands. This means that even on rainy days, people don't hesitate to ride their bikes for a healthier commute. Next, metro trains in Korea have small built-in libraries, allowing passengers to spend their travel time reading instead of scrolling on their smartphones. Lastly, Korea has special staircases in public areas that donate money to charity with each step people take. This encourages more people to use the stairs instead of elevators, while supporting a good cause at the same time. 3 things that
Korea's a degenerate shithole. They eat dogs in Korea. Yeah, I'd run them right the fuck over. Australian outback. I'd run them right the fuck over. I ain't taking that fucking chance. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
What a fucking cockroach.
Yep. That's humanity for you. And again, This is why I say we need eugenics. You really want people like that breeding? Like, why do you think this person exists? It's because 2 fucking retards are allowed to fuck with monkeys and reproduce. So, yeah, institute eugenics programs. Only let intelligent people fucking reproduce, and you won't get that horse shit. Thanks for the donation, Tyler. Bend over donators made this profile picture for you. Tell me what you think. How were you able to do that? I opened it, and I waited. Okay, I'm only clicking links from YouTube, Twitter, or, like Reddit from now on. I can't be fucked. Okay, well, I'm deleting the stream. Big thanks to everybody who donated in Streamlabs. Really appreciate it. Great, you won. Haha, I'm deleting another stream. Great. See y'all tomorrow.